inspiration to take into account everything that has happened that's been great inside of OMG in the year of 2014. So we got a great event planned. We got a ton of people coming live. They're going to kind of talk about what they've experienced during 2014 and some successes and some wins that they had. And most of all, just have a good time together. You know, this is a really incredible community that I know I've drawn a lot from and hopefully also contributed to in certain ways. So there we go. Got our sound check, so we're coming through good on the other end. But kind of on that note, we've got a great situation in lineup tonight. What we've got is a limit of the number of people we can actually have live on the event. So we've got a couple people waiting in the queue to come live as soon as some of the people that are currently on here are able to kind of talk and share and just kind of, you know, indulge in how much success we've had this year. So we're going to kind of segue into to Cotton, who is front and center kind of in the carousel we have down at the bottom here. And Cotton's going to talk a little bit about the amazing year he's had, and then also kind of introduce Mike and just really set the event up for what we're going to experience here. So, you know, on that note, we have no idea how long the event's going to go tonight. We've got a lot of things planned, and it just kind of depends on, you know, how things flow. So we may go 3 to 4 hours, who knows? But yeah, just get ready. So on that note, I'd like to kind of welcome Cotton. I know everybody here probably knows you already, but if they don't, Cotton has become really somebody who raised the bar for everybody within OMG as far as letting us see kind of some of the true potential for client getting and really the money getting aspects and ability to help others through that avenue of money getting. And then just beyond that, I truly count him as a friend. The ability and the chance I had to get to meet him and get to know him better at OMG Live, I count as one of the high points of my year. So on that note, Cotton, if you want to kind of take over and say a few things, we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Great. Hi, everyone. Just to let you know, I just finally got settled into Orlando, Florida, and I'm tethering off my iPhone, so if I come in and out, I deeply apologize. If, God forbid, someone calls me, then I think it's going to cut off the connection. So hopefully we have no clients calling in or anything else. I'm like on the other iPhone. But guys, you just heard from Fletch. Fletch is a great influence to me. When I first came on, as many of you do, he's one of the first people that you get to meet. Him and Greg, when you first enter in OMG, and they're kind of the staples of like teaching us everything. And without Fletch, without Greg, and without Mike, I like really don't know where I would be right now. They're like 3 guys that are just kind of like the pillars of OMG that kind of keep everything together. I like feel very privileged that I've been asked to be a part of the coaching team this year to kind of carry the torch for what these 3 have done for everyone. And what an incredible year I've had. I mean, I joined OMG back in January of 2014 of this year, getting ready to come on my first anniversary here in a couple weeks, and it has been an amazing year. And I really don't know where I would be if I wouldn't have found OMG. I've been bouncing from internet program to internet program and spending a tremendous amount of money and not getting anywhere. And when you see all the gurus out there, and there's no need to name any of them, that you know that claim that their products worked, or how to build a funnel, or how to go out and consult somebody, or you can do this or that. I've spent the money on all of them, and they basically don't work. And the only program that I've ever been able to get into to actually generate any money for me whatsoever is obviously OMG. And it's just been an amazing year. Someone that's a dear friend to me that I call Fletcher brother, and the guy I'm getting ready to introduce next to you right now is literally the glue that holds all OMG together. Mike is such an incredible individual that any time that you get a hold of Mike, he's calling and talking to someone. He's absolutely uplift spirits. I don't think without his confidence and without pushing me that I could have got as far as I'd ever gotten. I know that Mike is consistently giving confidence to new people. He's always the first person to go out and give someone a phone call and congratulate them. And you know, it's amazing that someone that would own a training course of this size with thousands of people, that Mike still cares and calls every day, asks people how they're doing, asks them how they got to where they were, and really cares about everyone here. Without further ado, obviously everyone knows I'm going to introduce my good friend and someone even called brother, Mike Long.
Yeah, I've never been introduced like that. I really appreciate that very much, Cotton. Obviously, we're going to get to talk to Cotton quite a bit. Can I check with you guys when I'm speaking right now? Does it pop up front and center on the screen correctly, Fletch, and that kind of thing?
Yeah, it looks like it is, Mike. I'm kind of keeping track of that, so I think
I got Cotton front and center, then I got you. Okay, great. Let's begin with the Lord's Prayer, and we'll go from there. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Oh boy, we got one. We got a big one coming. Cotton, I picked this up. Can you see that?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That's for you. That's for you, and this is for OMG. You know, last year I was reflecting on this today. By the way, I'll pop this off at the end of the night. You know, who knows? Maybe we'll go until midnight. So I'll pop it off at the end of the night, and I'll drink a toast to you. So hopefully you guys will join me in a toast at the end of the event. I was reflecting on last year, and at the end of last year, I wrote up a year in review. I had to do it in 4 parts because there was so much to review. So many Google updates, so many people who matriculated, who had this great, amazing success. You know, Fletch, for example, is one of those people, and if I started naming person after person, it would get pretty ridiculous pretty fast. It would take a long time. But this year we decided to do this event. This is your OMG New Year online party. It's a Hangout Webby, and it's exciting. It's exciting. You know, this is the day before New Year's, but OMG is a city on a hill. It's a place where we've come together in Providence, and I'll tell you, in the years leading up to OMG, I would frequently take walks. And you know, when I grew up, I grew up when Ronald Reagan was the president, and at the time, I didn't know very much about him. I knew I liked him, and you know, it was a draw to me. It was a scary time too. It was really a scary time. You know, the threat of, you know, even nuclear war was scary, and the economy and stuff like that, and there's all these fears, and I knew people around me were afraid, and he was so enthusiastic. And when I finally started having some success in business myself in my late 20s, I was living in Washington, D.C. at the time, and that was the year that Ronald Reagan passed away. And I took the occasion to start learning a little bit about him. And his first big speech that he gave, I've actually sent hundreds of thousands of views to it, video, like real views. I've pointed hundreds of thousands of people to this video. Is his 1964 speech at the Republican National Convention. At the time, he wasn't a politician at all, and he gave a speech. It's actually the #1 fundraising speech of all time. And I've actually handwritten the speech. It was really, anyway, it's called the City on a Hill speech by some. And before him, a fellow named John Winthrop gave what was, you know, considered to be one of the earliest City on a Hill speeches, and that was when he got to the New World, and so that was before that to America. America at the time was like the first internet, right? It was this land of providence, and all this opportunity was everywhere, and there was dangers, but so much promise and so much freedom, potential freedom. Now, before that, of course, there was Jesus and the Sermon on the Mount, and I, you know, over the last 10 years, I've become a Christian, and that's just been wonderful for me. But I would walk around in the years leading up to OMG, and I would have a clear vision in my mind, because I knew, you know, it was going to be difficult. I love the idea. I love success. I love it. I just love it. I can't get enough of it, and I wanted the chance to help people succeed, to succeed myself by helping others succeed. I just love that thought. In every aspect of life, I want this world to be perfect. I really do. I really mean it. I want it to be, or at least as perfect as it can be. And I believe it can be much more perfect than it is right now. I believe we're making it more perfect right now inside of OMG. And I would think about the way that would happen. And I knew for it to happen, people would have to come together. You know, they would just have to join forces. That's just reality. God put us here, and we have this opportunity to combine and care about one another and come up with these outcomes together, plan and invent and create and dream and mastermind, conspire, join forces. And that has to happen somewhere. And where would it be? Would it be in California? Would it be in Iowa? Would it be in Rio de Janeiro? Would it be in Italy? Would it be in South Africa? Where would it be? Where would it happen? And I realized it's online. It's online. That's where it had to be. And I started imagining this online city on a hill, this like a castle in the sky. And I would see it in a vision, and it would be a place. Jamal. Oh, it's great to see Jamal. It's great to see Jamal jump on. So we'll talk to Jamal in a second. But I would see this city on a hill, and I believed in it. And I believed in the power of this city on a hill to bring people together in Providence, that we would have a place where we could speak our minds. We could have a place where we could be brave, where we could be, where we could have a chance to make a difference. I really believed that. And I believed in it, and I believed in it. And I told David Mills about that vision, and he believed in it too. And it was a long time in the coming, and Greg Morrison was the rock it was founded upon. It was the rock that OMG was founded upon. Greg wanted the chance. It's the simplest thing in the world. He wanted the chance to share some best practices on SEO. Simplest thing in the world. By his actions, we had a little forum, a little beginner SEO course that Greg took, and he went nuts with it. And he was inside of that little forum, inside of that beginner SEO course, and he answered 2,000 questions as he made his first $1 million of his own volition. He wasn't paid for it. He wasn't incentivized. He wasn't promised anything. He just wanted to do it. Greg wanted the chance to help others succeed with SEO. He does CrossFit nowadays. I'm working out. I'm working on my fitness. I'm working hard. I get around Jamal. I get around Jason and Greg, and everyone's getting in such good shape. So I'm trying to get in good shape. We'll talk about that in a second. But Greg got in there, and Greg wanted to have the chance, because this is what I want to talk about today. You know, I got on the phone with David Mills, and I want you to stop and think about this. How many people in world history do you think have had a single ongoing conversation with continuity of 10,000 hours or more, all dedicated to strategy? Not just a conversation, but a conversation in action, because that's what David Mills and I have, going back to our days of magic. Over the last almost 20 years, we have easily conspired, conversed, had a dialogue, hard-nosed, focused dialogue about strategy and success, about video games, about relationships, about freedom, liberty, and about OMG, especially a lot about OMG. And anyways, I got on the phone with David just before this event began. And David wanted to be informed, and I was sending out RSVPs up to the second, and I'll try to jump in my email inbox. And there is an email address that you can email us at. You can email us at omgbreakthrough@gmail.com. Fletch is checking that email address. So there's a chance that your question will be answered. But anyways, I was talking to David before this event began. And I got talking. It was funny because I was speaking with Lonnie on the phone. You'll see Lonnie in a little while as well. And Lonnie's passing it on. Lonnie's made hundreds of thousands of dollars, over $200,000 selling basketball. Now Lonnie wanted the chance to sell basketball. That's what he wanted the chance to do. And now he wants the chance to pass it on to his daughter. His daughter is 18. She wants to make an income. There's not a lot of opportunities. Probably Lonnie could tell you. Probably Michael, who's also on here, could tell you. For young folks out there, there's not a lot of opportunities. Heck, for old folks, there's not a lot of opportunities out there, especially to go out there and make 5 figures per month or even 6 figures per month. He wanted to pass it on to his daughter. He wanted that chance. And I was telling David about that, and David was saying, you know, That's what I wanted when I was a kid. I just wanted a chance. And that sparked something for David. And I'm passing that on to you right now. I got right on the phone with Fletch, and then I got right on the phone with Cotton to tell them about what this event's going to be about today. Yeah, we're going to talk about where the money's being made right now. Absolutely, we do that. We do that at OMG. But what we're also going to talk about today is getting your chance, my chance, Jamal's chance, Fletch's chance, Greg's chance, Cotton's chance, your chance, Daryl's chance, Michael's chance, okay? We wanted you to get your chance. That's what OMG is about. Listen, OMG didn't make anybody. Not one person. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. We did not make one person. Didn't make Jamal. Didn't make Chris. Didn't make Glenn. We didn't make them. We didn't do it. We are not a done-for-you program. It is not us. Okay? You want pay by numbers. You want step-by-step A to Z. Go to McDonald's. They'll give you a job as a cashier. You don't pay by the numbers, they'll kick you out. Okay? And I don't mean to be flippant. I just don't know. Like, we didn't make anybody. But what we did do, we gave a lot of people a chance. And you're going to meet tonight dozens of people who took that chance and went crazy. They went crazy. Fletch wanted a chance. He wanted a chance to stop digging around in attics in 120-degree heat, fixing air conditioners. Cotton wanted a chance, and Cotton's so talented. So talented. He did not want to sell snake oil. He didn't, he wanted to do consulting. He knew he had a gift for consulting, okay? But he wanted to share something special with people, something invaluable to people. He wanted that chance, all right? Cotton got that chance. Everyone on this event got the chance they wanted. David Mills wanted the chance to have a program where people had the opportunity to listen to him. Otherwise, he's like a general without an army, okay? A chance for the law of implication to be witnessed in real life, the power of it, all right? Not just by me and David, but by everybody. We wanted a chance, and we want you to have a chance. That's the overwhelming advantage with OMG is we are focused on giving you a chance, all right? I don't want to create a bunch of chatter here, but if any of this sparks an idea for you, something excites you, gets you going, if you want to email, you can email Fletch at omgbreakthrough@gmail.com. That's going to be the subtext tonight as we go through things, as we talk about things, and we've got dozens of guests. Maybe this will be the most that I'll talk tonight. I want to thank you. I want to thank you for 2014. I want to thank you for 2013, those that were with us in 2013. Those that were with us in 2012, we got some folks on here that are old timers that go all the way back to 2012. We'll have some of those people on tonight. I want to thank you. I feel a great degree of gratitude for everybody involved with OMG. OMG is a city on a hill. It's a place where friends come together in Providence. Tonight we celebrate that. I got this bottle of champagne. It's a fancy French one, Cotton. and everybody else. And I want to ring in the new year. I'm so glad to be doing this with you. So exciting. And we're going to be plugging Director's Cut. It is your way. Everybody should get it. Absolutely. It's blown up. Exciting times to get training and coaching. Cotton Grammar. Cotton $1.6 million grammar. Cotton Grammar with Jimmy. Jimmy! I tried to sing Sue Bell last night, by the way, and my voice just cracked. She suggested it had something to do with the dominatrix whip or something like that. I don't know. With Jimmy, with Sue, with Russell Wright, okay? With Joe Marfolio, Street Smart. With Travis Sago. Oof. Okay? Training and coaching Q&A and clinic webinars with those individuals. That's what you're getting with Director's Cut. We'll talk about that as the night progresses. You still have about 24 hours to get in on it, depending on whether you're watching us live or the replay. Come the stroke of midnight Pacific time, New Year's, it's close the doors time, and any time after that we can close the doors and start focusing on your success. Now, And after that point, we will not reopen it. We don't have plans to reopen it. We plan on folding it into OMG 2015, where it will cost us $7,000. So ultimately, on this event, we're playing it by ear. This has never existed. There's never been, to my knowledge, a Hangout webinar with, I don't know, Fletch, how many people do we have on tap for this sucker?
We're just under 40, I think, Mike.
What?
Yeah.
It grew by 10?
It grew by 10 just in the last hour. I don't know. I think the word got out.
What does that mean?
Are you serious? We were having a party, and people decided to jump on. So,
okay.
Yeah, we'll see how many actually show up. But I know I've got about 10 people waiting already. Once we start talking and kind of move through people. So, yeah, well, it's awesome.
Who should we bring on next? I mean, I want to thank you. Let me just begin, because we'll bring Cotton back in a second. I want to thank you, Fletch. You know, one of the big differences between OMG 2012 and OMG 2013 and our 2014 edition is Fletch, and I've called him the Swiss Army knife, but that's not enough. Fletch has been, you know, you just kind of have to think of adjectives, because there's no word that describes Fletch other than Fletch. Fletch is a good word. I think everybody here has a good feel for him, and that kind of warm beating heart of OMG, that compassion, that passion. Fletch, you wanted a chance. You didn't want to climb around those. What about that? Ring that in, and I want to thank Cotton, and then let's start turning it loose to our guests.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, when you kind of reached out about this event, I was excited about it, and then when it got kind of framed up, you mentioned that David came up with that, you know, giving people a chance thing, and it's really what it came down to for me. You know, I came into OMG really kind of beat up, you know, by life in a lot of ways, and it's not like, oh, I had this hard luck, but I just, you know, I needed a shot at something that I believed in that would not only serve me but serve the people that I worked for and through. And it really set the stage for that, not only in kind of the technical training and what I needed to do online to make a go of it, but just the community and the people that I could surround myself with and deal with on a day-to-day basis was, you know, really, you know, a shot kind of moving into the second half of my life, or however, you know, I'm 40 now. So, you know, I think a lot of people kind of get to a spot when they're in their late 30s or whatever that they kind of scratch their head and they wonder how they got there, and, you know, try to figure out a way if they can get back on course, what it would be and what they would need to do that. So, you know, OMG came into my life. You guys all did as well at pretty much that time, you know, and it just happened to coincide with me starting a family and me really just having a lot that I wanted to give, not only to our community but to the world in general. And I couldn't thank you all more for that. I've interacted with literally thousands of people that we have within the OMG community by now, and each and every person has really given me something that I can use and that benefits me in my life day to day. So I'm just truly grateful and you know, full of gratitude and just kind of the spirit of wanting to give and help others in that same fashion. So love to hear, you know, what everybody else has to say on that note, but you know, just to kind of start it off, it really has meant that I got a really second chance or third or fifth chance to make my mark and to really leave a legacy behind that will, you know, hopefully create a better world for my kids to grow up in, and help out a lot of people along the way. So
I think we lost Mike, but
it's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. One of the things this year that now that you just said that, Fletch, is I look back and, you know, I was beaten up as well. You know, I hadn't been working in a while and was just looking for an opportunity and knew that I was talented. And but, you know, I never set out to really make a lot of money. I just set out to learn SEO and just make enough money to pay the bills and, you know, just to live comfortably. And this turned into such a whirlwind year. And you know, the more I kept pushing, the more I seen what was possible. But I never started out this year with a money goal. And then when I seen how I could help other people and how many other people that lives this could affect, but not only businesses, but the individuals that get into SEO, that's when I started to get excited and literally start to just work from about 7 a.m. in the morning to about 1 a.m. in the evening, and to just really push it forward and then get there. So when you love something and when you see the passion and what other people can actually do with this, it's very, very, very humbling. I know that there's a lot of people that, that just started as little as 5 or 6 months ago, like Greg Ortiz, that's almost up to $40,000-$50,000 a month. And look at Daryl Ferguson. I'll never forget when Daryl first messaged me on one of the webinars that he heard me on and said that he had been in used car sales for 30 years and that he was going to make a go at this. And I look at him now. He's up to $50,000 a month. And I'm sure that through his career, when he was selling cars, that he would have never dreamed he could have been in the position he was at this point doing SEO. So things like that are just exciting to hear about. And especially hearing Jamal and just all the other stories. And and we have one of the great SEO minds ever on with us right now, with Russell Rydon with us right there. The guy's a guru, man. He knows SEO and web design and architecture of it better than anyone on the planet, perhaps. And we got him just in queue waiting to hear his story, and that's pretty exciting as well. So with that, Fletch, I guess we can turn it over and start hearing how 2014 has affected other people. And however you've got things queued up to go on, we can just throw it back over to you.
I get to be the ringleader here. Maybe I should put my little money hat on and
there you go.
Run the show. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, you'd mentioned Daryl. Daryl jumped on the call early, so I know he's got a lot of not only commitment to give back to the community, but also a lot of lessons and success to share from 2014. So maybe Daryl could jump on here. We'll get him unmuted and see what he has to say about some things. Where is his mic control? Right there. All right, Daryl, you on? Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah. Thanks, Fletch and Cotton. Yeah, I remember talking to Cotton. I got in March, and I had a question during the webinar, and I texted Cotton. I said, "Well, this guy ain't going to call me back." He texted me back within 30 minutes, and we had answered my question. So I've never seen a community that actually gives like this community gives back. I started in March of this year, and I had a little bit of experience, but I own an embroidery company, and I had been in it about 12 years. As Cotton pointed out, I was in the car sales for 30 years. Went through. You there?
Yep, you're good.
Good. Yeah. So I went through 30 years of the car business. Went through a bad divorce. Lost all my money. Lost a big house on the golf course and the Corvette that I dreamed about all my life. Decided I'd get into the embroidery business. What did I know about embroidery? Nothing. But I knew I wanted to do something different. So I started the embroidery business. It cost, a couple $100,000 in equipment to get what I needed. I had no idea, so I used up every dime that I had saved up after the divorce. And it rocked along, just barely paying the bills, and praying to God, there's got to be another way. I'm doing something wrong. So I played with the internet. In 2009, I started playing on the internet with a couple of gurus, spent my $4,000 or $5,000, learned how to build a website. Great. No traffic, no sales, no money. Anyway, so I went back into the embroidery business full time, and then I ran into Annex, and he started his program. He introduced me to the OMG program, but when I found the OMG program, Mike and Greg and you and the rest of the guys, it was just like, I've been around a lot of successful people in my life. They don't sit around and share their ideas. You don't do that. But this group did, and I'm going Mike's real. And, I paid my dues. I paid my money. The first thing I did is client getting for myself. So I went ahead and built my website, that was, exact match domain website. And it linked to Liquid Airwear, which is the name of my company. But when people search for something, they don't search for Liquid Air or Wear. They're searching for embroidery. So I designed the site, Pensacola Embroidery. About 3 months in, bought 30 PBNs, linked them, had Pensacola embroidery #1 on Google, and my traffic from no or 1 call a day to 6 to 10 calls a day, and that's been for the last 7 months. Tripled my money in the embroidery business, paid off all my equipment, got everything employed, and now in client getting well, I had 18 customers or clients as of Thursday. Friday I picked up 2, Saturday I picked up 2, and today I just finished a meeting with a guy that's $1 million producer on eBay and auctions in old car parts, and he came to me and wanted to sign a contract for me to build his website, rank it, put an affiliate program together. And I think after reading the book, I've dabbled on eBay a little bit. This is going to be a $1 million seller book, so that's something that the book he just brought, the cover of it, it's already put together. It's already copyrighted, ready to go, so there is no telling where that's going to be. So thank God for OMG in 2014.
That's incredible. So that's one of the things that I kind of experienced too. You know, when I got involved with OMG, it was kind of just to market my own business, you know, and to try to get some more customers into my construction business, and it really, my vision for it changed very quickly. But not only because I got, you know, more appointments booked than I could handle myself, but also there's just a wealth of opportunity, you know, when you can, I won't say control, but very, you know, heavily influence the attention that an offer or business or somebody might get. You know, it really just opens a lot of doors. So, I mean, with the books and things, I know we've got a couple people in the OMG community who are actually writing books and are going to kind of leverage what they can do with online marketing and in the community as well to help get that message out, you know, to more and more people. But yeah, I've got a couple messages here from Mike coming in that he's kind of locked out of the call. So I guess it happens, you know. That's how these kind of work sometimes. But I really appreciate you sharing that, Daryl. Not only kind of from the perspective of another business owner who has their own business that's working, that really, you know, just opened up a lot of opportunity this way, but also from somebody that may be in a different part of their life than you know, somebody that's really young and up and coming and really just looking for their place in the world. So thanks for sharing that for sure. So we've got, who else do we have on here? We've got who is this one? It's Jimmy. Chris, are you available to kind of talk about what you experienced this last year? I see that you're on.
Hi, can you hear me all right there?
Yeah, you're coming in clear.
Back. I was just wondering if Mike had been de-indexed again, actually, but.
Oh, great.
Excellent. How is everybody?
Doing great.
Excellent. Good stuff. Yeah. So, do you want me to just talk a little bit about the year so far? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, I started with OMG back in about February. I'd actually been since 2012. I've been following the various other programs, starting with the V-Book right back in the day, and then through Endgame and all the other ones that came out, but finally jumped into Project X in, I think it was around about February. Mike will probably correct me in a minute, but he'd been trying to get me in through the door for quite some time before that. But yeah, I'd basically sort of hit a bit of a brick wall with earnings. I was doing quite well. But I really just needed to get over that last hurdle, and within sort of 2 or 3 months, I'd gone from a couple of thousand a month up to sort of 15, 20,000, which was pretty fast, really. So that kind of made the investment worthwhile, just about. So yeah, quite enjoyed that. But yeah,
Chris, most of your money, you're a multiple streams of income guy. Most of your income is a combination. CPA, client consulting, some affiliate sales, AdSense, you know, wherever the money's coming from, you'll cash the check.
Yeah, I should move into software, really, shouldn't I? But it's.
That's a thought.
Yeah, funny that. But yeah, I don't like all the eggs in one basket, because I've been stung before with making the mistake of getting, you know, all my money from one client or all my money from one website. So the idea of being able to build a lot fairly quickly and diversify was quite attractive, really, to me.
Excellent.
Yeah, so.
You know, Chris, one of the things that you've really done is you've and this is, it's just throughout OMG, and it happens in different ways. But you've given back, so much, and I see you on when we do them Sunday Fun Day. I understand from Gregor Ortiz we're going to be restarting Sunday Fun Day soon. See you in the Sunday Fun Day groups, and you're somebody who's who understands that my door is always open, and you're not afraid to give me an earful if you think something needs to change or something, if there's an opportunity out there for us to jump on top of. And I just want you to know from me that I appreciate you. Just how outspoken you are, how you give things a different slant, and I just want to thank you.
You're very welcome, Mike.
Oh, good.
Excellent. No, it works all the ways. I mean, there's plenty of people in the group that I'm in contact with. I know Adrian's on at the moment that we've talked about a fair bit recently. Lorraine made me promise I'd mention her name tonight because she's been trying very hard. So that one could go out now. But yeah, I think it's just what really appeals to me about the group as a whole is just that if you ask a question, somebody's there to answer it all the time, and it doesn't matter what time of day. Particularly in the UK, it seems to go a bit quiet whilst all you Americans are asleep at totally, during your night time, totally unreasonable. But yeah, I mean, it's here. It's coming up for midnight here in the UK at the moment. But I just love coming on these things because I don't know how many webinars I've been on with you now, but it's always quite good fun.
Chris, you're somebody who, in my opinion, you really wanted the chance because again, that's the idea here. We want to talk about. You wanted the chance to take things to the next level. I would say that's really where you were coming from.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's really just adding that extra zero on the end of your income. That's what it's about for me. And I think without the sort of experience of other people, it's very difficult to almost get because such a small difference can make such a big kind of impact on your sort of bottom line.
Chris, sometimes it's one keystroke, literally.
Yeah, absolutely. Greg Morrison is the genius at that as well. You watch one of his videos and you think, oh, that's probably not going to do much, and you just sort of change one thing, and then all of a sudden you're 3 places higher on page 1, and that makes all the difference.
Yeah, I love it. Chris, thank you so much for jumping on. I always enjoy our conversations.
Yeah, no worries. All right, I'll catch you soon, Mike.
All right, God bless you.
Take care.
Fletcher, what did I miss?
I think you're on mute. No, everything went smooth when you were gone. Fletch and I had on a few. We had on Daryl, who talked about his 2014, while you got, as Chris says, de-indexed from Google.
Now, Daryl is somebody who really inspires me because he's 67 years young, and I would say, he's somebody who really wanted the chance to start a career online and really take things to the next level at this phase in his career. I wanted to hear from somebody on the opposite end of the spectrum, age-wise. It's not all about age. Do we still have Michael on? Michael, are you there?
Yeah, hi Mike, I'm here.
Michael, you're when you joined us, you were 19 years old. You've just recently turned 20. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've just turned 20. I was 19 when I joined. Yeah.
And are there a lot of your classmates? You live in the UK, like Chris does. Are there a lot of your classmates that cleared 10 grand in the last couple months each month?
No, not many that I can think of, honestly. They usually tell me they're 10 grand in debt per year rather than 10 grand.
That's right, because they're trying to get into school. Michael, I think that when you joined OMG, I think you really wanted to be the chance to be a part of something big. And when I hear about your ambitions, I love them. They get me inspired. You're making most of your money right now. Most of your money is coming in from affiliate money. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Just from affiliate at the moment. I haven't had the chance to diversify my income into multiple streams like Chris has yet.
Now, you as you've gotten into director's cut, out of curiosity, you've been telling me, because part of this is where your business is going. What are some of the things that kind of captured your imagination with that? Why did you jump in?
Well, I jumped in personally because I'd already had a bit of exposure to the Network Empire training linked through you, obviously, and it really improved the small success that I had already achieved before joining OMG, and I basically just wanted more of that. I wanted to see all of the further training that Russell, Sue, and Jimmy had put together, and definitely the stuff from Joe and Travis to just boost up my affiliate knowledge.
Oh, that's great. That's really great to hear. Well, I'm so glad to have you come on. This is the first webinar that we've ever had you come on.
Yeah. Thanks for inviting me on. I'm just rambling on, really.
Well, no, you're not at all. You had a very inspiring post. The first time that you really spoke out, because you let people know that you didn't have things handed for you. You've struggled even in just in your early years. Things weren't easy for you, and I'm so grateful to see you already having so much success.
Oh, I really appreciate that, Mike. Yeah, I mean, for me, 2014's just been life-changing, really. I mean, I started the year not knowing really what I wanted to do with my life because I'd just finished my, I guess, high school is what you call it in the US, and I didn't know what I wanted to do. I kind of knew I didn't really want to go to university or college. And I think I was recommended to just try out some internet marketing that a family member was doing, and actually found, wow, this is quite interesting. And so it led me down this whole path and came upon SEO, and really, I'm just so grateful that I've managed to just come across all this training, because it seems like I've kind of found my career path and the thing I actually really enjoy doing.
That's wonderful, Michael. That's wonderful. Well, thank you so much for jumping on. We really, really appreciate you. I know it can be a little bit nerve-wracking your first time out. Were you a little nervous jumping on for your first time?
Oh yeah, I was pretty nervous before. I think it's all right now though.
You feeling better? All right, good. So those are two opposite ends of the spectrum. Michael's the younger guy. Daryl's got a little bit of experience on him. Let's cut straight to the middle of things. Armando, I just saw you jump on. Are you there? Got Armando there. This is a very moving, a lot of different moving parts here. See if we can get Armando unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you great, Armando.
All right.
Thank you for jumping on with us. How was 2014?
No problem. There's a little bit of a delay in the audio there.
No problem at all. How was 2014 for you?
Oh, 2014, man. It was just 2014 was really awesome, man. I just can't really complain about 2014. Just fantastic year.
Awesome to hear. Now, Cotton actually recruited you to jump inside of OMG. What's the backstory behind that? I think we may be having some tech difficulties here. Cotton, are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Are you getting a bit of a breakup from Armando?
A little bit, yeah. And I'm off my iPhone, so that means he's going to have a pretty bad connection.
Okay, got it. Armando, are you still there? Can you hear me well?
Yeah, it's real to you guys out.
Yeah, I think we're right now we're winding up with tech difficulties from Armando. Well, I can tell you this. When I first met Armando, actually Cotton, why don't you tell the backstory behind how Armando came in and joined us?
Armando and I met through Becker, and we became very good friends on Facebook. And literally, he is one of the most underground, best client people that I've ever met. Still to this day, him and I trade ideas back and forth. he is literally one of the most untapped resources that we have at OMG. Armando has come up with tremendous client getting methods that have even blown me away, and he's still got several up his sleeve that he hasn't shared. He's kind of a shy guy, has been staying behind the scenes, but Armando has been diligently also doing the pay it forward with everyone else, and he's helped several people and is working with several people right now, and is not one to just announce that he's doing it, working behind the scenes. And last time I talked to Armando, I know he's up to close to $50,000 a month. And, yeah, and he also.
How does this happen? This OMG, I love this stuff. Somebody goes from $12,000 a month to $50,000 a month. I have no idea.
Yeah, and Armando also is one of the few people this year that also quit his day job. He was a marketing medical director for a hospital, and he's used his connections through the hospital and through the medical community in Houston to really get a tremendous amount of medical clients and just work it well. So he's like someone that I've been very proud to call friends, him and I brainstorm back and forth about client stuff, someone that has always been very close to me, and I think you're going to see even more amazing things from him in 2015, especially now that he's starting to get really a feel for this, and once you start to see how it makes you feel when you start helping other people and seeing their success moving forward also. So he had expressed with me that that's his main goal also, is to help as many people as he can in 2015 also. So great things from him to be coming this coming year.
Amazing, amazing. Yeah, OMG, sitting on a hill. And boy, you know, it sounds like to me that what Armando wanted was a chance to quit his day job. I mean, I know he's got a young son, and you know, it's kind of a recurring theme a lot of times inside of OMG is something, you know, children or, you know, some of the younger people getting their career going with some people that, you know, have a couple years behind them, wanting to take things to the next level. So it's just wonderful to hear. It's just tremendous. Nearly $50,000 per month. Now, speaking of children, Glenn Ingram. Glenn, are you there? Find out if we can get Glenn live. Glenn?
Hi, I'm here. How are you, Mike?
I'm doing great, Glenn. You're joining OMG. You wanted a chance. I mentioned this in the email that went out. Had something to do with your. You've got two young ladies on your hands. What's going on with them?
Oh, we're just applied for colleges and just started getting our first acceptance letters back. So I'm just starting to freak out a little bit, waiting to see how much tuition is going to cost.
I was going to ask you how much is college nowadays? Can you get by with a day job salary and pay for college?
Probably not the old-time day job. One thing we were lucky was at least our first acceptance letters also came with applications to apply for honors college. So it looks like a good portion of it will be paid by the school.
Now you really needed, in all seriousness, to get to California because your girls had their eyes on California schools. Is that correct?
Yeah, we took spring break in 2014 to come out and visit colleges in California because they were just dead set on going to school out here. And once we got out here, we realized that there was a huge difference compared to when I was young, where when I was young you could move to a state, establish residency, and your second year pay in-state. You can't do that anymore. So it was going to be another $20,000 to $25,000 per child per year if we did not move out here this summer.
Got it. So now you at the time were you in Oklahoma?
Omaha, Nebraska.
Omaha, Nebraska. And now you came in early in 2014, and you really knew, like you had the eye of the tiger to get to that 5 figures a month. Now your background though, you had actually worked for, you know, the other team. You worked for Yellow Pages.
I sold for Yellow Pages for 10 years in the Midwest, and it was a great first decade of the 2000s. It was great to work 25, 30 hours a week and make over 100 grand, but it didn't take long after 2010 when you started seeing your salary go down 20% a year to realize you need to look somewhere else.
What is the state of Yellow Pages? Because, you know, I tell people nowadays, people think that Google came out to, you know, beat the other tech giants like Amazon and Yahoo and eBay and so on, Facebook. I think Google had it in for Yellow Pages. You go back 1998 actually is the year that Google incorporated. Back then, Yellow Pages was the 600-pound gorilla. Is that right?
Oh, they were just a cash cow. I mean, their margins were 80, 90%. They basically printed money, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. And how's Google working out for Yellow Pages?
I just received a phone call from someone that I used to work with about a week or so ago. When I left there were, I believe, about 20 reps and about 5 people in management. And from what I understand, they're down to about 7 reps and about 2 people left in management in that area of the Midwest.
So that's a shrinkage of well over 50%.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, if you take a Yellow Pages from say 2004 and you place it next to Yellow Pages from 2014, even if they add in the white pages, it's going to be about half the size. Is that about right?
Yeah, I think it started right around 2010. Worldwide, it wasn't just in the U.S. They started losing somewhere between 20 to 30% of their revenue per year. And so, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to say if you're going to lose about 20% of your revenue per year within about 5 years, you're probably going to be out of business.
Now, why did that set you on the trail of SEO client consulting? What was it about that signaled to you, hey, wait a second, I'm getting a clear signal here to get while the getting's good, to jump ship? Because, before, like you said, you were making great money as a sales rep for them. Now you jumped on the other team. How come?
Like the local new media, SME, subject matter expert. And when you constantly are bringing on large clients to do SEO, SEM, and display ads were their main 3 pillars, and the clients you're losing about as quickly as they're coming on board because someone is mismanaging it, it's outsourced overseas, you're getting penalties, the service is poorly, it doesn't take long for you to realize if you want to work in an industry, you probably need to figure out how to manage it yourself.
Yeah. So you needed to become your own one-man gang. That's what you needed the chance to do.
Exactly. That way, if there's a problem, there's only one thumb, no fingers to point.
Yeah, yeah. And now you did it. You made the transition. You actually have a wonderful little mini city on a hill going on with Dave Keys.
Yeah, that's part of the stuff that's kind of making 2015 excited, because the other things that have happened since I moved to California, Dave and I are actually going to partner up and do a couple of joint ventures together in 2015, and who knows what can happen when you put the 2 of us in one room.
Well, that's real exciting. That's really, really exciting. A lot of people know about the opportunity in affiliate marketing. They've heard of it. And a lot of people know about the opportunity to create your own product and to sell it, and they understand that. You're somebody who has a little bit of a different angle. Can you help folks understand why the opportunity is just bigger than it's ever been by far with SEO client consulting right now?
I just think there are so many people out there that need help, even if they don't understand why or how they need help. And there are so many different opportunities out there. I mean, believe it or not, and I wouldn't have believed it if it wouldn't happen to me, I have 2 different projects I'm working from people that I found that posted ads on Craigslist underneath services and like computers that are actually going to be like revenue generating. One's nationwide and one's a regional site, and they had no better place but to post on Facebook. So I mean, there's just, the opportunities are endless.
I love it. Glenn, thank you so much for jumping on with us today. What are you, one of the things I love is having this idea of how we give each other chances, and you've given insights to people. You continue to do it. You've recently sent me some ideas on some more content that could be added to OMG, some different client game methods. I want to thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome, man. I appreciate everything. I think the training in this course is priceless, but what you can't even compare is just the community and how different people come together with different backgrounds, different experiences, and just makes it unbelievable.
God bless you. God bless you, Glenn.
All right, thanks. Take care, guys.
All right, goodbye. Now, I just saw Russell Wright pop in, so that's going to be exciting. I already had a little bit set in my mind that I'd like to hear from Joe Marfolio. Joe, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Mike.
Hey, Joe. You know, a lot of people have been getting inside of Director's Cut, and they've been ripping it open. And you know, you have a lot that you're saying inside of Director's Cut. We're so excited that you're a part of it. You know, I talked about your Street Smart outsourcing. I've talked about your set it and forget it affiliate pages, and I've talked about your client getting cheat sheets. I'd just like to ask you, 2014 was a dream year for you. It was something that you had looked forward to your whole life, this idea of being able to do it from anywhere in the world, to take your whole family, your whole big growing family, and what did you do? What was 2014 like for you?
So in November of 2013, we went over to Costa Rica, and that had been a plan for us for years. Even after I sold, I had a big import business we sold, and I told my wife, well, we're going to go away for a year, and it just didn't happen. We had another kid, and I got into internet marketing probably around 2009, and you know, I stumbled around for a long time. I made good money here and there, but I found OMG. I think I got with you guys around 2012.
Yep.
Right when it started. And my goal was to switch. You know, I had local clients. I was making money there, but I wanted to get into affiliate marketing. And because I knew that if I can get into affiliate marketing and make my business more systemized, where I didn't have to be there, that I can travel more. And in 2013, that's what we did. We packed up, we put our stuff in storage, and we went off to Costa Rica for a year.
Mm. And you know, OMGers got to share in that experience of you doing it, which was really, really cool. It was an exciting feeling to kind of travel along with you on that journey. Now you're back, and you've been getting just rave reviews. What's that been like for you as you've started to place modules into Director's Cut and started to hear back from people? How does that feel?
Well, you know, it feels good because it's a goal I've had for a while now. I can travel more, and I think what it is I've had that goal. You know, right when OMG began, I was in it more. You know, helping people and doing things, and I liked being able to help people get to the next level, because there's so much stuff out there that's just not accurate, or they waste their time. You know, if I
when
was
you say stuff out there, what are you referring to?
just like other programs, right? There's people that sell.
How valuable do you think these other programs are? You've been behind the scenes of some of the big ones.
Yeah, some of them, and it's like Cotton brought it out too. It's like you can waste so much time. I was behind, and I spoke at events, you know, where people paid money to be to the events, and they would get them in like a $30,000-$40,000 program. Mm. And I remember I would speak because, you know, I knew what I was doing. I made money at it, and I'm looking at I'm talking to these other speakers, you know, and they're like, "Well, we've never made money doing this. We're just, you know, it's just."
How did that make you feel?
I stopped doing it. I stopped doing it because I was like, I couldn't consciously get up on stage and talk and promote something that, you know, it worked for me, right? But I found out that I was like a very unique person in the program that I worked for. You know, and a lot of people, they just took their money and they figured, well, most people they pay and they never do anything, you know, so they just go away, and it didn't feel right. So
started to place modules into Director's Cut and started to hear back from people. How does that? Yeah, we have, when somebody joins in, we usually have a little bit of a distortion. Joe, thanks very much. Can you give us a sneak preview of your Street Smart outsourcing? I think that this is something that's got a lot of people inspired. Hopefully we'll get time to get back and talk about your set it and forget it affiliate stuff, your client cheat sheets. But what's the idea behind your Street Smart outsourcing? I love this idea.
Well, I mean, the way I outsource is, you know, I create like a membership site. It's a site where I make videos for whatever I need to do, whether it's Google Local, Yelp, whatever, and I have outsourcers that do the tasks for me. And I put them in like a system, because if you're outsourcing, you hire an outsourcer, you spend a couple of days on Skype with them, and I've done it. Where you're trying to figure out if they know what they're doing, because half of them lie, and then you're wasting all this time. So I kind of have a system where I hire them, I give them tasks. It's already laid out. I don't have to do anything. I say, here, log in here, do these tasks. If they can do them in the time that I know they should be able to do them, they'll continue. And I tell them, look, this is a 2-week. I said, and if you show me in a week that you're not performing, it's only going to be 1 week. And then after they complete the 2 weeks, I give them another 2 weeks. And then you can weed out a lot of people really fast. But what that allowed me to do was, I went from doing local client consulting, where I did, I had like 4 deals close at once. I made $100,000 a month, and I didn't know what I was, I had to do all this work. So that's why I came up with this system. But once I had that, it was like a machine. Once I had that machine running, then you says, hey, I got this affiliate program for Venus Factor. Hell, all right, I'll do it. I called my outsourcer who does my website. All right, let's put this website. I got a video done. I got the girl made the video, and we started ranking it because she knew how to rank it. That whole thing took me, an hour, 2 hours, and it was because I already had this system in motion. I was able to change gears.
You made over $100 on that website.
What's that?
And you made over $100 on that Venus Factor website.
Yeah, a lot more than $100. A lot more than $100. That's for sure.
On that sucker, wasn't that like 30 grand or something?
Yeah, it was insane. Yeah, I mean, it was just insane, and it was like, and that's where I started. I think it was like that year. I think September. I did a bunch of affiliate ClickBank stuff that's still making me money, but I don't know, the money out there. It's everywhere to get.
Joe, money is flying all over the place, and one of the things is with this street smart outsourcing. One of the things that I love about it, I talked about this in our preview as we were building up to Director's Cut, to rolling it out. I said if you do it wrong, it's like that movie Groundhog's Day, where every day it's the same crappy day, and you're going from one outsourcer to the next. You're paying them money, they're promising, they're not delivering, and it's a hassle. The way you do it, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, and you're wasting a lot of money. Because remember, you're paying these people, right? You're paying them, and if they screw up, if you say, "Hey, I do all this work," and they do it all wrong, you can't say, "Okay, now do it again for free." You still got to pay them to redo it. So they're employees. So once you get it down, it frees you up, because in this, at first you got to do it yourself, right? You got to know how to do it to train somebody else. But if you're doing everything every day, you're working 15 hours a day, you're making $3 an hour, right? You got to value your time. If you could pay someone $3 an hour to do it, and you're doing it, then you're paying yourself $3 an hour. I want to pay myself $500 an hour. I don't want to pay myself $3. So that's where it frees you up to do more, get more clients, and the whole reason why we got into internet marketing, spend time with our families doing things we like.
Love it, Joe. Love it, Joe. Joe just mentioned $500 an hour. Then Jimmy Kelly pops on, which makes me think about $1,000 an hour. We'll talk about that in a second. Joe, we're going to bring you back on. What I want to do before we talk to Jimmy, Armando, are you there? Let's give this another try. Armando, are you there?
Yeah, I'm back on. Sorry, I had to restart my whole operation here.
No, I had the same thing happen. Con told us your backstory. Were you able to hear it when he talked about that?
No, it was right around the time it cut everything off.
Well, Con said that that you are very innovative, but where you were at, when you got started, before, while you're still working your day job, you were working as for a hospital doing marketing. Is that correct?
Yeah, business development for a hospital.
Is what you're doing now better?
Oh yeah. 1,000. It's not like I was in a bad spot. Don't get me wrong. I was paid well. I like the people that I worked with and everything. I was well respected, but it's nothing like being on your own and having control of everything that you do.
And you're like a kid in a candy shop. I remember talking to you early on, and you talked about an idea that you came up with. You're just at a restaurant, and pulled up the restaurant's website on your phone, and it gave you an idea, and you just translated that into money right away. So you're just with your ugly duckling strategy. And the thing is, that's a lot of fun. But the other thing is, you've got a young son. Is that right?
Yeah, he's 3, and we got 1 on the way.
So is that what's that like for you? Because we do have guys like Greg Morrison, who Fletch and Jimmy and Joe, and got a lot of guys that got kids. James Upjohn, who's on right now, Mike Hayden, who's on right now. What does it mean for you to be able to quit your day job?
Oh man, I can't describe it. It's incredible because it's a mix of life balance and sort of not really working. I mean, I hate to say it like that, but it doesn't really feel like work. You're not constrained to the time that people put on you. You get to work whenever you want on your terms, spend time with your kid, your family. It's just great. It's a great feeling to have.
Yeah, that's really wonderful. Con let us know that your success has really just ramped up and up and up and up. What was the biggest pay raise that you ever got when you were working for that hospital?
Oh, I think the biggest pay raise we got one year was probably 5%, maybe.
5%?
Yeah.
So what did that translate to? Like an extra few grand in your pocket?
Yeah, a few grand in the pocket. Looking back now, at 5%, looking at the clients that I'm getting now, it's like I don't even know what I was doing. Should have left a long time ago.
What's the biggest pay raise you've given yourself in let's say a 30-day period? What's the most amount of money you've added to your bottom line since you joined OMG?
In 1 month, I added about $48,000 to the bottom line. That was from probably. Let me think. This was
back
when I was.
What did your wife say? Did you tell her?
She kind of had an idea. She's sort of like, yeah, do your computer thing, and it's your hobby, whatever you want to do with it. I'm like, okay, just let me do my own thing. I don't have to explain it or try to explain it as much as I can. And when she saw that coming in, she was just shocked. She didn't know what I was doing. Then she wanted to learn a little bit more about what it was. But that actually came from about 4 clients, I think, at the time. Full website redesign with reoccurring monthlies, that sort of thing.
That's awesome. That is. OMG City on a Hill.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to thank you again. One of the high points of 2014. Paying it forward, and you've really paid it forward. You looked right away. You got right inside. I remember within the first couple of weeks, we saw your first. I think it was like a $12,000 earnings report. Something awesome. It was great. And you turned right around. You jumped right on an acceleration webinar with me. Shared some strategies. Shared your ugly duckling technique. You shared some quick and dirty, quick and great looking website design tips. I hear through the grapevine all the time from Cotton and from others about you helping others have success. I want to thank you. Armando. It's a big deal. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate the program. Everything is great. I love sharing with people. I love helping them out. It's a good feeling. Part of my personal growth is helping others achieve their success and their growth patterns, and it's an unexplainable feeling when you can help somebody get to where they need to go into that next level, knowing that you're a part of that. It's just a good feeling. It's you just give and hope that they take action and do what they need to do, and they become successful, and that's just really what I'm trying to do, is just try to help them out. And maybe they're stuck where I was a year ago or something, and give them a tip, a trick, something to help them out.
So you also, in addition to wanting to change the equation with your family, you wanted the chance to help others.
Yeah, yeah. I really enjoy teaching. I enjoy showing people stuff, and that's sort of when somebody asked me about sales the other day and how I went about landing some of these big clients, and my thing is I'm never really trying to sell them anything. I'm just always trying to show them and teach them what it is that they need to do. In fact, oftentimes I give them everything that they need to do it themselves, but what they're paying for is an experience, and they're paying for customer service. They're paying for the time. They're business people, busy business people running their own businesses, and they don't have time for this. And so my way of selling it is through teaching them and giving them everything that they need to go ahead and do the things that they need themselves.
Well, it sounds like it's not working.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. A poquito.
Poquito, yeah.
Yeah. Good, good. Armando, thank you for coming and joining us. OMG to see you. I
No
hope
problem.
high point that you came and joined us this year. God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you.
All right. It's a party. It is a party. This is the OMG New Year online party, and we're having a good time. And if it's a party, you gotta have Jimmy.
That's right.
Jimmy, are you there? We maybe need more people to sing. Jimmy! Jimmy?
No, I'm just kidding.
That's the best intro ever, Jimmy. Best intro.
Jimmy. Me and David Mills were pro card players, Magic the Gathering, and there was this guy who a friend of mine. His name is David Hoffman. He was so cool, and David would always be listening to music on his headphones while he was playing his games, and he was playing against this guy who he had kind of a rivalry with, and he top decked the exact card that he needed. And it was funny because I remember David. He took out his headphones and he pulled out the headphones so his speaker would go on his Walkman or whatever it was, and he hit it and it started playing the Eye of the Tiger. It was like dun 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 dun. That was So Jimmy, you gave us the the welcome to the jungle. So Jimmy, I got an email from none other than Greg Morrison, and Greg was freaking. Let me pull this email out. Let me find this email because it was about you and about the whole situation with network empires. Let me see if I can find this sucker. Do you know what I'm going to say?
No.
I tried to sing the Kelly song to Sue, and my voice cracked. It was impossible. I don't know what happened. Let me see if I can find this from Greg. I want to read this. All right. Greg wrote this to us 7:10 a.m. So 11 hours ago. Greg Morrison to me and David Mills. David, the job you did getting Network Empire on board in the setup we have is really unbelievable. I just got finished going through all the DAS, the DAS, domain authority stacking, one feed and profile setup, and holy expletive. They really did an excellent job of teaching this stuff and making it clear. Jimmy asked me the best way to teach it, and I told him to try to do it step by step, kind of the ways we do our over-the-shoulder videos, and they just knocked it out of the park. Now I totally see this stuff is the future, so much more evergreen, takes things with PBNs to the next level, and I think that this is a total game changer for everybody who's a part of Director's Cut and OMG moving forward. Honestly, I can't even believe they're teaching this stuff. Haha. David, I think you just added many years to the OMG business. How does it feel hearing that from none other than Greg Morrison, the guy who I call a one-man gang?
It's awesome coming from Greg. It's been great becoming great friends with him and working with him. Over this, been a couple of years now, I think, at least a year and a half.
Yeah.
But it's been great coming from Greg. I look up to him a lot with a lot of different, collaboration on SEO projects and things like that, and it's just been really great working from him. So getting that compliment from him is awesome.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's well deserved. You know, a lot of people don't know this, but Jimmy is a silent partner on Nashville SEO, and this stuff really makes a difference in people's lives. I mean, you can look at the shock rankings, like cheap car insurance, and it's amazing. Jimmy ranks website #1 for that, and then some other amazing stuff, and then we'll get into some stuff on rankings. But you boil it down to just a mom and pop business. And I had a young woman call me. Her name is Lydia. She called for National SEO, and we're very selective with who we take in clients. So she's really selling me. And this isn't some sales techniques. Just the reality is we're very selective. And so she really wanted me to come in and meet her husband. She said, "Look, my husband is great. He's such a great personal trainer. We have a different kind of business, and I really want you to see it." So she got me to come in. And Jimmy, I was so blown away. And I also blame Greg and his 6-pack abs or 8-pack abs or whatever it is that he has. I blame Greg, and I blame Ronell, and I blame Jamal and Jason, all these guys. So now I'm working out with this guy because he sells me. I'm all about it. But we signed him as a client for Nashville SEO, and Greg did a mix of his stuff and the stuff that he's been working with you, and it's just nuts because they just shot. I mean, it's not always this way, but they just shot. It was like 6 days that they're hitting #1 rankings for Brentwood and Franklin, the personal trainer, this and that. And I went there yesterday for my workout, and Jimmy, 3 new clients came in the 1 hour that I was there.
That's awesome.
And every single one of those clients is quote unquote worth on average $10,000 a year to them. That's a $30,000 hour.
That's pretty sweet.
Now, nowadays, what's the going rate if somebody can get you on a consulting session?
Usually $1,000 an hour is what I charge.
$1,000 an hour. And how on earth did David Mills convince you to come and do this project or this director's cut thing? It must have he promised you some video game time or something. What happened? Like, how did this all come? Because we are so lucky to have you coming on. We've got Russell on as well, and I want to bring Russell on to talk as well. We feel so fortunate to have you, you and Russell and Sue come and join us. David worked so hard to build this bridge, and I know for your part you worked hard to build the bridge as well between OMG and Russell. Hopefully Russell and I will get a chance to talk because things really started in different. It was like we were in La Jolla, California, and they were in Rio de Janeiro. I mean, we were far apart when things got started, but now things are coming together. And what's it been like for you, Jimmy? I just the idea behind this event today is people getting their chance. Greg wanted the chance to help people have success with SEO. Cotton wanted the chance to help businesses have success. Armando was just on. He wanted to help businesses have success, help people have success. Flesh wanted to stop climbing around addicts. He wanted a chance to do that. What's it been like for you over the last year and a half? Your life has changed a lot. What did you want out of this whole OMG thing when you jumped in with us? What did you want the chance to do?
Same thing as most of these other guys, with Cotton and Fletch, and it's just a chance to be able to reach out and give back to others. And it's pretty cool when you see people's lives change. Because unfortunately in our lives, financial is like a ball and chain for a lot of people, and it's just nice when they're able to grab a piece. And it's not like like you were talking about earlier, we don't do that for them, but if they sit and go through material and actually follow through with what they learn, they can create and kind of form their own destiny, and break free of some of these things that keep them in their mundane job and doing the same old grind, and so that's my biggest thing is I like to help people too. I like watching when people are breaking free basically of these jobs have just locked them in or kept them from some of their dreams over time. So
You know, I met Grace and Adam Lever in Las Vegas, and now I knew Adam from because he was at OMG Live from the year before, OMG Live Nashville, and Adam has exploded his business, and the first words out of his mouth were Jimmy. You know, he said that you had made such a difference in his business, over $50,000 per month now, and you were at OMG Live Nashville. You had a lot of people walk up to you, $40,000 a month, $8,000 a month, $100,000 a month. What's that like for you to hear that?
It's exciting. You know, it's just awesome to see so many people having success and really having their dreams come true for them. You know, it's amazing to be part of that.
Jimmy, you and Greg have been going completely berserk behind the scenes, and you guys have been running some frightening tests. Frightening. You've shown me some results. I had to make an executive decision not to share them with people. We shared some stuff. I mean, I think it's enough to show people, number one, for cheap car insurance. I feel like that tells enough of the story. But I just think it's so exciting because, you know, it's one thing, Jimmy, to make money in theory, to have a client deal, quote unquote, close. It's another thing to collect that money and put it in your bank account month after month because you are providing the results. Because the backbone is there, because the rankings are there. What is it that you do behind the scenes? What goes on for you behind the scenes in your head? Because you told me a story, and I told this at OMG Live Nashville. There was a moment of truth in your life. You were working a day job at the time, doing SEO for other people, and you had a very frightening weekend, a very painful weekend, where your bosses told you to come up with some unbelievable rankings by such and such time. It was a couple days away. And you kind of went on a vision quest, and you discovered trust. This is where dash stacking came from and so forth. And since then, you have been this nonstop hit machine when it has come to this groundbreaking SEO. Because when we first did OMG Live Nashville 2013, a year ago, you didn't even know if people were really going to like it. I think you might. How many times do you think you asked me, do you think people will like this?
I ask you all the time. I mean, especially for live, I mean, one of the most important things for me is to make sure that people are getting good material or they feel like, they got their money's worth out of the event. And most importantly, just making sure that it helps them grow in their knowledge in one way or another. So, yeah, I'm always concerned with that.
Because you expressed, it's great that you brought that up, because you expressed a very similar idea to me when it came to Director's Cut. You're really, really excited about Director's Cut, and this has been a dream of yours to join the OMG team. You've got a few curveballs for people that you snuck in there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think never before have we kind of explained, do this, do that, a step-by-step kind of instruction. We certainly didn't go into every single property and show them how to, create an account on a property. I mean, you should just know how to do that. But as far as, you can go and learn SEO in different places and stuff, but I think it's key, or at least in my mind, over everybody's courses and things I've seen out there, they might say, okay, do PBN links, and then you're going to do links to these PBNs, but they don't say, like, okay, well, what anchor should I use? Or how do you determine this anchor? Or what types of links should I use to rank this property? And, it's like, even though the overall methodology is there, they kind of leave out important steps where I think a lot of people, it's nerve-wracking a little bit when you're first starting SEO. So.
Yeah, it really is. Cotton, you've gotten to be very, very good friends with Jimmy. You spend a lot of time talking to him. Can you give us your perspective on Jimmy Kelly?
Well, Jimmy's one of the pillars of my success. You know, there's you, Mike, David, Greg, Fletch, and Jimmy's right in there as well. Some of the time that I've got to spend with Jimmy one-on-one is really a great part of my success. Just putting the pieces together with some of the advanced SEO that he has. And Jimmy is one of the greatest SEO minds on earth, and it's such a privilege to have him a part of the OMG family right now and have that knowledge to everyone else. Jimmy's also such an amazing guy, such a kind heart, literally one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, as loyal as the day is long. That's a very important quality to me, and I know it is you as well. Jimmy's just a loyal guy, and you know what? Consistently pushing the boundaries of what SEO can do. Just some of the stuff that we've been able to watch him do just privately just blew my mind. And you know, and just what no one's even seen that he can do, Jimmy's already a year ahead of everyone else right now. So it's just amazing, and I'm just privileged that to call him a friend.
Yeah, I agree with every last word. Jimmy, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for doing Director's Cut. The chance to get training and coaching with you and Russell and Sue, to get that training right there, and then to have the opportunity weekly to sit down with you or Russell or Sue each week. It's going to be life-changing for folks. It's going to be 4 months that is going to be an incredible journey, and I'm very grateful to you. I'm grateful for your friendship, and you've just changed so many people's lives, and you have absolutely changed the face of OMG SEO. And I think I can just say this on behalf of every single person in OMG who has any idea of what's going on yet. And that doesn't mean everybody already has to know. We understand that. OMG is a city on a hill, and Jimmy, you are a beacon, and I want to thank you for that.
Likewise, Mike. I appreciate you guys giving me an opportunity to help out, and it's really an honor to be part of Director's Cut and really be able to reach out to a lot more people and help them. You were asking what do behind the scenes. Me and Greg are testing all day long. It's not enough to test and you see one thing work. I'll run the same test at least 3 times to get the same results, to make sure that if we teach this specific method, it's got to produce results. And so always getting 3 proofs of concept just to make sure that it's guaranteed.
No, it's frightening, some of the stuff you've shown me in the last several days. I mean, I've never seen it. Never. I mean, how are you guys doing this stuff?
It's kind of interesting. I've had that question asked a lot, like, how do we come up with different tactics and stuff? And, back when everything hit the fan at that other company I used to work for, I mean, it didn't hit the fan. We were able to recover those sites. But, I went back to the drawing board on a lot of stuff, and you realize that Google is really just, it has rules that it has to follow. And I think when you understand, how the bots have to interact with different code and stuff like that, and then you combine it with, Greg is really phenomenal with his on-site optimization and the types of anchors and things that move sites. When you combine the two together, it's just a ridiculously unfair advantage.
It is. It is. Jimmy, I want to thank you for jumping on. I am just so grateful for your valuable time here today. I'm so excited for people inside Director's Cut. They have no idea. They have never seen. It's never happened. The way that you and Greg are working together under David Miller's direction with Sue and Russell, and it's and the energy inside of OMG and Cotton there, and it's just it's outrageous. It's outrageous. And with that money-getting ability that you're learning from Cotton and from Joe and from Travis Sago, I want to thank you for that.
Likewise, I appreciate you guys giving me an opportunity to help out, and it's really an honor to be part of Director's Cut and really be able to.
That was well timed. That was kind of funny. So Jimmy, thank you very much for jumping
Yeah, you bet. Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome. So let me do this. I need to always trying to figure out how to change things up. And I was just going to bring Gregor Ortiz live, and he disappeared. So where'd he go? Is he gone?
Yeah, it looks like he dropped off. I
All
can
right.
message him, get him back real quick. We've got people still waiting. So.
Mary Semmer audibled in. Mary, are you there? Let's find out if we get Mary to come live. Mary comes racing in off the bench. Mary, are you there? Mary. No, I can't do it. It doesn't work. I'm telling you, it's only Jimmy. My voice almost cracked. All right. We'll try to bring Mary back in a minute. Russell Wright, are you there?
Hey, Mike. Yes, I'm here.
Russell. This is exciting.
Yeah, totally, man.
These are Russell's a big thinker, guys. I find it hard in emails to talk about Russell because he doesn't fit in any box that you could find. He doesn't fit the metaphors that are out there. Russell, it goes back to those days, and I've told this story again and again, but I will never forget you walking around my place in La Jolla. And my first thought was, what the hell is this guy talking about?
I remember.
And I could not stop listening. I mean, I was just, you set my mind on fire. Back then it was silos. Now we're into the semantic web, and we're going to talk a little bit more because we've got Mike Hayden on here. You heard me talking to Jimmy just a minute ago. We're so excited about Director's Cut. This is taking OMG to the absolute pinnacle, to the next level, to the top level that we can possibly take it. And to have you on, our wild-eyed madman, you have had a burning vision for going on 10 years now. You joined forces with Sue Bell. You're underground as underground can be. You got, a hearing with the biggest gurus in the world, and they said that you were irrelevant. I watched it, and I said, this guy's not irrelevant. And you defied everyone, defied all the odds. You and Sue run. I mean, it's incredible. Like, in order to get you guys in a room, typically you're talking $15,000 for your incredible CERT event. Greg came back from your CERT event, bouncing off the walls, gave you guys an extremely rare testimonial, which he has echoed again and again. Man, what's it like walking around all these geniuses and being a mad genius yourself? I mean, I don't even know what to ask you. I mean, it's so exciting what's going on right now. Tell me what you said to me earlier today about Sue and her days in Silicon Valley and what she sees going on with OMG now that we've all joined forces.
Well, everybody hear me? Is this good?
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Mike?
Yeah.
Okay. She wasn't exactly Silicon Valley. She was more European military software, enterprise software. So it's kind of heavier duty stuff than Silicon Valley is today, but
we're talking like $1 billion venture here. Like,
yeah,
not like small potatoes.
Yeah, more to your point, I would say, what you and I were talking about is that this team right here, that are part of the teaching staff as well as partnering with students, whatever that distinction is, this is potentially a $1 billion team, and we have actually been planned a $1 billion strategy since 2007. So the idea that we were irrelevant, say, to Frank Kearns when I hung out with him or these guys, it was a lot ahead of its time. And he just looked at me, he sat back and just said, I have no idea what that software was all about. But it wasn't the right audience. So fortunately with you, we've been able to take that nuclear reactor and put it inside a car, that everybody can have, So yeah. mobile hovercraft. Back in the day, back in the day, it was like those new skateboards. You think they're hovercraft skateboards, but they're actually magnetic. Well, I guess we're looking at a potential billion-dollar team here. That's what and no crap. No, I know that might seem like a lot of money to some of you guys on the call. For some of you, it doesn't at all. I know Cotton is familiar with big investment. It's like, well, I mean, I'm not saying that it's not a lot of money. I'm saying that it's amazing when you have a team and everybody who's collaborating in that team, that the potential earnings report is a B. $1 billion. And yes, we're in the tech industry, but the tech industry is not enough. Cotton will tell you, anybody who's cut their teeth in sales, which I also have, in our conversion, that's only one half of the puzzle. And so technology and all the incredible software, we've got millions of dollars invested in software development. Now Jimmy, fortunately, is helping us go deeper into the larger software frameworks. Evil stuff that I hadn't quite imagined yet now can occur, of which everybody here will be privy to. But it's not all about software only. It's about team. It's about a seasoned, experienced technology team that's pretty much seen it all. Like, I can't think of a lot of things between Sue, Jimmy, and myself that we haven't seen over the last 15 years. Like in the search, maybe quantum computing, because I was joking around with that, or something like that. But that's all coming, and so that's what I'm really looking at, is a team here and all the people involved with this team, where we start looking. Of course, you got to have that $10,000 a month, that those are not anything to ignore. These are huge things. I remember the first month that I made more than, it was. I will never forget that. And
yeah, feels like the weight of the world came off your shoulders.
Oh yeah, you got, and that's something that you do exceptionally well, Mike. You've done it that well since 2007, when I was hanging out in your mansion and on the hill. This was in San Diego, right after the whole gosh, what was it? SEO rollout, whatever, the big, huge $1 million launch. But those were important times, and so there is a nostalgia and a rapport that we develop over many, many years, now going on a decade over, and I see all of that value that's not easily accountable. You can't easily account for those relationships. Now coming to fruition almost a decade later, all these connections, you introducing us to Jimmy, your ability to attract talent is quite literally second to none, as far as I know, in my experience. And that's never changed since I was yammering and freaking out about SEO silo architecture in 2007 in your house.
Right. You're right.
Yeah.
Got to thank Maria for that.
Yeah.
No, Russ and Maria. Bring it to today, because I said this in the emails when I was talking about you and Sue and Jimmy. The future's now. I mean, what people have at their fingertips right now. The semantic web is here today.
That's right.
RSS is here today. DAS is here today. This stuff is skyrocketing results. I was talking to Lonnie on the phone earlier today, and hopefully we'll get Lonnie on in a little while here. And Lonnie had just gotten into directions cut, and he was ripping into it. He was freaking out at what you guys are doing. David Hood just had $18,000 a month. He was freaking out about what you guys are doing. I passed you that email that we got just yesterday. Somebody knew $4,000 a month, just boom, straight out of the gate. What's it like? What does it feel like for you? And you'll have to speak on behalf of Sue. Sue wasn't able to make it today, and Jimmy as well. What's it like for you guys to see these OMG, these one-man gangs, rip open the vault and it just glows, and they, oh my gosh, I mean, it's like Christmas on steroids, and they see it and they rip it open and they, oh my gosh, and they start implementing it and putting the pieces together, and then the rankings just explode and traffic is flying in from all over the place. What does that feel like for you to see that come to fruition after the big guru guys with all their blah 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 blah? What does that feel like for you? Is that pretty fun?
Feels awesome, dude. It's awesome. I mean, the main thing is, obviously, when you have a quality of product that is this high, that we can vouch for, anyone in sales, marketing, which is all of us at some point, a product that sells itself is great. A product where people knock on your door at 2 a.m. and they're a level 5 lead and they want in your house to get the next release before it's ready, which is what's been happening with this, that's a whole nother level of wow. Yeah. And so we've got that. We've got people calling us all over. I had somebody stop by. I mean, this is where it's at. So that's what Director's Cut is about.
Yeah, it's where the money's being made right now. I want to bring on one of your proteges and somebody who has, I just let the cat out of the bag on to say we leaked a little bit of information about this, but that today I really let the cat out of the bag. Mike Hayden, are you there?
Sure am.
Mike, I let the cat out of the bag today on the all new. We revealed it for the first time ever. This masterpiece that you and me and some other Russell and Sue and Clinton, your partner, but you've really taken the lead on this thing. We're calling it the Director's Cut skin. This is something that interfaces with the incredible Catalyst Dynamic.
Genesis Dynamic.
What's that?
Genesis Dynamic.
Genesis Dynamic. My fault. I got thrown on Catalyst. The Genesis Dynamic WordPress platform. This is an all-new skin that people are getting as a bonus. I explained today the sober cost of between the skin and the training, easily $3,000. I'd say, and really, that's probably underselling it by quite a bit. You're the inventor of Wild Country, which is the theme that's on nationalseo.org, and people love it. One of the things that you've done is you have pre-wired this sucker, and it's ready to go for the semantic web. And Russell was telling me that you're one of the students with semantic web design he's been most impressed with. And you're at OMG Live Nashville last year. You've been an incredible leader in our community. You've been so generous, Mike Hayden. I'm just blown away. This is an exciting moment in time. What does it feel like for you? First of all, I think you are potentially one of the most articulate people who can speak about what Jimmy and Russell and Sue working with Greg brings to the table. What was it like for you before you joined OMG? What's it like for you now? And then I want to talk to you about the Director's Cut skin.
What was it like before? Well, I've been working in full-time in SEO since 2008, so yeah, hadn't really had much success, been floundering from one place to another all that time, and then kind of OMG came along, and following Greg's teachings in that, I joined in the first class, and
you were the teachings. 2012, is that right?
That's right, first class. I think it was September, because you let us in early. It's meant to be October, anyway. So, yeah, and excuse me if I cough, I'm getting over a chest infection. So, yeah, that's when things really started moving, started ranking websites for fun, quite literally, actually. Like for me, OMG is not just the information. The information is phenomenal, but for me, it's the people that I've come in contact with. I mean, being over here in Perth, I mean, and near a city is a 3.5-hour flight away. So we don't usually naturally come in contact with the rest of the world. So being able to meet up at OMG Live and meet guys like Fletch and yourself and Greg and Russell, Sue, Jimmy, like I mean, just that right there, it's completely changed my business around. And yeah, so it's been pretty amazing since joining OMG.
Yeah, I'm really glad to hear it. What I've been saying with Director's Cut, with what books are getting with DAS and with RSS and the other wonders, semantic web we're getting into, and we're going to talk about how you're going to really give people a soft landing for semantic web. What's that meant for your business? Adding that power, what does that feel like for you?
I mean, being able to pretty much do whatever I want business-wise it's pretty special. So I mean, I don't really know any other way to put it than that. It's it's a life-changing thing. So
because you're raising a family. I mean, I see it the way I see it. You really wanted the chance to make your career work for your family.
Yep. It was either that or go back to the law firms, and really didn't want to be sitting in an office for that amount of time for the rest of my life. So it was a bit of a no-brainer for me, really. But yeah, so I mean, one thing to point out to people is that the director's cut that you showed, it is a sneak peek, which means that it's not actually completely finished yet. It will be in the next couple of days, and then everyone will have access to it. So for everyone that's been messaging me saying that it's not working properly on the iPhone, I know I haven't gotten to that yet. And the semantic side of things, semantic pretty much comes, like, you do the design and then you do the semantic after that, once you've got all the content in place. So, and I wanted to give a big shout out to Cotton. The design is he may recognize some of the features in there. And no, I didn't strictly rip everything. There are some things that, taking inspiration from an amazing piece of art that is Cotton's website, and then taking it further from there. It'll make it really easy for people to change the blocks around. So. I think even people with a rudimentary understanding of how to do code are going to find this one particularly good. It's taken me a long time to get those blocks.
I spent hours talking to you and Clinton, and you two are two of the premier SEO web designers in the world, very possibly the two premier SEO web designers in the world.
Thanks.
Well, thank you, because you've answered so many questions inside of OMG. You've helped so many people, and this Genesis dynamic framework we're building on top of is the best. It is so powerful, and it's so lightning fast. It's flexible, but with the two of you to guide people and to shape it, and then the glory that is this director's cut skin, the look and feel of it. Is awesome. The responsive look and feel of it that you've designed, awesome. Pre-wired for semantic web with training and with coaching webinars on doing it. It's incredible. And we're just blown away. And again, I've said this, I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. OMG is a city on a hill. It is a place where friends come together in Providence. This is your moment, Mike Hayden, and I want to thank you. Well, yet another moment, because you're the designer of Wild Country, which obviously changed the game for a lot of people. And I know that the folks at home right now who are getting on Director's Cut are standing on their feet applauding, because they're getting conservatively a $3,000 skin here that you've put blood, sweat, and tears into. You and I have worked late nights on this. You've worked your fingers to the bone. You're meeting with Russell and Sue on bringing it together and the semantic side of things, and that required a lot of background understanding on your behalf. And so I really want to thank you. It's been wonderful seeing your business skyrocket. Jimmy was showing me some of your rankings, by the way. Holy cow. Your clients must be loving you. How are your clients? I was talking about my personal trainer client who's loving me. your clients, they invite you to Christmas, or how are they feeling about you right now?
Well, I mean, you may have seen I posted a thing, a couple of pictures from end of November. It was my wedding anniversary, and the limo that we had with an hour tour and everything. That was the client called me up the day of and said, "Oh, hey, here it's your wedding anniversary. Do you want a limo on the house?"
Was that a Rolls Royce?
It was a Chrysler 300C 13-seater. It was amazing. Yeah.
How'd your wife feel about that?
Yeah, it worked out quite well.
Great. But before you head out, I want to give you the final word on Jimmy Kelly, Russell Wright, and Sue Bell for folks that are jumping into Director's Cut.
Well, I mean, as far as Jimmy, it's been said before, and I mean, having worked with him a fair bit, there's no one else that I know of that even comes close to his level of expertise with SEO, with rankings. I mean, some of the stuff that he's shown me is just like, are you kidding me? How is that even possible? I've likened it to one of the great jazz musicians, where they know all the rules, and because they know the rules so well, they just go ahead and break them, and something magical happens. Then when it comes to Russell and Sue, wow, I mean, the difference that they've made to my business and to my understanding of the way that the web works has just been phenomenal, and the rest of their team, Kevin and Matt, and it's amazing. So people that haven't had the chance to sit and listen to them, sometimes it can be because they think it's such a different level to what we're used to. It can be a little difficult initially, but I strongly encourage people to persevere. It does become easier to understand what they're saying. And
I read that letter from Greg Morrison, and they got it down now. I mean, it's great. I mean, David Mills just makes things easier, and the way we've got it wired in right now, I mean, it's just so clear cut. Jimmy, again, hats off to you. This training, this DAS stuff, the way you're teaching it right now, and part of it is just an amount of time, exposure to OMGers, and the enthusiasm. They're kind of infectious, I was over at we were over at David Mills' house for Christmas, and his son Chance. You met Chance at OMG Live Nashville, and he's just this living ball of enthusiasm. And he just zips. He runs everywhere. He does not walk anywhere ever. And he's just so exciting. And the world is so magical. He just, he wanted me to wear my hat and then take it off, and then the dad to wear the hat and take it off. And it's so easy to do because he wants you to do it so bad. And that's what it's like with OMGers. They come to you with so much energy. For you, with Wild Country, you know what it's going to be like with Director's Cut theme, with this Director's Cut skin, because you already had it with Wild Country, where you saw people be like, oh my God, I have a beautiful website. Thank you, Mike Hayden. And what's that like for you? I mean, to have that exuberance, it's like having your son run up to you and be like, the world is so magical.
Yeah. Well, when I come home from a run, he comes in and almost always says, "Daddy, you're my hero." Then he says, "Why do you do it?" I think he means how, but we'll go with "Why do you do it?" But yeah, so I mean, I know what. I know how people are going to react for this Director's Cut skin. It's if they enjoyed the Wild Country, they're definitely going to love this one, because Wild Country had fairly set parameters. This one has set parameters, but it also has a whole lot of flexibility as well.
Yeah, no, this one's gonna bring havoc to the internet. Mike Hayden, OMG to City on a Hill, you are always somebody who jumps to mind. You're in my prayers constantly. Thank you so much for jumping on today, and thank you so much for the Director's Cut skin.
No worries. Cheers, Mike. Thanks, guys.
God bless you. Gregory Ortiz, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me, Mike?
I can hear that melodious voice.
Oh, hello there.
I gave Gregory a call, and he was where you were at Forbidden Planet.
Yeah, I was at Forbidden Planet with my son.
You were geeking out.
Oh yeah, big time.
Gregory's a former Magic the Gathering player. Gregory, I remember the first time you messaged me, and I remember talking to you for a little while before you joined OMG, and then I remember when you joined OMG. You wanted the chance to quit your stinking job at Bed Bath & Beyond and to be a dad and to be a husband. How's that working out for you?
I don't think I'm gonna make it, Mike. I actually just successfully quit my day job, so now I'm fully self-employed. I get to spend all the time I want with my son. It's absolutely amazing. I mean, literally every day I wake up, I feel like it's a dream. It's insane. So it's incredible.
I asked Armando what the biggest pay raise that he got, ever in his job was, and he said 5% in 1 year. What's the biggest pay raise that you got in 2014 in 1 month?
Oh, when just doing SEO. I mean, if we're talking about day job, yeah, the most would ever be like maybe 4%. But if we're talking about SEO wise, then $40,000 per month.
So you got a $40,000 per month pay raise. So that was better than
from
the
OMG. Oh yeah, doesn't even compare.
What this pay it forward attitude? You've been thanked and thanked and thanked and thanked by OMGers.
Mm-hmm.
You put the word out a lot about how much Cotton Grammar meant to you.
Oh,
Can you
absolutely.
let people know about this pay it forward stuff?
Sure. So, Cotton really embodies the whole pay it forward attitude. It's I've told a few people when I had first joined OMG, for some strange, wonderful reason, Cotton decided to message me because I had thanked him for a webinar he held. He decided to message me and just take a few minutes to touch base with me and kind of see where I'm at, what I'm looking to do, and what I knew about SEO. And from that point forward, he kind of took me under his wing. And nothing would be the way it is today if it wasn't for Cotton, first and foremost. I mean, obviously, without Cotton, I wouldn't be where I am today. Same goes for yourself, Fletch, pretty much everyone else, Jimmy Kelly. But Cotton was the first one, other than yourself, Mike, from our first talks, to really take me under his wing and kind of show me the ropes, so to speak. Like, hey, Greg, I know you're trying this, but I don't think it's the best decision for you. Like, it's even more of a mentor thing than just someone that's just there to kind of help you along. It's just been incredible. And, I wouldn't have been able to quit my day job, literally, if it wasn't for Cotton.
And not just quit your day job. I mean, I got to meet your wife and child at OMG Live Nashville.
Yeah.
And her eyes just dance with excitement, at what you've accomplished. She's so proud of you. And your life is just so different than it was before. And you've told me the story. Your family, you don't come from an affluent family.
No, not at all. Far from it.
There's this idea of the American dream, but a lot of people aren't leading an American dream where they're doing significantly better than the generation before.
Yeah.
What's it like for your family seeing your success explode, for your parents and your wife's parents and everyone who's involved? How's that felt for them?
It's to be honest with you, at first, I guess it was a little bit unbelievable for them. They kind of saw it as a thing where, it's too good to be true. There's no way that something like this could exist where you're doing the numbers that you are and you're having the success that you're having. There has to be some kind of, for lack of better words, some kind of scam or something going on, and most people are pessimistic when it comes to seeing such great success happen so quickly. And now it's at a point where they've seen it's consistent. It's not something that's happened just 1 month and then it went away, or 2 months and then away. It's just consistent, and it's only been ramping up. So now it's at a point where everyone is just so proud. Where I had wrote a very personal email to yourself and David Mills thanking you after OMG Live and everything, and I explained that no one in my family ever, as far back as I can trace back my family going on both sides, no one has ever made more than $40,000 a year. So the fact that I'm able to make that per month, it seems surreal, and it also just makes me feel proud to be able to have my son come into the life that he's having now and being able to have all the things that I never had growing up. I get a little emotional when I talk about it, but it's just incredible.
It's emotional for me as well, and you've from day one, you've been paying it forward. And I remember, one of the big things that you've been doing is Sunday Fun Day. And I understand Sunday Fun Day is back next week. Is that right?
Yes, it is. Can't wait.
Oh, the crowd goes wild. Everyone's excited. That's great. I was talking to Cheryl last night on the phone for a little while. Cheryl's great. She was at OMG Live Nashville, and she wanted to talk. Mm-hmm. And I was mentioning to her that there's a moment, and I think you were one of the people who really expressed this to me. You had an aha moment. You were at work at your Bed Bath & Beyond, and it just hit you, and you just started telling everybody. You're like, I can tell Google what to do. I can tell Google what to do. Like, what was that like, before, and this happened this year.
Yeah.
And I saw your eyes are dancing and lighting up. What's that like to just have such a core skill that's of such great value?
It's incredible. It's funny because someone at work had asked, what exactly is it that you do? Because they heard me having a conversation with a client actually during my lunch break. Because since I was working so many hours, a lot of the work I do it during my lunch break. I'd be on the computer, I'd jump on webinars when I could during lunch, I'd call up clients during lunch. And one of them in particular, I guess, had heard a few of them and asked me, so Greg, exactly what are you doing during lunch? Sounds like you're, selling drugs or something. What are you doing? I'm not understanding these numbers you're talking about. Like, what's happening? So I started explaining it to them, and they weren't really grasping it. And I said, well, if you think about it, I kind of tell Google what it is I want it to do. If I say I want this site or this topic to be at the top, then that's where it's going to be. And I know how to bring it up there. And that's when a light bulb went off in their head, but it also went off in mine. I'm like, this is cool. Like, I'm seeing how much that person's eyes are lighting up, where it's like, you know what? I do have a unique skill that people can appreciate and everyone in the world can understand. Everyone surfs on the internet. Everyone knows what it's like to be able to search for something. So the fact that you're able to actually bring something to the attention of the entire world, not just like your inner circle or people within your workplace, the entire world, it's mind-numbing when you think about it, to be honest with you.
So now, obviously, you've benefited a lot from Greg Morrison. You mentioned Jimmy and Russell and Sue. I've been saying this, the future is now.
Yeah.
You wanted the chance to quit your day job, to be a dad, to be a husband full-time,
Mm-hmm.
And what's it been like? You've already talked about what it's been like having Cotton Grammar on your side. What's it been like having Jimmy, Russell, and Sue on your side?
It's funny. I used to, before Jimmy, Russell, and Sue came on board, obviously I'd heard of Network Empire, saw some of their stuff, and I used to joke around and refer to them as the NASA scientists of SEO, simply because the amount of technology and the stuff that they know, it's on a different plane. Like, it's insane. So having them have our back at the same time, you're way ahead of everyone else. Like, obviously OMG itself puts you way ahead of the curve. This is just putting you even beyond that, if that was even possible. Like, at first I didn't even think it was, but now it's way beyond anything you could have fathomed before.
Well, speaking of which, one of the things that you had the occasion to do, because you had these long commutes to work, and you would just devour David Mills' Law of Implication.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, David is the director behind Director's Cut. You've got the chance now, personally, some time with David and a lot of time with Law of Implication. What are your thoughts on that?
It's to be completely honest with you, it's funny. Like, at first, when I first heard of Law of Implication, I was like, okay, a lot of people in the group are talking about it, saying, Law of Implication, you need to listen to it. But to be honest with you, me being the New York pessimist I am, I'm like, you know what? I need to focus on making money. I don't really have time to listen to that right now. And that was actually probably one of the biggest things I could have done that was wrong. I should have started with it in the first place. I can only imagine where I would have been if I started with that to begin with. And it's just like I tell everyone else, the biggest common denominator that I see amongst most of the successful people in OMG is Law of Implication. Everyone that I speak to who is either their mindset is in the right place because they're listening to Law of Implication. Like, you have a lot of people in the group who may not be hitting 40,000 per month, but that doesn't mean next month they're not going to just skip straight to 80,000 a month. Like, some of these guys are doing insane things behind the scenes. And when you take a look at the common denominator, it's always Law of Implication. I mean, obviously it's OMG itself, but you also have Law of Implication at the same time. And listening to it has kind of helped free my mind where, like, I had a personal conversation with Fletch before where, I find it difficult sometimes to appreciate and be happy with the success that I've obtained so far. And just speaking to him and also listening to Law of Implication, it's helped free my mind up a little bit more, where it's like, you know what, this is how you can go to the next level. This is how you can continue succeeding, and this is how you can keep it up. And this is why you should be happy about it.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you so much, Gregory. You know,
Of course.
you have helped so many people have such incredible success, and it has been wonderful seeing you come alive and you know, just not just explode your business, but help explode so many other people's businesses. And you know, Jesus City on a Hill, and you're, you know, just such an
Absolutely.
important member of our group, and we're just so grateful to have you on board.
I'm just thankful to be here and be able to help everyone else as well, just as Cotton and everyone else did to me. So.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gregory. I
Thank
appreciate you. God bless you. God bless you, my friend.
Same to you. Thank you.
Bad Brad Mabry.
What's up, Mike?
This guy. We actually have multiple former UFC fighters in OMG. Brad, very similar to Gregory. You have helped so many people cut their teeth and have their first success. I just got an email from Connie Bentz, I think it was just a day or two ago, talking about how you helped her, you know, make her first dollars back at a time when she didn't even think it was possible.
Yeah, she got started with Amazon. I was pumped to see that she got her first sale. That's great. She worked hard for it. So.
Yeah.
And then she went on to, you know, land a huge client right after that. So she's been on a roll.
No, it gives you a lot of confidence. And you know, Brad, you're the one and only person who I've ever just called up and yelled at them to try to get them to come to OMG Live. I think God must have put it in my mind, and I'm so glad for it.
I'm glad too.
What's that?
I say I'm glad too that you called that time. I would have.
Yeah, it was a crazy time. That was a crazy time. Now you've been inside of that Amazon group, and you've helped so many people. You came to OMG Live this year, obviously.
Went on, you know, landed a huge client right after that. So she's been on a roll.
Oh, that's cool. You have a lot of confidence, and you know, Brad, you're the one and only person who I've ever. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Great. We got that under control. So Brad, you wanted the chance. You're a new dad, and you wanted the chance to build a very different kind of life and lifestyle. You're making 5 figures a month, and you're helping so many people simultaneously inside of OMG because there's a lot of excitement surrounding this whole Amazon thing, and yet people are going at it a very difficult way that's not very profitable. And you've probably heard more horror stories about people basically losing money on Amazon before they came to OMG.
I've gotten emails where they said they're losing money using other techniques that we don't teach in OMG, and it's just crazy. It doesn't have to be like that.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen people lose a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and,
but I mean,
go ahead.
No, you're good.
Well, I just want to ask you, what's it been like for you inside of OMG? Because you've helped, not only have you helped yourself and made a lot of money yourself, and you're a multiple streams of income guy. You're making money on Amazon, making money on eBay. You're making money with clients. You're making money with affiliate stuff. You're making money, you know, right and left. But what's it been for you? Because in 2014, I just called you up out of the blue, and we got to talking because you had sent me an earnings report, and next thing you know, we had built like this whole side thing about Amazon, and you have gone nuts with it, and you have helped so many different people. What was 2014 like for you this year?
It's crazy. It was a blur. I actually, you know, I texted you the other day saying thanks for a great 2014. I mean, it's been fantastic. You know, on top of having my son and watching him grow up, it's just been fantastic seeing everyone, you know, benefit from the Amazon group. I'm glad, you know, you and I could get together and do that. You know, vastly increased my income. You know, I just signed a new client today. And then just actually through the My City SEO site, you know, that I just put up there and collect leads from it. And then, you know, just perfecting my Amazon techniques, ranking techniques, choosing, you know, OMG style stuff, Jimmy Kelly stuff that's now in OMG. You know, just been a blur, but it's been a wild ride. It's been great.
What's it like for people? Put out the word on Jimmy Kelly, because Jimmy's such a big part of Director's Cut. You know, really one of the pillars of it. Are you excited for people to be getting inside of that? You see these people that are going, they're 3,000 people packed in a room, getting told to do paid advertising on Amazon, and getting like really just marching into a meat grinder of money loss. And instead they have this chance to go Jimmy's way. What's the difference?
I mean, I was lucky enough to be on the very first webinar that Jimmy kind of revealed the water dam St. George, and he was talking about link laundering, all this cool stuff. And I said, this guy, I need to pay attention to this guy. So I did that. Then you guys teamed up for OMG Live Nashville 2013. I tried to soak up everything, and I took everything he said and ran with it, and it's just been life changing, to just put it mildly. He's, so far ahead of the game. It's such a valuable asset. When I heard that he was going to be a part of Director's Cut, I said that is, absolutely perfect. That's gonna, it was gonna be great, with just, Greg. Now add in Russell, add in Sue, add in Jimmy, and it's unstoppable. It was unstoppable before. I don't even know if there's a word for it now, but it's just, people are lucky to be able to have the possibility to even hop on the Director's Cut and have all these great lines in one place. And you've got you on marketing, David on, like you said, he's a director, then everyone else just falls into place. It's amazing.
David on the thermonuclear thinking. Brad, you're dad now. It's probably crazy to say, it's probably crazy to hear. What's it been like for your wife? You having all this additional income. Here she is. She's a new mom. You guys are starting a family. It's a crazy time. It's a crazy time. People aren't even starting families nowadays. There are less marriages now than there's ever been in America per capita. There's less people having kids. What's it been like from your wife's perspective, seeing through her eyes, in your opinion?
I mean, she, like Gregory was talking earlier, she didn't believe in it, but, it's just, people are paying you to do what? I said, rank them in Google. She says, no, really, how are you getting people to do that? I said, I'm making the money. So, just seeing that come to fruition and, seeing his success, it's just been, mind-blowing for her as well. So, and, she's a nurse. She's doing what she loves, and it's just we're going forward. So.
Yeah, that's a great feeling, Brad. I want to thank you for jumping on this event, and I especially want to thank you on behalf. I know there are so many people right now that are watching this where their hearts are just jumping out of their chests because they are so grateful for the difference that you have made in their 2014, and as we look forward into 2015. You're one of the big reasons I'm very, very grateful for you and how much help you've given OMGers, seeing you spread your wings and have more and more success. I want to thank you.
It's been my pleasure, Mike. I want to thank you and David and everyone else involved as well. I mean, like I said, it's changed the whole experience. So I have to be more grateful than you because there's no way you can do more than this.
No. Thank you very much, Brad. God bless you.
Yeah. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you.
All right. James Upjohn, are you there?
I am, Mike. How are you? You okay?
I'm doing great, James. James,
just a second. How do I get rid of that silly thing off my head?
Oh, you have a clown hat.
How do I get rid of that?
I don't know.
1 second. Let me. There we go.
All right.
I was messing around with it while I was listening to all of you chatting, and I didn't realise that would go live. Sorry about
that. James Upjohn. Now, James, you were somebody who was already having success before you joined OMG. You definitely scaled it up since then. But you have helped so many people, and you've benefited from OMG, but you've also benefited OMGers. I see so many people posting and thanking you. You're 2014. You made hundreds of thousands of dollars. And go ahead.
I was just going to say, what's really interesting is I was just doing the maths, and I made a big thing about saying in October I decided to follow some of Greg's teaching regarding the PBMs.
Yep.
This was something that I tried to stay away from as much as possible because I used to do my old way of SEO, and in October I decided I'm going to give these PBNs a shot. And, since doing that and seeing the incredible power, I've been able to go back to some old clients that I stopped working with a long time ago, or I've gone out with a new passion to new clients. I've brought in an extra $9,600 in new clients per month since October. So October, that works out. I think it's over $100,000 a year I've added to my bottom line, just because I decided I'm going to look at Greg's teaching and I'm going to check these PBNs. Now, I had one client who I posted it in OMG actually. He's in the pharmaceutical niche. It was a little bit difficult. We tried some of the traditional techniques for rankings. It didn't work so great. That was what forced me to do the PBNs. It was kind of like everything else wasn't working, so let's actually put this to the test. Nothing else is working. Let's try what Greg's teaching. As a result of doing that, the guy went to #1 for about 17 different keywords. He was like, I've added over $50,000 a month to his turnover. I just got up with him and said, can I have a testimonial from you because I want to show it to other clients? And he was like, I'll do absolutely anything you want. You just tell me, let's do it right now. He was so keen to do that. And he told me that I've secured my paychecks for the next 12 months. And I give every single last little bit of gratitude to OMG for that. So I have helped out lots. But, I mean, having a client say something, just one little strategy that you implemented has made them an extra 50 grand turnover. That's amazing, and that's per month. He's going to earn that additional 50 grand every month moving into 2015.
It's an incredible amount of money. Now you have been a hit machine. We just implemented some of your on-page. You have brilliant on-page stuff. Greg raves about your on-page perspective with SEO, and so your training. We have had training with you inside of OMG for over a year now. That is tremendous.
I'm just moving that light from the top of my head.
No problem. And you keep doing it. I keep seeing earnings reports attributed to you and to your help. And what time is it even right now there?
1:20 in the morning.
James, OMG is a city on a hill.
It really is. It's funny because it's not just a city on a hill, it's a family. It really is. They're like all of your best mates in one group. I mean, when I saw Fletch post to say that his wife had just had their baby, everybody that got involved in that, and I wanted to buy him a beer. If he lived across the road from me, I'd have taken him out for a beer, I'd have shaken his hand. Mike, you getting married? All of that stuff that gets shared inside the group. It really is. It's like, it's your best mates hanging out down the pub, sharing success. Everybody's really 100% rooting for each other. Genuinely care about hearing stuff like, not just the SEO successes, but the other stuff that goes with it too. It is a real community spirit. I absolutely love it for that reason.
Yeah, well, we love having you inside. And we have slated a number of additions to OMG coming from you. Some twists and turns, some curveballs. I'm really looking forward to them. You've already been such a contributor. So many training videos, such terrific stuff. So many people have attributed success to you. So many. I remember the first time I heard it was from Scott Walensky, but I've heard it again and again and again and again like a broken record. James up, John. James up, John. James up, John. And I've heard it from Greg. And we just appreciate you, James. And I want to thank you so much. It's wonderful hearing about your additional success. I want to actually help you. I want to use your story about PBNs to transition, because I just saw, one of my best friends in the world just popped on the line to introduce him properly. Jimmy, are you still there? Find out if Jimmy's still there. Jimmy!
Yeah, I'm here, Mike.
Jimmy, would you introduce Greg Morrison?
Is he on? Is he coming on?
He's coming on.
Greg is a master of SEO. He is a very good friend, and one of the coolest things I thought when we were looking, back at OMG Live, the coolest thing I thought, Greg gets a standing ovation without even doing his presentation. That is freaking awesome, but it just goes to show, Greg is such a good guy, and just all the people he's helped has just been amazing. So, yeah, there's not really any words for him.
Yeah. Cotton, would you pile on? Would you help introduce Greg Morrison?
Absolutely. If it wasn't for Greg, I wouldn't be in the position I'm at. Just to show you his character, and it's something that I'll never forget about him. Greg and I, when we first met at OMG Live, it literally felt like he was a long-lost brother. The first thing that he was worried about when I was speaking for the first time at OMG Live was how nervous I was, and would it make me feel more comfortable if he sat up there with me. And I said, you know what, I'm a little bit nervous, and I said it would mean a lot if you would for support. And that's the type of guy that Greg is. Just amazing, always giving, and I'll never forget that, just constantly thinking about others, but not only that, what a trailblazer, man, just consistently testing and testing. Greg's work ethic alone is what got me into client getting and what helped me create my system to go out and start testing different methods to try to get clients and ramp that up as fast as possible. If Greg Morrison wouldn't be Greg Morrison, I would not be where I'm at today. So that's the best introduction that I can give him. I'm happy to call him my friend, and I would not be here without him.
I love it. That's perfect. Fletch, are you there?
Yeah, Mike, I'm here.
Did you introduce Greg Morrison?
Greg, thank you. And I've spoken on numerous occasions. It really is hard for me to talk and thank you enough without getting choked up. I was really looking for some stuff that I could create a life with and really give back. And just in finding your information in some crazy online forum that I was just looking for ways to market my own business, it really opened me up to the potential of not only giving back, but of really turning your life around. And getting to know you over these years and work with you is truly one of the greatest honors that I've had a chance to experience. So, when I first got involved with OMG, it was recently married, kid on the way. And it wasn't a great situation that we were in. We didn't make much money at all. I would have found a way to make more money, but it wouldn't have been a good environment. It wouldn't have been the right environment. And OMG really let me create that. It let me create the household that we have, the family that we have. It let the new baby that we have coming into the family come in the way that it has, with me being able to be available. And I really want to thank you for that. And the amazing thing is, Greg, just like what Cotton says, he's always thinking about you, and how this is going to help you. The way he teaches this stuff, the way he breaks it down and actually simplifies it to the level where somebody that isn't a genius at SEO can understand it and implement it, has been the biggest benefit, I think, to almost everybody here. And has really set the stage for what we've been able to do going forward with involvement with the Network Empire crew, and it's just a solid foundation to build off of. So I just like to thank you and welcome you live here. So thanks.
I'll say this as we bring Greg live. Right now, you're experiencing something special, something that's never been done. This is the OMG New Year online party. This is a Hangout Webby, and I am about to bring to you one of the dearest friends I've ever had, one of the most passionate men I've ever met, one of the most incredibly gifted, unique individuals I've ever met. I will tell you about Greg behind the scenes. I've seen Greg take one thing and one thing only personally. There's one thing that I have seen get Greg angry. And that's something getting in the way of your success. Okay? Greg got the chance that he wanted. It was a chance to be a dad and to give Bryson the childhood that Greg wanted Bryson to have. And Greg wanted the chance to share and to teach. And anything that gets in the way of those things, you better look out, because Greg comes hard. Each year at OMG Live National, each of the 2 years we've done it, as Jimmy said, Greg got a standing ovation before he spoke. He got a standing ovation after as well. Greg doesn't like this stuff. He does not like me doing this right now. Greg is going to let me know not to do this stuff, that I'm embarrassing him, but it's important. And I do it for the best. I do it for the betterment. Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Morrison, my dear friend and the guy who I call the original one-man gang. Greg, are you there?
Like, I'm starting to get used to it now.
Greg, I read a letter that you wrote me and David Mills this morning. We enjoyed it tremendously. Thank you very much. By the way, I've been working out. Can you tell?
Yeah, man. Absolutely.
Really? Or are you just messing around with me?
Nah, you can tell.
I've been working hard.
It's hard to tell yourself when you look at the mirror every day. You should
Yeah.
take before and after pictures.
Yeah, but I've been I was thinking about this today. That it was funny because I think you could get. We were actually, I had a bunch of people on the event before you came on, and I was asking them, because I had just gotten back from working out today and from yesterday. By the way, they when I was there yesterday, they had 3 new clients come in during the hour I was working out from those rankings.
Oh yeah, they shot up quick. And again, that's something that we owe a lot to the Network Empire team. Called this a while ago, and that's they're going to really start honing in on like who's who on the internet. And now, I mean, we're seeing that if you're not My Google Business Verified, it's harder to rank. And I mean, I can just tell the difference when I'm working on like test sites for local that aren't verified and sites that are verified. There's a huge difference. Like the sites that are verified move a lot quicker, a lot easier, a lot smoother. And that's something Network Empire's predicted so long ago. I mean, there's so much stuff going on right now that's just awesome. And I guess I'll talk about that when you ask me about it. It's crazy. I do
want to talk about that. That's exactly what I want to talk about. Because the thing is, you sent me and David an email this morning, and it was really something to wake up to, because today's a big day. It's a big day for OMG. This is a party. We're all coming together. We have hundreds of people live right now, enjoying, sharing. This is a moment in time, and you're the rock that we built OMG around, and we're so grateful to you. But you're talking this morning, and I actually read the letter that you wrote to me and David Mills, the first one. You and David Mills went kind of back and forth after that, and you were talking about, you just went through the Network Empire section in Director's Cut, and I read your letter, but you're here now. Can you tell people, put the word out on what you think of that aspect of Director's Cut?
Man, there's so much to say about it. Like I've been working with Jimmy and Sue and Russell for I mean, I went to the certification event last year, and when I went through the material that they put in there, I was like, oh my God, like they nailed it. Like I had a lot of trouble learning what they taught, even like going to the live event, like spending tons of time with Jimmy and Russell and Sue. But the way that they taught it this time in director's cut is a game changer. And I'm not one to give something a lot of credit like that, but I mean they just did an amazing job. I mean it's going to change so many lives what they taught. Like I said, I've been learning this stuff for a year, and I watched and I was like, oh my God, like that's crazy. Like the stuff they're teaching is awesome. It's freaking awesome. And even the guys that were thanking me, Jimmy, Cotton, Fletch, they've been doing it longer because my main focus has been on page, anchor text, and optimization in those terms. And these guys have all gone into that, and all three of those guys have helped me. Fletch just helped me today. I mean, he spent like a half hour talking to me about stuff, helping me with stuff for that. Cotton last week spent an hour on the phone with me. I mean, I texted him 5 minutes later. He called me and was telling me about citations and other stuff I needed to know. And then Jimmy, he's telling me stuff every single day. So those three guys thanking me. What's crazy is I got all these people thanking me that are helping me just as much as that I've helped them. And it's all from just everyone. Like what David Mills has built is crazy. Like there's an expert for everything, and not just an expert, like the best at what they do in every single area, like semantic web, RSS, anchor text stuff, optimization, citation stuff, local, how to get clients. I mean, we have the best at everything. We really do. And even like I said, Fletch today, he was schooling me on some RSS stuff. It's crazy, and it's like my focus has been elsewhere, and he's been able to come in and do that, and he teaches it to me. I can reteach it to other people, and we just have this whole circle where we share everything. We just pass it on to the community. It's crazy how it works. I don't even know how to explain it, how David Mills put this together. Like, it's freaking awesome.
Let's go back to the beginning, because you had an idea to do a best practices ebook, and now we're here. Explain that.
I mean, I had no idea. You know what I mean? I just wanted to get some information out there that, would help people and would also help me make some income. And, I mean, that was my vision. I mean, I'm not a visionary in that sense, so I knew that David, you told me from the beginning, just listen to Dave, just do me a favor, listen to David Mills, let him play. And I'm like, all right, like I don't mind doing that. And from the beginning, he just hasn't steered wrong. He just kind of evolved our business into what it is today. Something which is like a dream. It makes good money for us, but even better, it's it's helping people. I mean, that is the better part. So, I mean, you can always make money. Like I can make money doing affiliate sites. I can make money doing training people, which I love to do, like personal training. But I mean, the feeling of helping people and actually knowing like our information is really the best out there. There's no better feeling.
Yeah. Well, what does it feel like when you get on an event like this or see OMG Live Nashville and get to talking to people? Boyd Silver walks up to you and it's like, "Hey, 40 grand a month," and or you look at that incredible earnings reports compilation. You talk to Jamal, or you hear from Fletch, or you hear from Gregor Ortiz. What's that been? What's the ride been like for you?
It's just awesome to see people that actually follow through. I think a lot of that's, again, credit to just the system that was put in place by you and David, where, I told you when I was on a webinar for the class that I signed up with you that I learned from, you were going through like testimonials, and I was like, oh my God, like give me some content. And I didn't even realize, but what you did is you put in my head that, these people are succeeding with this information, so you can succeed as well. And I didn't even realize it. Like the whole webinar you were talking about, I think 1 or 2 success stories where we're talking about like hundreds now, but same thing. I'm like, if other people can do this, I can do it. This information must work. So just put that in my head, and I think you guys have just multiplied that from what you were doing back then. And you just, from the beginning, when people get to know us, you just set them up right away. Like you set their mind up right away to know that they can succeed, and then when they actually do it, they do, because this information works.
Greg, you're just weirdly good at getting people to start and keep going, because I mean I haven't worked out in 20 years. You know, I mean I just haven't. And then like a year ago, you got us doing the whole P90 and P90X and Insanity thing, and next thing I know, I was doing P90X, and eventually I kind of dropped off of that. But then I saw you at OMG Live Nashville, and I was like, oh my God, you know, like I've got to work out now. And you know, here I am now. I'm working out 4 times this week, and somehow I think it just bleeds over, you know, because I see it, you know, in fitness, I see it in business. You know, I see you just getting people to do stuff and you know to just go out there and to have the willingness to just put one foot in front of the other, and I appreciate that, and I know that I don't even want you to respond to it because there's not really even a question. I just want to thank you for it. Jimmy said that you and him, and I've seen this myself, you guys are testing like crazy.
I just spent like $2,000 testing in the hour I was waiting to come on. I mean, we're testing like no other. I mean, especially now with like all this stuff that I'm learning, like not even that I'm learning, but that I'm understanding more now. I'm just like, wow, like I just want to find out like, you know, how stuff works and like how we can do this with that, and you know what works with this method. And there's so much stuff to test now. What's going to come in 2015 it's going to be crazy. I can't wait.
Well, I know that folks at home feel like I do, and I know that in their hearts they're standing up and cheering, and we probably got people yelling at their screens and their family members being like, hey, "This is a little strange. I don't know what's going on," but you're a hero to a lot of people, Greg, and it's like that movie 300, except that you win. And I want you to know you've been such an incredible friend to me. I've said this on every webinar that it's such an honor working with you. I know that you had to get your mom come over to help out with things with Bryson, so I want to be able to get you on and off here.
I'm good, Mike. He's in bed. She's going. That was earlier, but you know, if you need me, I'm here. So.
Great. All right, great. Well, let me get this from you, and then we'll bring you back on later. You know, for somebody who's on here who you know maybe they've been waiting for you to put the word out on Director's Cut, and you know to you know just say thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways. Who's it for? Who's it not for? You know, you've been through it, and you've worked with a team. What do you think about Director's Cut?
You know, it's funny because I don't think I've ever promoted my own. Like before, you could have never asked me something. I would have said, you know, get it, or at least would say, you know, make sure you're in a good spot or something like that. Well, like what is it? In just the Network Empire section, I haven't gotten a chance to go through the rest of it yet, is just invaluable. Like I told Russell and Sue and Jimmy, I was like, I can't believe you're even teaching this, to be honest. I mean, it's that good. It really is. And then, you know, you got all these coaches. You got Joe, you got Cotton. Fletch isn't doing this one, right? It's Joe, Cotton, Sue, Russell, Jimmy. Those four. Sago. What's that?
Travis Sago.
And Travis Sago. All those people besides Travis, I haven't talked to him much yet, have helped me tremendously in the last couple months. I mean, tremendously, which of course just helps the whole community, but not just the content, but having those coaches, it's really, there's no words to describe how easy of a decision it is. And I'm not one to promote, like you guys have probably never heard me say that. That's because I've never been so sure about telling people to get something. I mean, it's this is it. This is really it.
It's awesome. All right, thumbs up from Greg Morrison. What I want to do, thank you, Greg. Thanks for jumping on, and I appreciate you hanging around. And we'll obviously we'll get back to you before we close out the event. Fletch, are you there?
I'll be here testing, Mike. You know it.
I love it.
Yeah, Mike, I'm still here, man.
Fletch, would you do me a favor? I need to give myself a second here. We're at the 2 hour and 41 mark, 2 hour 41 minute mark, and I've got to try to change my keyboard battery. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that or not. Could you, Mary? Are you on? Let me find out if Mary Semmer's on.
Yes, I'm on, Mike. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Fletch, would you please lead things through with Mary and introduce folks to her?
Yeah, absolutely. Mary is someone who joined us this last year and attended quite a few of my office hours. We kind of got to know each other through that. means, and has really just it took off very quickly financially speaking. People come in, like we talked about Cotton coming in with a loaded deck, but really everybody comes in with a different skill set and experience and ability to communicate or talk in certain industries or to certain people, and Mary really took advantage of that, and not only kind of opened that up for herself, but really we've got some things that we may be doing behind the scenes kind of with a business venture moving forward, just based on her ability to kind of understand what's working and ask the right questions. So I'm real anxious to see what she has to say, if she would be willing to share a few of her moves that she made in 2014.
Oh, thanks, Fletch. Actually, when I started, I actually came from the publishing area, so I knew nothing about SEO, and in fact, I used to hire SEOs for our company website. So when I sold that business, I decided I needed to learn something about the internet other than how to get an email. So this was actually OMG was actually my first introduction into anything about any web workings at all. So it's been a steep learning curve, but the instruction, I've gone to some pretty good schools in my life, but the instruction here has been wonderful, and actually to the point where I think I was 2 weeks in and the light bulbs just went off in my head, and all of a sudden I could answer questions. Potential clients would ask questions, and I was able to not only answer them, but give them some hope and confidence that they could actually get new business off of the web. And having that ability was very powerful and very gratifying. And one of the other things that I'm really grateful for about OMG, and that I have learned during this year, in my life, I have learned that with great power comes great responsibility, and that came from a movie, and I can't remember which one. But the people that I have met and have forged friendships with take what they know, which is very powerful, and they use it for good, and they use it to help people build their businesses. And that is probably the most gratifying thing, because power can be misused. But the people that I've met have really respected the kind of power that they have to rank sites. And so the fact that the community is authentic and people have integrity are two things that have been very important to me. And Fletch, you're right at the top of the list.
Oh, thank you for saying that, Mary. Yeah, it's something that I've talked about, not only kind of for me personally, but for anybody who might listen, is to just truly understand how much influence, SEOs really have on the direction the world goes. When somebody has an issue with, how do I stop drinking so much? They go to the internet and, type a search phrase in, and we're responsible for showing what results they're going to get, And, I take that with a great deal of responsibility that comes along with it, but I'm glad that, not only I'm glad, but I definitely love the fact that so many of our members are aware of that and making use of it for, to do good things in the world as opposed to, evil doings. So when you came in with the background in publishing, the people that you began working with or talking to, were those people that you had as contacts and customers within your previous career?
No, actually, interestingly enough, I got my first clients off of Guru.com. I just posted a nice profile, and I bid on some jobs, and they became my clients. And I still have them all as of today. I don't do much work on Guru, and I think it's Freelancer, which is now called Elance. I don't do anything with them anymore, but one of my clients, which is turning into just a little gold mine, is a major appliance manufacturer. Now, why they went on guru.com to find an SEO, I'll never know. But they found me, and they're a wonderful client.
That's crazy. Yeah, my very first paying SEO gig I got on Elance, and it was hourly actually. I was making like $35 an hour, and I was pretty happy with it. And looking back, it's kind of like, wow, I was doing like on-page SEO, like filling out, title descriptions and stuff like that. And I was like, wow, well, this is still better than construction, but things evolve quickly. But yeah, there's so many opportunities like that just to get your name out there and get in front of people who need a solution. And Elance is a great one of these outsourcing websites that we look at now. Well, not now, but certain people within our group are looking to those people to be able to fulfill certain aspects. But at the same time, there are other people going to find SEOs or online marketers that can help them out with getting their message out there. So that's cool to hear that you made use of a site that I really haven't paid much attention to at all. So that's cool.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, I live in near Chicago, and I just got a client out of LA today. Just filled out my contact form on my site, and that's it. That's all I had to do, is answer the phone. Pretty amazing.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And then, for 2015, we've definitely got some good things coming, right?
Absolutely.
Right on. Right on. Cool.
Mary, I want to jump in. Thanks for spelling me there. I heard you say about great power and great responsibility. Spider-Man, by the way.
Yes. Oh, very good.
And I want to say that I got the feeling that you'd had your previous career. I think that OMG gave you the chance to start the new career that you really wanted to start. And it's been wonderful seeing you flourish with that. And again, you paid it forward. I mean, right away, you made, I don't know, 10 grand in your first month, and you right away told people how you did it, and you provided the template that you use. And I just want to thank you for that. And it was wonderful meeting you at OMG Live Nashville this year.
Oh, you're welcome, Mike. I'm happy to be a part of this group, which is just a bunch of really genuine people who are not afraid of hard work. And it's a great place to live without limits. Whatever you can dream and whatever you need and whatever goals you want to achieve, you can do them here.
I love that. I love hearing you say that. Yeah, I saw you. I saw you join Director's Cut maybe the day before yesterday. Why'd you do that?
Well, interestingly enough, Mike, I don't think my toolbox is ever full enough. So if I can learn more tools, I can help more people, and I think that's having a toolbox that is full of so many things that work. I just like a bigger toolbox right now.
I like it. I like it very much. Mary, God bless you. Thank you so much for coming live today.
You're welcome.
All right. I want to bring some focus back on Cotton Grammar here because Mary brought up her discovery forum, and that's one of the many things, Cotton, that you've taught inside of OMG. We're coming right up on the 3-hour mark here, and I know that there are people right now that are just more cotton. At OMG Live Nashville, you took the microphone and you awakened so many people. I mean, the excitement and the perspective and the passion. Jason Berkowitz told me that you could fill football stadiums with people that would just want to listen to you. I want to listen to you. I want to hear what is in store for 2015. People that are jumping in on Director's Cut, what are they going to be finding out about?
Well, I have a tremendous amount of things lined up. The only thing that can stop it is David Mills saying that I'm producing too much stuff. so whatever I run past him, I have about 25 to 30 different client getting tactics that could really change the lives of a lot of OMGers. Some of the things from Yelp is one of them that I've worked on, where I've kind of dissected Yelp, and I'm anxious to show people how to easily pull clients from Yelp just by searching. One of the things that we're really going to break down and go over, one of the big bombs of Director's Cut is there's going to be probably anywhere from 2 to 3 hours worth of content on how you can ramp up and how I'm doing $70,000 a month of my income and online reputation management, how to do it successfully, how to price it, how to get everything done right. There's YP.com. I've already dissected that. I could just go on and on and on. What we're going to go over in there is just mind-bending, and we could keep doing content after content. I also have one big project that I've got that is similar to, and I'm not even trying to compare it to law of implication, just about how to, and I think the name is inspired by what you is the velvet rope sales theory about how to get a client and take them through point A to point B all the way through and have them have the best experience that they can have. That's more of a psychological kind of videos done, and that could be anywhere from 4 to 6 hours also. So what's in the Director's Cut right now is really just the tip of the iceberg. It isn't a lot. I know that's the same thing with with all the network empire stuff. It's just the beginning. It's just the beginning. So I'm anxious to get all of this stuff out in the coming months and watch it work for people because I know it's worked for me.
Why is there so much money flying around when it comes to SEO client consulting? Why is this possibly the biggest business opportunity that's untapped in the internet marketing world?
Well, I'm a big fan of affiliate, and I've just never tackled it before. But to me, I've always looked at you can't take someone that's brand new, and we're all sitting there right now. And for those of you that are not familiar with OMG, or for those of you that have been in OMG, if you're getting started, simply the fastest way to make money is to go out and acquire clients. If you drive down every street in America, you have doctors, lawyers, dentists, fencers. You have, it's endless what is out there. There are only literally less than 1,000 people in OMG. And look at every town and every business. It could never run out. There is no way that I could even tap even 1% of the business. It's impossible. You can only handle so many clients at any given time. If you're getting 50 to 100 clients, you're over a couple 100,000 a month. So just think about that. That's what's mind-bending about this. So it's wide open. There isn't any other training course out there that teaches SEO like this. There is no other internet marketing course ever created in history that has this many income reports with now over 300 people that are going out there getting it done. And
this is the ones that have reported to us. You know full well from OMG Live Nashville how many people who are making money hand over fist who haven't even delivered their earnings report yet.
Right, and I was one of those people. I was kind of shy, and a lot of people are shy about telling how much money they make as well. So you're right. That's 300 that we know about. You and I both know that it's probably north of 500, 600, and when you think about that, when you have all these other gurus out here that are selling their products that don't stand behind them, they're one-and-done products that they put it out, they ask for a couple $1,000s, and they're gone. 2 weeks after you've paid them, they're just waiting on the next payment, or they're not. It's like they've left the building. And one of the amazing things that you and Greg and David have built is I became a member almost a year ago. And look at the content that is continually being put in a year later. And that's no different with the Director's Cut. There's going to be things that I'll be putting in there a year from now that everyone will be getting access to. It's like having an evergreen SEO product that never ends, that keeps on giving. And that is absolutely amazing what we're doing for everyone. And when you look at the price point, one of the amazing things that David Mills did is he made this at such an amazing price. At $199 for 11 payments. If you can't find a way to cut out some Starbucks, going out to eat, or something else to change your life around, just to get some of the knowledge that Joe, Travis Sago, and my God, the network empire. You were having a hard time trying to describe Russell. I got a great word for him. He's the Tony Stark of the internet. That's what those guys are.
Great.
It's true, man.
Great.
He is. Sue and all them are like Stark Enterprises of the internet. it's crazy what they did.
Iron Man, by the way, for you non-comic fans, he means Iron Man.
Right. Right. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if I see Russell flying around in an Iron Man suit here in a couple months. You never know. So just to get the information from them alone is just priceless. So at $199, and to have all that information, but the one-on-one coaching, you heard Jimmy Kelly say that he's $1,000 an hour. Russell and Sue are even north of that for, architecture of websites and all the corporate consulting that they do. You're going to get 16 possibly hour or longer sessions with them, and all for $199 a month. It's a steal. I mean, literally, it is like getting a Ferrari at the price of a Ford Taurus. I mean, it's just amazing. So I can't encourage people to buy it enough. I mean, especially with client stuff and everything else. I'm very, 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 very excited about it.
I am too, because I've seen David Mills' strategy, and I've written about this in a couple of the emails. I've seen this in games, I've seen it in love, I've seen it in business. And David has two modes, best and just ridiculous. And his first threshold he gets to is best. He'll find that thing that is objectively better than anything else out there, which is what OMG is. I have no problem saying this. No problem saying this. OMG already, before Director's Cut, was head and shoulders ridiculously better than any other internet marketing training that's ever existed by 20 to 50 to 100 times. Absolutely. Head and shoulders. And David is not remotely satisfied with that. Anybody who thinks that we brought Cotton on the team to sell more OMG, we didn't. We brought Cotton on the team to better fulfill. It's all we cared about is more earnings reports. We are so stinking greedy for earnings reports because they make our lives so easy. So easy. Think about it. You're me. Imagine that you have our earnings reports compilation, or you don't. Like, which is easier? Like, it's ridiculous. Like, your life, it's a joke, right? I mean, it's like you're trying to do SEO, and you have Greg and Jimmy and Russell and Sue, or you don't, right? You're trying to do client consulting, and you have Cotton and Joe Marfolio and all the OMGers that have helped out, or you don't. You want to do affiliate marketing, and you have Travis Sago and Joe Marfolio and Alex Gould telling you stuff, or you don't. Yes or no, blue pill, red pill. Which way do you want it? And David knows that. And David, we're playing a game right now called Dragon Age Inquisition. David and I play games. This is one of the things we do. We play single player games, and we crack them. And by we I mean David. And we crack again. We I mean David again and again and again. He cracks it and cracks it and cracks it and cracks it. I've shown when Cotton came out for OMG Live Nashville. Maybe someday we'll reveal these things. I've shown Cotton some inside baseball stuff from the behind the scenes of the internet marketing world. Cotton's aware of it. David Mills. It's crazy. It's crazy what we have. You heard from Greg. We have this overwhelming advantage. And David's like, yeah, let's put that on steroids. Let's somehow massively amplify that. And that's what we've done. And with Cotton, you have to understand this about Cotton. You do not want to compete with Cotton Grammar. It is not a good idea at all. You want Cotton on your side. Like, you want Cotton over your shoulder, like if you're in a fight, you want Thor on your team because he's got that whole hammer thing and he just bash. So you want Cotton. David picks Cotton, right? Like, when did Cotton? How long ago did David Mills invite you to join OMG?
crazy enough, over 6 months ago, when I was about $40,000 a month.
I would really like people to stop and get that. I really just please stop and get that, because you are not the one earning the most money, because it's not about that. It's like David, he uses a lot of implication instead. He doesn't get that's so profound over 6 months ago, and look now. How much money did you even make last month? Do you even know, did they make numbers that big? Do you have a calculator?
This month I'll close out at 243,000 for the month.
So you're making $200,000 less per month when David invited you to join our team.
Yeah, that's right. And I was even curious as to why you guys even wanted me on the team. But, David knows what David knows.
I hope we've made a compelling argument. We're going to keep going here. But I'm going to come out and say this. Come join us. Join Director's Cut. If you don't get it, you are on the outside looking in. Do you need it? Yes, you need it. You don't have to fill in anything else. Do I need it if such and such? If I am 67, do I need it? Yes. Ask Daryl Ferguson. If I am 19, do I need it? Yes. Ask Michael. If I live in the UK, do I need it? Yes. Ask Chris Marshall. Ask James Upjohn. If I live in Australia, do I need it? Yes. Europe, yes. Asia, yes. Do I need it if I'm doing affiliate marketing? Yeah. Client consulting, You need it if you want to make money, right? If you want now, because you're not if you want a day job, you're just not here. If I am 19, do I need it? Yes. Uh-oh. Lonnie just jumped on. If I live. We're going to bring Lonnie live next. Cotton, we're going to go to Lonnie next, but before we do, why do you think that people should get Director's Cut?
I think people should get Director's Cut because simply, even though that it is a part of OMG, if you've never been involved in OMG before, there's a way for you to get introduced to OMG at a price that is absolutely insane not to take anyone up on, at $199 for 11 day. Getting access to Jimmy Kelly, Sue Bell, and Russell Wright, it's worth that alone. I mean, my God, Jimmy Kelly is just a genius, and so is Sue Bell and Russell Wright. They're the futurists of the internet. Things that they've predicted, things that they say, people chuckle at them. I'll never forget when they came up with that Skyfall, and there are people chuckling at it to me, and I said, "You guys are crazy. I would never bet against these people. They have been right too many times." So when it comes to the future of where all the SEOs at, these guys are on top of it, and that alone is worth everything. So for any other reason, that's exactly why I would buy it. And if you want to find out how to ramp up with client consulting fast, I'd like you guys to apply for some of the stuff I've got with Joe Marfolio. Joe and I have been talking and brainstorming some stuff. He's got some amazing stuff coming on that's really going to blow people's minds. And I've just started to get familiar with Travis with his affiliate stuff. I'm looking forward to digging into that also. But I just can't even tell you enough. Just remember, by you not taking advantage of it, that's basically making a decision. And your decision is you're okay where you're at, and you think that you've got all the information that you can get. But to get access to Jimmy Kelly and Network Empire for literally, when you're looking at it, $50 a week for a personal questions and answer one-on-one webinar with these three brilliant minds, that is the biggest bargain of the last decade that I've heard of, just to get that going. When you really break it down like that at $200 a month. $50 a webinar a week. Are you kidding me? You like can't even get Jimmy on a webinar for $1,000 an hour. And you're going to have access to him to ask your own questions about SEO. The guy that, you're talking about people that called out silos. You're talking about the inventor of domain authority stacking, $50 a week. Are you kidding me? So when you break it down like that, it just doesn't make any sense not to take advantage of it.
Kind of want to up the price, the way you're talking it. Now, you said if people hadn't joined OMG, what if they've already joined one of our no holds barred coaching programs? Should they get in? You're a Project Xer.
Absolutely. I mean, just the way that I like going through the Network Empire stuff and how they've taught what they've got in there is just absolutely mind-bending. It makes it so easy now that everything, the light bulbs just went off everywhere. If you're really wanting to make money in SEO, client consulting's got to be it. You got Joe and you got me. We're going to be showing you stuff that other SEO people that are putting out courses would die to get their hands on, that like courses are built around. Everything that I come up with, and I'm just like Greg, I consistently test and test and test and test different ways to get clients. All that's going to be directly to OMG, and it's not going anywhere else. And so I just can't implore you enough to just take advantage of it. Just remember, by sitting on the sidelines and by not trying to find a way to just, get up an extra $50 a week, to just upgrade to it, it just doesn't make any sense. And that's just for one aspect of it, not all.
How many hours do you work a week?
When I get set up and when I'm running full blast, I mean, it's been the holidays and that, but I'm going to say during the month of January, I'm probably going to be working from 7, 8 a.m. All the way up to midnight, 1 a.m.
All right, so you're working 15 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
So say 60 hours a week. Is that enough?
Yeah, probably.
That's 200. That's 240, probably 250 hours a month.
Mm-hmm.
So if I divide 240,000 by 250 hours, so 240,000 divided by 250. That's also around $1,000 an hour, and they're getting you once a week as well. Crazy.
It's worth that alone. I mean, my God, Jimmy Kelly is just a genius.
In there. All right.
Right, and one of the things that's like cleared with David is I'm very generous with my questions and answer webinars. I'm one of these people where I just don't want to go an hour. I want to get everyone's questions answered, but also if there's something, if we have a guest or something that we might want to bring on, we might have an extra longer one as well. I'm all about sharing and having fun. I love teaching and helping people also. So thanks.
Love it. Love it. I know people are standing up and cheering right now. Let me bring Lonnie. Are you there? Can I bring you live? Find out if we can get Lonnie live here.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you well, Lonnie. Thanks for joining us tonight.
No problem, no problem.
I was talking about you earlier. You and I had a great talk tonight. And to give people background on you, you've made hundreds of thousands of dollars selling basketball. That's what you wanted the chance to do. You're now inside Director's Cut. That's what we were just talking about. What are your thoughts on Director's Cut so far? You've been in for a couple days.
Man, I'm excited to see everything that you guys are putting into the thing because I know it's going to be good because everything I've seen or used from you guys have been good. So the whole new thing with the DOS, I'm like beside myself because I've been hearing so much about it, and now I'm getting the opportunity to take a look at it and get into it. And like we talked about earlier, I mean, the things that you can do with learning DOS just is going to be mind-blowing for the ordinary, I'm going to call it wannabe SEOers. So I'm just excited for it, Even like you guys talked earlier about silos, and you got guys that are around, at least around my area, who still don't know what silos are. And, and me coming from my background and what I've done in the past, and to walk into what's supposed to be an SEO meeting, and it seems like I know way more than all of those people. It's just is just mind blowing. I think a few weeks ago I talked to you guys about I don't know, I just spoke on a Facebook group. I don't know, I was feeling funny that day or whatever, but I was doing one of your talks where you're driving and and stuff. So figured I'd do one on my own because I had just got through talking to this client I had met at a meetup group who looks like he's going to sign a contract with me and David. Looks like it'll be like I want 10, but right now we're looking at about 5,000 to start, but it's going to move up to about 10 in 2 months, so 10,000 a month. So, but I mean, this is my first real and big client from SEO, aside from what I've always done for myself.
Yeah. Now you believe so much in OMG that you're not getting your daughter in on it.
Yes. So you guys are gonna be doing something on her. It was funny. She overheard me listening to some backlinking from Greg, and she's like, "What are you doing, Dad?" I'm doing some stuff with the websites, because that's what I always say. I'm doing website stuff. So 5 minutes in, she's like, "Oh, I understand that. How you link that with that?" And and like the light bulb went off in my head, and I'm looking back at her like, "She got that? Okay, you know what?" So I gave her access to what I was doing, and now she's taking notes on everything, and I'm teaching her the backlink, and we're gonna do a affiliate website for her. So she's all excited about it. So she's doing all the notes and stuff. So it's real cool.
Yeah, that's really exciting. I just think it's cool because you really wanted a chance to be an entrepreneur. I mean, when you joined us, you were working jobs and jobs that you didn't like, and now you're calling your own shots, and you've also just been wonderful at contributing to the community, inspiring people. You were actually the first person who Fletch ever talked to inside of OMG, and we all know how that went. And
yeah,
one of the original pay it forward moments in OMG.
Yeah, me and Fletch, we still talk all the time now. I get inspirations from him right now, because I got so good at my own stuff that it was just like I didn't walk away from OMG. I just was so busy that I couldn't do anything else with OMG because of the amount of clients were coming in. So now it's like, man, well, I want to see what it's like on you guys' side doing like full-time SEO. So kind of my goal this year is, it's going to be a sad one, but I'm going to be leaving my sports business to trade up. So I'm trading up to full-time SEO. So I mean, I'm not leaving it because I love training kids. I love seeing them getting better because that's my way of giving back. People did the same thing for me growing up. But it's kind of like, I got some young guys who are hungry, and I'm just gonna keep it going for them and let them, do what they want with it and allow me to do what I really want to do now.
I love it.
So the one thing I do gotta say, everybody that's sitting here, we're all at home. We're all home. We're all setting up our own, stations to work. I mean, that's the beauty. In the morning, the only traffic I gotta go past is ESPN and my coffee, and then get to my office. So, so I gotta make my pit stop there for a few seconds and then get in here and get to working. But that's it. That's the beauty of all this. This can be done any and everywhere. So that's been the best part of all of this.
I love it. I love it. You go all the way back to the beginning. You were one of our first big earnings reports, Lonnie, and people want to know, if they're going to keep getting updates, and here you are, getting updates, and still part of our community, and still giving updates and still giving inspiration. And I just want you to know that we really appreciate you, Lonnie, and God bless you. I'm so happy that you joined us.
Man, well, thank you. I mean, definitely. I mean, I really don't know where I would have been. I mean, I kind of know what I would have done. I still figured a way, but to do this at the magnitude that I'm doing it at, and to be able to have a business where I'm saying I'm walking away from it because I know I got something better.
Yeah.
How often do you say that you can walk away from something that I've been a part of basketball training for, man, what is it? After I quit playing myself, I want to say, 10 years or so, a little bit or more than that, and to be able to say, you know what, I'm pulling a Michael Jordan and retiring, and I'm going in the front office now. So, I feel like that, so I mean, 2015 and what Cotton's bringing and what Joe has and some of all that other stuff. And I know you guys haven't put half the stuff that's going to go into there.
Oh, no.
And I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited.
I can feel your excitement. Thank
The
you.
funny thing,
Go ahead.
I know you got to go.
No, please. Put it on the
I
word.
was going to say, while I've been sitting here to wait to get on, I'm sitting here on my other computer going through OMG stuff. So it's that cool. I mean, I'm excited to do it.
I love it. Well, thank you so much, Lonnie. I appreciate you jumping on. God bless you.
No problem. Thank you.
I look forward to hearing from you. Yep. Happy New Year to you, too. Carrie Duke. Carrie, are you there?
Mike Long, I am here.
I like how you did that. That was a very James Bond moment there. You're like,
how you doing?
Side, turned in, Mike Long.
Man, I tell you what, I'm listening to all these stories, and I am loving everything I'm hearing, and I'm also loving life, and I'm loving OMG.
Yeah, well, you just recently, gosh, you've been doing it all. You closed that $100,000 deal.
Yep.
And you've been ramping up your business. You've been paying it forward like crazy. We saw you at OMG Live Nashville. You filled up my. I should show you guys. This man gave me. Actually, I took a picture. I'll show you this. This man sent me more wine than you can imagine. I got to show. Is it all right if I show this, Carrie?
Absolutely.
See if I can show this here. Took a picture. It's stacked deep too. Can y'all see that? Is that showing up well? That's my cupboard. It's stuffed with wine. This one right here. These ones are French. What are the French ones? You really like these, and they're neat. They have like little. Anyways, those are nice. And these ones here are Italian. And then there's this. I had a little bit of this layer cake last night. That's a Shiraz.
Oh, I love that Shiraz. That's awesome stuff from Australia.
I can try to count this up. It was 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Did you send me 12 bottles of wine? Is that how many?
I did.
A dozen? Yep. The dirty dozen? Why'd you do that, man? You just want to get me drunk?
No.
By the way, this is why I have a no shots at OMG Live Nashville rule. I'm going to put this out, and it is not changing. When we do OMG Live 2015, no shots. I do not drink shots because I will die of alcohol poisoning by well-meaning OMGers. You see it. This is proof. So what was the deal with all the wine?
The deal with the wine is I wanted to show you my direct appreciation for what you did for me. Whether you think you did something or not, you took my confidence to a different level. Yeah, I'd been in the SEO game, and I've been working from home for over 5 years. But I joined OMG to learn one thing, and I found something completely different. It was more than what I expected to find. I found a community, but on top of all that, I found a guy named Mike Long that pushed me to excel and pushed my confidence to a different level, and basically connected with what I was saying outwardly to what I needed to feel inwardly. And once I made that connection, I tell you what, life is completely different. Completely different.
No, I really appreciate you saying that, Carrie.
And,
What was it like
you know, those wines, look, those wines that I sent you, those are things that, I mean, they're not necessarily fancy or the best, but what they are they're really quality and things that I enjoy, and I wanted you to experience the same thing.
Yeah, well, you know, I really appreciate it, and I want to say, because I know this is on a lot of people's minds, what were you thinking when somebody was so excited to hire you that they didn't overnight, they sent a courier to physically the same day rush an $18,000 check into your hands? What did that feel like?
Oh, I think you know. I mean, yeah, look, I've received some big checks in my life, but I've never received an $18,000 check, and to have that knock on the door and somebody say, "Here's, you know, sign for this," like, it was awesome. There's no question, it was awesome.
Because they were in a panic to work with you.
Oh, absolutely.
Send a courier?
Send a courier. You know, look, some of that cotton grammar positioning stuff, it's not a joke, people. You know, this negotiation I had with this firm, I even told them I went to the point of telling them I wouldn't even go to their office. You know, this was in the pre-hiring stage. They wanted to meet, and I'm like, I don't do meetings.
I'm proud of you, Karen. I'm proud of you, Karen.
Thanks, Cotton. So we negotiated. I said, well, look, I'll be in this area over here, and you know, about this time of day, and if you're interested in meeting, then, you know, we can have coffee over there. Like, well, let's do it. And that was the only meeting I had face to face, was at a Starbucks.
Classic OMG moment. Classic
Yeah.
OMG.
Yeah, it was a real good feeling, and you know, we've done some really good stuff with them. We come to find out that they were not only not ranking, but they were penalized. And after OMG Live, I got with Dave Keys, and we started doing some work together to get them back up. And we already have one of their major terms on page 1. So, you know, from beyond 200 to number 10 in less than 8 weeks.
Yeah, I love it. I love hearing that. OMG City on Hill, and Carrie Duke is yet another reason why he jumps in on those Sunday fun days to help people out. You know, just, you know, a guiding light. You know, you're talking to people at OMG Live, helping them draw up game plans, helping people understand keywords better, creating videos inside of OMG. You're one of the guys who's made 2014 a very, very special year, and it's helped make OMG a very special place. And you have also filled my cupboard with wine, which I think about it every time I take a sip. I think of you, Carrie.
Well, I hope so. I hope so. I tell you what. Every time I get on the computer, I think of OMG. So there you go.
I love it, Carrie. God bless you. Thank you so much for jumping on with us.
You bet. You bet.
Christine. Hey. You're muted. Do you know you're muted? Let's see if we can unmute her. All right. She's back. Nope, she's muted. Muted, unmuted. All right, she's back.
I'm back.
All right. The crowd goes wild. Great post from you the other day. This is Christine's post. Breakthrough day. New national client. Climbed a rope. Not sure which I'm more excited about. Probably the rope. Every time I take a sip, I think of you.
Well, I hope so.
What's the backstory? So you and your husband, you do this as a team.
Yes.
Loved meeting you again at OMG Live Nashville. Just wonderful. Y'all are very successful, 5 figures per month and all that kind of stuff. But what's it like for you? How are you enjoying it? And what's the backstory behind the rope climbing national client story?
Well, OMG has definitely taken us to a new level, both with our family business and with my client consulting business. And Brian actually was the one that found you guys first, and he followed you, and he encouraged me to go to OMG Live last year. So I actually went with the intention of learning affiliate and trying to figure out how to grow my business to the next level, and kind of left deciding that I would help to grow his family business. It's a third generation business that they sell their products online. And we have just taken his business. Sales are up 25% from year to year. So in 2013, we went up 25%. We went up another 25% this year. And we've had record months, month after month, you know, September, October, November. And so we're helping to build that business, but at the same time, my client business doubled. And you guys have given me the confidence to ask for a whole lot more money. And just the techniques that I've learned, you can't compare it with anything else.
What was it like watching Cotton Grammer take the microphone at OMG Live Nashville this year?
Oh, he was a big breakthrough for me because there were a lot of things I knew about my business that needed to change, and one was getting rid of some of the. I've had the same clients for 4 or 5 years now, and there are some that I just need to move on because they. You know, they're on the smaller end. I was happy to have them, and I've had good success with them. But it's time to. He gave me a lot of great ideas about just, you know, moving on to the next level. So that was a good breakthrough day for me.
I love it, Christine. What I want to do is I just got a text message from Fletch, and we've got Stephen Twomey on with Scott Schaff. Stephen has to run. Can you hang around and can we loop back around to you in about 10 minutes?
Oh, absolutely.
Awesome. Let me do this. Scott Schaff, are you there? I think you're muted, Scott. You getting sound?
Click the microphone, Scotty.
We're running into tech difficulties.
How about now? There we go.
We got it. Scott, your story and connecting things up with Stephen, today you're very successful. Stephen is growing in success. He's actually become quite an expert at DAS, so I want to get into that. A year and a half ago, where were you? What was the progression?
Just before I get into that, can you guys hear me all right? Because for some reason I hear you on my computer speakers, but you currently hear me on my headset.
I can hear you, and I think we're on some sort of delay where things aren't synced up, like your video is a little bit behind. But ultimately, I think the audio is working.
Either that or Scott was talking to us through telepathy.
Well, let's do this in reverse then. Let's do this in reverse. Stephen, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Tell us Scott's story and how you wound up in OMG.
Okay, so I've known Scott since I was 13 years old. Scott and I are like 30, 31. We've known each other a very long time. Scott was right out of high school, was in the military, in the Air Force. So he served in the Air Force, and when he got out, he became a contractor, serving the U.S. government, and he was stationed in all kinds of war-torn areas. And Scott, I'm telling your story if you just joined us again.
It's all good, brother.
No, I love this. Go on, Stephen.
Okay, so Scott and I stayed in touch he's as close to a brother as I ever had, and he stayed in touch with me when he was in the North Pole, everywhere else, and I always knew Scott was never in a ship. He always had business ventures, whatever else he had going on. And one thing he told me about when he was in Afghanistan, or somewhere in a bunker, he couldn't tell me exactly where, that he was building a business and making crazy amounts of money. And one day he was in Denver and told me he was making $15,000 a month.
What did you think when you heard that sum of money that from Afghanistan, from a bunker that's coming under daily rocket attacks, while he's working 90 hours a week, that he built an additional $15,000 a month? Like, What was that like hearing that?
You know, it was actually I was very, very happy for him because not long before that, Scott had found out his wife had been diagnosed with cancer, which a lot of you are aware, and then 2 weeks after they found that out, they found out they were having a little baby, little stud named Gracie.
And Scott deployed not 2 days later.
Yeah. So he's getting shot at. Wife has cancer, and he's got a baby on the way. And
what was it like for you as his friend hearing about that predicament?
You know, my heart ached for him because I love Scott. I mean, I do love Scott. He's an awesome friend and a brother, and I'm very excited that you got his, because I've been trying to do the same thing that you actually got him to do, was quit his job. When I found out he was making that kind of money, I'm like, dude, you should not get, you know, mortar shelled and all that stuff at the butt crack of dawn and putting your life at risk. So it was
wait till at least 3 p.m. to get mortared.
Yeah. Don't do it at 11 when I'm just getting tired. Make sure you wake me up so I'm good to go for the rest of the day.
Coffee first.
Yeah, absolutely. So no.
So now, how do you wind up in things? Because now you're an OMGer. You're an expert at DAS at this point. Like, that's crazy. Like, how did that happen?
So I got into internet marketing like about 6-7 years ago, just for a brief period of time, and I learned how to do SEO to rank my own insurance business. I had a pretty successful farmers insurance agency. I started from scratch, learned how to do it, got out of it when I joined medical sales. Pretty successful in that, and Scott had called me, told me he was making, and I said, dude, I spend 3 or 4 nights away from my family. I've got 2 little boys. I'm like, if I can make that kind of money, I'm in whatever it is. And I talked to you a couple different times on Facebook and saved up a little bit of cash, and I joined. And this whole OMG community has been absolutely phenomenal. And just got director's cut yesterday, and I'm very stoked on the information that's being shared. So
that's awesome, Scott. You got to hear Steven's perspective on things, and he's ramping up towards quitting his day job. You've obviously got an incredible story, an inspiring story. You've helped so many OMGers. You know, I know you had a parade of people, like you had a line of people out the door at Drake's to buy you drinks and to thank you. 2014's been a banner year for you. This was the first Christmas in 6 years that you didn't have somebody flinging rockets at your head.
Yeah, that's correct. I hope my audio is going through okay now.
Audio's coming through good.
Yeah. Awesome, excellent. Yeah, this is the first Christmas in 6 years outside of a Muslim country. Between Afghanistan and Saudi Arabia, so it's been quite the blessing to not only just be in the States for Christmas, but you know, be with my wife and child. It's just it's hard to explain. Everybody asks, "Well, what'd you do for Christmas?" I said, "I did exactly what I wanted to do. I didn't leave the house. I just spent the entire day with my family, just relaxing, and it was amazing."
Yeah. We talked earlier today, and you know, it's made a difference in your life, and it's funny because as things have progressed, because I remembered OMG Live Nashville. You know, you hadn't made a penny. You came out to OMG Live Nashville in 2013, and Scott's audio is just a little bit off of his video, so but it's all going great. You went there. You pulled me aside and said, "Listen, I'm going to make it. I'm going to be your next big earnings report," and you were. You broke through in a huge way. You didn't just pay it forward inside of the community. You took your best friend, you got him inside, and nowadays, Steven's making money. He's progressing towards quitting his day job. We've started talking with Jimmy Kelly about domain authority stacking, DAS, which is one of the major functions of director's cut, is getting people involved in that. At this point, Steven's an expert in it. You actually hire him at this point to help you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, so somebody you know, elbowed me pretty good. Lots of phone calls, pretty much yelling at me to quit my job. Do you know who that is? Do you know that guy, Mike? You do know? Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was Mike that did that. So after that happened, I decided to obviously ramp things up even more, and I was just so busy doing what I'm good at, and I realized there's certain things you shouldn't be doing when you can have somebody else do it if you don't enjoy it, you're not good at it, or you can do something else to make you more money. I mean, Cotton will explain that over and over and over again. And that's when Steve told me about the DAS, the stacking that he's been learning from Network Empire, Jimmy Kelly, and he's just been diving into it for months at this point, just a couple months at this point. And I decided, you know what, I'm going to hire you to do all that stuff for me, because I had a couple client sites, very competitive niches that weren't moving the way I expected them to. And I haven't built a PBN since. His expertise is really just, and it's just gotten better and better over the months. It's pretty awesome. So he's my go-to guy, and now he's teaching me everything he knows, along with Jimmy Kelly's training that I have as well. So it's pretty amazing stuff what he's doing and how he's been able to help my business grow.
You know, it's crazy because it's this one-for-one thing. You know, Scott. You know, you had this true back to the wall moment, and you needed a Hail Mary I mean, really, the thought. Gosh, I mean, the day when you found out, you know, the rough news. It was I guess it was June or July. You found out, you know, the bad news and the great news. You know, if you had been able, you know, a window in time to see yourself now making 5 figures per month, month after month, month after month, and then paying it forward to your best friend and helping him head towards quitting his day job, what would you have said?
Oh, it would have blown my mind. At that point in my life, I was just looking at how to crawl the corporate ladder in the company that I was working with, which is a great company, but to be making what I'm making now with that company, not only would I have to go and get a degree in something, a 4-year degree, which I don't have, but I would have to probably wait another 15 to 20 years to be making what I'm making now within a year. Not to mention, it would still be, well, as we speak at this moment, I would actually be in Afghanistan right now, once again for another Christmas, had I not stumbled upon OMG, the community, and the amazing family here.
Yeah, I just really, there's something that's so moving to me about, you know, about you and having you inside of the community and the help that you've given people, the direction, the advice that you've given to people. You know, I remember, it's funny, the very first time we ever heard Cotton Grammar speak out, you were on a webinar training people up. You know, you were paying it forward on that webinar, teaching people SEO client consulting techniques, and that opened the window where I saw Cotton, and I brought Cotton live, and then Cotton, you know, that inspired Cotton to share some of his early techniques that he started sharing with people, and you've been that catalyst, and I, boy, am I grateful for you, Scott, and I want you to know that.
Oh, thanks, Mike. I'm absolutely grateful for you and the rest of the family. Just, you know, everybody on here, Fletch and Cotton and Russell, and just so many friends, you know, Shane, Jamal, Gregory Ortiz, Jason. I just, you know, Greg, I can't go through all the names like you've said earlier. There's just too many to list. Christine, even though I was giving her some crap when I first came on, you just couldn't hear me. Love you, Christine. But it's just such a great family. Like it's been said many times, this isn't just a group or an organization. It's truly a family helping everybody else out, and it's just such a blessing. It's amazing to be a part of such a hill. It really is.
Oh, thank you so much, Scott. I just have a deep gratitude for you, and seeing you at OMG Live Nashville last year, seeing you there this year, you toting along Stephen and paying it forward with Stephen, and now seeing Stephen spread his wings. It's a wonderful, wonderful experience, and I'm just very grateful to you both.
Thank you so much. I'm proud to see Stephen do what he's doing. It's that's the best thing. Like Cotton said, you know, he's in Fletch. They've seen it many times over, and you yourself. It's the earnings reports. It's seeing, you know, people you care about, you truly care about, just doing well and just really getting at it and taking charge of their own life and not just letting the rest of the world dictate what they do or working for that paycheck.
That's the chance that you wanted, and that's been the anthem of this event. That's what David Mills wanted us to talk about on this event. This is the OMG New Year online party. This is the Hangout Webby for that, and we're celebrating. This is City of the Hill. Exactly, and Scott, you wanted a chance to build a business, to be a dad, to be a husband at home in America, and to pay it forward to your best friend and to others. And now you're doing that. We didn't make you by any stretch of the imagination, but OMG, I believe that it's safe to say that we gave you the chance.
Oh, absolutely. It's just a tool that's out there, an amazing tool at that. I spent 12 years in the military. I got a lot of tools that I've used over the years for my job, but something like this, you're not forced. You're not being told what to do or how to do it or anything else. It's just given to you with grace and compassion, and it's up to you to take charge. And like I've said from the very beginning, just do it. At the beginning, I didn't know anything about. Well, I still don't know anything about computers. I don't play video games. Building a website was just horrendous. SEO was subpar, but that's okay. And I'm by no means a genius in any of these fields. It's definitely not my expertise. But by just doing it and doing what what's taught in the programs, that's all it takes. I'll just say it over and over and over again. It's just taking action and doing something instead of expecting something to happen for you, or I deserve this, or I expect this, because that's our society today. Nobody owes you anything. You owe yourself something, and just take action and do it, and you're gonna have
You did
success.
it for yourself. I mean, you were working, and what did those days look like? I mean, you're working. It's 90-hour work weeks in Afghanistan. Dangerous conditions. You're overseas. You made most of your money with client consulting. How'd you do it?
Well, I just took every opportunity within the day to not only learn and go through all the videos, but to take action while I was learning. So every time I learned something new, I would take action on that. Even though I didn't know what the heck I was doing or where I was going, I did a lot of backtracking, sure, but I was taking action. When we have downtime, some people like to pop in a movie inside the bunker there, or play a video game or something like that. No, I got on the computer with our crappy internet and did what I could to advance my education and growing, what is now a very successful business. And then at night, I would go home into a 6x12 box with 3 other guys. So I basically had a twin-size bed to myself, and I would just read and listen to downloaded iTunes playlists about SEO and marketing and everything else. It's just taking every single moment in the day to do it, and just get it done.
You glad you did it? Was it worth it?
It was worth every single moment. Every single moment. I love the crew I was with, but they're there right now as we speak, doing the same thing over and over and over, and they're wondering why they can't leave that job because they can't afford to, because they're not taking action. They're just spending their time, watching movies and playing games and not advancing their own knowledge or passions in life.
What does Morgan think about things?
Well, let's talk about what she used to think about things. When I first spent the first dime on OMG a little over a year ago, she's very supportive, very loving, and she trusts me, which is amazing. She's an amazing wife, and I couldn't have done it without her and her support. But she was very skeptical and wasn't thrilled, especially 2 months later after I bought into the program. I only have 1 week home in a 9-month stretch from Afghanistan. I'm sorry, I had 1 month home, and out of that 1 month happened to be OMG Live. So I was actually gone 1 week out of that 1 month in a 9-month period, not with her, and spending money to do this program. And again, she wasn't too happy. And then you contacted me early last spring and said, hey, you need to quit your darn job and focus on this full time, because it's gonna help you in the long run. And I told her that, and she says, gosh, I don't like this Mike guy. Well, I'll tell you what. Fast forward just a couple months from that, after giving birth to a child, having complications, some birthing complications, and then having to have the surgery for her cancer, she took back every word she said. I mean, she can't imagine what it would have been like this last 9 months without me home. She couldn't have done it, and she would have broken down and she just has no idea how she would have handled it at all. Just probably would have had a mental breakdown and physical. So it's just been such a blessing. So she's ecstatic. She thanks you. If she was down here right now, she'd be trying to give you a virtual hug.
Well, I would give her that virtual hug back because we appreciate her compassion and her benefit of the doubt that she gave you, and I just appreciate you, Stephen. I appreciate you as well. I know you're on a tight time schedule tonight. Stephen, thank you for jumping on and sharing Scott's story with us and sharing your own story with us.
I'm happy to be on. And hey, Christine, just so you know, I had to get on the call because I've got a 5:30 WOD to get at tomorrow at CrossFit. So just FYI. So
well,
thanks for having me on.
Speaking of, God bless you. So speaking of supportive wives and the benefit of the doubt and the OMG City on Health family, Christine, that was a great reintroduction to you. What's it like having an OMG household? Because with you and Brian and your success, what's that like for you guys as a family? You're muted again. Gotta get you unmuted.
Oh, okay. We're actually really lucky because you have someone that understands what you do and understands your passion. We work well together probably 90% of the time, and he came with me to Live this year, which was great. So, yeah, we're very fortunate because I'm sure most of you, your spouses may be supportive, but they don't necessarily understand what you're talking about.
If you're speaking to somebody's spouse, be it a husband or a wife, and they don't understand yet, what would your advice be?
Well, I mean, you need a spouse that believes in you, and like Scott said, they trust you. They trust in your judgment. And Brian really was the one that first found you, and I always trust his judgment because everything he's taken the time to learn and people that he's chosen to follow, we've learned something from everyone, but this is definitely a unique type of group. I mean, we did real estate before. Scott and I talked about that. So we've bought every program about real estate, and we have a lot of different things about SEO, but this group is very different because the support is there, the community is there, and it just plain works. It's good information, it's up-to-date information, and it's changed our lives, and we're very, very grateful for everybody. We've learned something from every one of you.
You said that you guys are powering Brian's family business, third-generation family business with OMG. What's the family think about that?
Oh, they love it. They're riding on our coattails. They like the bonus checks at the end of the year.
Do they?
The phone is ringing off the hook, so his father, doesn't even really understand he doesn't understand why someone from California would want to buy a tire from, us in Massachusetts. And you know what? He doesn't question it anymore because the growth has been there. It used to be a seasonal business. We used to just distribute in New England, and now we can sell all over the world. So it's changed his business. It's made the business more exciting for Brian, which is important to me because before it was kind of, just distribution is not that exciting, but SEO and online marketing is. And he started doing videos right in front of his desk in 2009, and I give him all the credit for me getting into this because it was his concept, and I just got better at it than him.
That's great. That's great. Well, I just really appreciate you coming on and sharing this right now. It was so great reconnecting with you at OMG Live Nashville and just seeing the fire and the spunk that you have for things. And for somebody who's wondering, what's it like to suddenly have a national business turn to you and say, please help us?
You know, it's really cool. I mean, it's definitely given me a lot of confidence. And his business is on a national level, so I actually prefer that. The area that we're in, local is not super challenging. You know, I just don't have enough time to find the client. So the client getting has been my issue just on a time level. But the national marketplace is really where I like, and I like to be. So yeah, it's cool. This is actually a nonprofit, so I'll keep you guys informed. It's been really interesting. I've been learning a lot about them, and even though they're a nonprofit, you know, they picked the biggest option package, so that was kind of nice. And I'm enjoying working with them. So
yeah, that made for a green Christmas.
Yeah, but climbing the rope was still better.
I tell you, I blame Greg. I know it sounds weird, but Greg just rubs off on everybody, and next thing you know, everybody's working out. Well, Christine, thank you so much. God bless you, and I really, really appreciate you coming on and just livening everything up and sharing and speaking out to people, not just on a business level, but really on a personal, warm level. I just OMG is a city on a hill, and it's a people helping people movement, and it's not just about the techie stuff, and it's not just about the power of SEO, but it's really about the power of individuals believing in themselves and believing in other people so much, because it takes belief in somebody else to reach out. It takes belief in your spouse to to believe in them and to back them up, and to give them the benefit of the doubt when they're not sure, and I think that you exemplify that, and it just a lot like you're saying with Morgan and Scott and your situation with Brian, and now Steven's spreading his wings, and I just appreciate you.
Thanks for having me. We appreciate you.
All right, God bless you, Christine.
You too.
All right, so we just had, speaking of Christmas stories, we just had somebody pop in. This just happened just a moment ago. James, are you there?
I am, Mike.
James, we got the Christmas miracle story. This is how we started out this whole thing when we started lining up this this wonderful event. On the 23rd, when we went live with Director's Cut, I shared, you shared it a day or two before in the OMG group, a real Christmas Hail Mary miracle story for your family. I think it was very inspiring, very heartwarming. It was a back to the wall story. $14,000. I'd love to hear it.
Basically, I just, like many of you, we all just trying to find our way kind of thing. And, I spent 10 years in the Navy, and after that, went into sales, basically. I was tired of being kind of told what to do, so I said, I'm going to find a way to do it on my own. So it's kind of been a one-man gang for quite a while before this. But I was getting worn out and whatnot, and so in October I joined OMG because I was like, I knew that recruiting had to come to some kind of end because it wasn't doing it for me. I don't want to do things just for the money. That doesn't fulfill me. It doesn't get me out of bed in the morning. It's not what I want. So I've found OMG, or actually this type of business was approached 3 other times throughout my life, and then this kind of happened. And so fast forwarding a little bit, I got in OMG, just kind of buried myself in it, and really just obviously wanted to make it work as fast as possible. And then especially with Christmas coming, that added some new stresses because, again, I'm the primary breadwinner, but, well, I just kind of took that leap of faith in that next step, and I just, for lack of better words, just said I wasn't going to have that conversation with my daughters on Christmas. I was going to make something happen. And we did it with a lot of your help.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. One of the things you pointed out was the role of law of implication, and I know you're a big fan of David Mills. What I know it sounds weird to say that a philosophy can change the moves that you make. How did that happen?
Well, really, I just decided that I was obviously getting caught up in the moments a lot, getting overly overwhelmed with what I had on my plate, and what kind of set me free a little bit was kind of again, thinking about that, I set a number when it was small, it's 3,000. I didn't think I was going to do anything like it. And you know, essentially, I just kept envisioning how I was gonna feel when I knew I did it on Christmas Day, and how I'd be able to know that that was a bigger meaning than just having some gifts for that. And yeah, so that kind of allowed me to kind of embrace that feeling that I didn't have yet. But by the way, it was far better than I thought it would be. So,
and you're talking about results formula, and this is something that's not just it's really taking the law of attraction to a different level, because it's a very detailed and strategic approach to things, and it really helps you isolate the moves that you need to make, because you made smart moves. It wasn't like you thought positive and then $14,000 showed up in your hand at the last second.
No,
you made
in fact,
very smart moves.
Yeah, I mean, my recruiting business, I've always been pretty talented at closing deals and gaining people's trust pretty quickly. So I figured when I started doing the SEO, I started tinkering a little bit with my recruiting profile. And it's ironic, I actually changed my LinkedIn profile stuff, and I started getting more calls, and I was kind of blown away by that, because I had all this pretty recruiting stuff on there, which was boring me to death. And so nonetheless, that happened, and then I started getting clients calling me asking, and because I did not need to take the business, I didn't feel, because I had other ways of earning money. I told them I just dictated my terms, and I was happy to do the search. I'll do a great job for you, but you're going to pay me up front. You're going to do it this way. You're going to operate under these guidelines so I can get the job done and done right. You called me, so I'm going to take care of you, but this is how I'm working with you. And if you don't like it, that's okay.
Completely have your back to the wall.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that if I kept kissing rear ends, that I was going to continue to have to kiss rear ends. And I just want to provide a lot of value to folks. And it's egg, and I didn't want to continue. Yeah, no, I know I have some value to offer, so I wanted to just project that with some confidence, and so I guess I did that because they paid me, and you know, the rest is yet to be seen, but it's looking even better coming in next month. I got a lot lined up for next month already that I'll be looking at, so exciting stuff on the way.
Man, I appreciate you coming on this. You know, we're coming up on New Year's, and you know, this whole thing, I mean, it can seem unbelievable to people at home, because we offer so many routes to success, so many routes to victories, and that's the way that David does it. You know, he doesn't have this one rigid approach to things where, you know, I don't have problems telling people, if you want step by step, if you want A to Z, if you want pay by numbers, go to McDonald's. They'll give you a job. You'll good folks in fun. Right.
Well, it's funny because I was like hell-bent. I was trying to get the Nashville Live, and I emailed you, and you're just kind of like, that's not how we. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna figure this thing out somehow. And I knew it wasn't a blow off. It was more like, you'll figure it out kind of. And I ultimately I've kind of put my own thing in, and that's really part of what I've learned is just kind of follow what's in your heart and do what's right for the people around you, and the rest will take care of itself. And instead of worrying about that almighty buck in the wallet, I ain't gonna let that lead me anymore. Even though I didn't know how I was gonna pull it off, I just knew somehow I was gonna pull it off. And
again, you were strategic. See, this is what I love about it is, yes, you use the law of attraction, because that's part of law of implication.
Sure.
But the bottom line is, it was strategic. You used it to guide the creation of a strategic plan. You know, you went left when everyone else is going right. Cotton talks about this. He mentioned the velvet ropes, and Cotton can articulate this extremely, extremely well. It's very powerful. Cotton doesn't kiss anybody's rear end. It does not happen.
Not a good place to be.
It's not a good place to be. And like attracts like, and if you start kissing butt, you never stop. You know? And we don't need to live in fear, you know. And you went for it, and you got it, and you probably felt like, just like what Russell Wright said earlier on, you make 5 figures in a month, and suddenly it feels like the weight of the world comes off your shoulders.
Well, that's really where we're looking for next month, because my recruiting business, I've done quite well, but not
you know, consistently, because my heart's never really been in it. I really, long story, and we'll probably have time for that another time. But, you know, I kind of was in recruiting to survive, and it's funny, like that when you said read those books, I read it. I just, everything you guys say to do anymore, I pretty much just do it, and we'll figure out what happens later. But I read that book, and it pointed some of those things out that I'd been doing. I didn't know I was doing that 8 years ago when I started on this after the Navy. It's kind of been let a little piece by piece, and this whole little ride that, you know, that we call life has been wild, and it's getting even more exciting by the moment. Because another cool thing that just happened, that my daughter, my oldest one, she's 14, real smart girl, and she wants to do programming, and I'm like, And then my youngest daughter, Maya, she's more artsy and design oriented, and she likes design stuff, and I'm like, well, what a cool way to kind of, we'll see what we can do. So I'm looking forward to introducing her into some of this Mike's Hayden new program when that day comes, and get her up to speed. And hey, who knows where it goes? Maybe nowhere, maybe somewhere. But either way, I'll be spending more time with them, and that's cool. Real cool.
I love it. Well, this is absolutely a classic OMG moment, and you know, you just wanted the chance. You wanted the chance to break through, and you got that. And that's what this is about. This is about getting you an overwhelming advantage by hook or by crook. We want to see you have success. And James, I'm just very grateful for you coming on. It's
my pleasure.
Christmas Hail Mary for the win, and looking forward to hearing more from you.
Yes, absolutely, Mike. I look forward to hearing more and meeting all of you in the future as well.
All right. God bless you, James.
You too. God bless you.
All right. My friend Jason Berkowitz just hit the OMG New Year online party. Jason, are you there?
Yes, I am. How's everything, guys?
Going great, man. What's the scoop?
Oh man, everything's going amazingly well. Especially coming back from live a month ago. Things are just taking off by storm. You know, applying methods that we learned. It's just insane. It's overwhelming and insane. You know, it's the best way to describe it.
Jason, I've been working out. This is like I'm 3 weeks in with my personal trainer.
Yeah, it looks good, man.
Are you just flattering me?
No, you look good. You look good.
Are you
We're gonna get you back to those squat numbers soon.
Oh no, that's never happening again. Jason, you've had a breakthrough in 2014, even before OMG Live Nashville. Are you comfortable discussing the kind of numbers you're doing, or what's going on? You're usually pretty quiet.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
So, what do you ballpark 15, 20, 25,000 in a given month?
About $27,000 a month now. At Nashville, I was about 25, and since then I signed on a couple of new clients, which brought it up to 27.
And how old are you?
I'm 24.
A lot of 24-year-olds that you know making $27,000. What are your friends making?
What?
What are your friends making?
$24,000 a year.
$24,000 a year?
Yes.
Is $27,000 a month better than $24,000 a year?
Yes. And you know, I'm helping him get along. I'm helping him starting his own business in regards to SEO, just because he is my friend. So we're gonna get him up there soon, hopefully. So.
Yeah. No, just like Scott Schaff's doing with Steve Twomey, he's paying it forward. What does your family have to say about that? I mean, that's such a, you know, because it's crazy. You know, you're a New Yorker. You know, everyone's skeptical, and you trust somebody half as far as you could throw them. You know, how did you make the leap of faith to join us? And you know, you've been with us for a while, and you've gone at it. Put the word out.
Well, started in early 2013. I dropped out of college just because I wasn't happy. I was in school for physical therapy, and while I started practicing it, it wasn't for me, and I wanted to get out of it. So out of nowhere, I just dropped out and took my family by storm. They started yelling at me, saying, "You're making bad decisions. You can't get a job without a degree." And I honestly had no plan. I had no idea what I was going to do. I took a job as a personal trainer to try to pay my bills and, you know, put food in my mouth. And just browsing the web for different occupations, I somehow came across the how to make money online niche. And a simple Google search just led me where I am now, where in May 2013, I signed up a coaching course. I was originally part of the original shortcut product. And hearing Fletcher's story, Lonnie's story, told me that I really had to go in and take that leap of faith. I put it on credit card debt, my original purchase, and I started going. And about a month and a half after I signed up, Penguin 2 came out and just destroyed all the work I did. So all that money I spent, that was back in the day when we were doing Unique Article Wizard, Magic Submitter heavily. It just destroyed everything. And I had doubts about whether I should continue going forward or try to find something new. And I'm so happy I continued going.
Yeah. Well, because that's actually, those updates are your biggest advantage.
Now they are, yeah, absolutely. Back then, I didn't know what I was doing. I had no clue what was going on. I was still new to SEO. Every update that comes up now, all my clients are moving up. My websites are moving up. Everything's just amazingly going well.
What now? What does your family think?
Oh, they're happy. I don't even think they fully get it, but they see that I'm doing well on my own. They don't know my numbers. It's just something that we don't talk about. They hear I'm doing well. They're happy. I'm taking Uber out to meet them, $50 Uber ride, and they understand. So, they're happy for me.
Yeah. Listen, guys. I know it's strange that we just throw around our income numbers, but how else are you gonna know? Everyone else is just so full of crap. They ain't gonna tell you. You go to these other programs, these touch the hem guru jerks. And you don't know, and the reason you don't know is because nobody's making any money. They don't want you to know, And what was it like at OMG Live? You're walking around, and people are just making money right and left. Some people are making a little less than you, some people are making a little bit more, but almost everybody's making money.
Yeah, I was there last year too, and I was in a position where I didn't pay for OMG Live from my clients, and just like Scott, hearing everyone else's story just was enough motivation to really take action, even more action than what I was taking, making sure that this is something that I'm going to be in for the long term. Really build a legit business that's going to provide stable income for me. And then going again this year again, still I'm not, as Steven said, I'm not making OMG numbers yet, but basically just hearing these stories and just keep moving forward, using these stories as inspiration.
I just love this. On what planet is $27,000 a month not OMG numbers?
It was the best line of OMG Live.
It was the best line of OMG Live. Just for everyone at home, Steven Tromey is sitting there, and he's just like, well, I'm making money, but not OMG money. But like somehow Cotton Grammar is just destroyed. Like anybody who's not making. I had I think it was, I want to say it was Lloyd Silver who said to me, he was like, or maybe it was Tim Morose. It was somebody who's making 30, 40 grand a month, and they're like, yeah, I'm making some money, but I'll give you an earnings report once I'm over 100 grand a month. I want to be like Cotton. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, I was kind of the same way. I'm not much of an outgoing person on the Facebook group. I'm always watching. I'm always listening to everyone else's success, liking Facebook posts. But this is the first time where I'm actually telling about my income. And again, I don't obviously. I'm going to use inspiration from others to set my 2015 goals. Try to keep moving that up even more.
Yeah, no, I love that, and you're one of the quiet guys, but I hear your name right and left, behind the scenes, and I know you're helping people out, and I appreciate that. And you and I have gotten to be friends, and we spent a lot of time hanging out at OMG Live Nashville, and I'm just glad. I'm appreciative of you jumping on this event and providing some inspiration. It's got to be bizarre, by the way. People at home just watching this, how many people have come off this event? Just. But it's an exciting time. Jason, you wanted the chance to just have breakthrough success, and I think that was the promise you getting into OMG. We promised you an overwhelming advantage. Do you feel like you got that?
Oh, I got that plus more. It's just the power that we have at our hands is just unbelievable. The things that we can do on the search engines. It really just dominates the competition.
We're releasing. We're celebrating the release. There's about 24 hours left for people to join Director's Cut. You've worked with Jimmy Kelly one-on-one. You've seen what that's like. Put the word out. What do you think about somebody who's on the fence about joining OMG and joining Director's Cut, or somebody even who joined OMG earlier, as you did, as Fletch did, as Lion did, and they're thinking, well, should I join Director's Cut? What would you say to them?
If you're really interested in learning methods and techniques that no one else is doing, then yes, you want to get into Director's Cut. Network Empire and the merge with OMG is probably the most incredible thing to happen in the industry. You will learn tips and tricks that you can apply with ease that will give you fantastic results, and no one else is doing it. If other SEOs try to reverse engineer you, I don't even think they'll understand what's going on. They'll have no clue. So it's really, exactly as you said, an unfair advantage.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, and we just have this thing going on. It's so much fun. Can you talk about like how much fun this is?
Oh, this is crazy. I think Fletch and I were talking about a few weeks ago how overwhelming this is, and no matter what changes happen, it just still gets crazier and crazier. And trying to put together the pieces of what's actually happening in our lives is unrealistic, in amazing ways. I'm so happy with the group that we have. The community that we have is just so amazing. OMG overall is just great. There's no other place like this at the end of the day.
You said that you joined because you saw Fletch's and Lonnie's earnings report. Now someone's going to watch your earnings report, and they're going to say, all right, if that guy can do it, I know I can do it.
Yeah.
If a personal trainer from New York City who's 24 years old can do it, I can do it. How does that make you feel knowing that you're helping open the door for the next guy or the next gal?
It's an honor to be here. I've been watching these webinars for years now, keeping an eye on everything, especially in the beginning, watching Fletch come on and show how he just started making his first $10,000 a month. He showed a receipt from an ATM deposit, and right there and then I knew that, okay, I want to be able to deposit $10,000 into my bank account. So it's just an honor to be here, first of all, especially with such amazing minds.
What's it like the first month that you deposited $10,000 when that became your reality?
I was freaking out. I was jumping all up and down. I didn't even want to deposit the check. I just wanted to look at it all day. The check with $1,000 and my name on it. I just wanted to stare at it, frame it.
Caress it, sleep with it.
Yeah, I didn't want to get it out of my hands, but I was so happy.
Oh, that's great. Jason, thank you so much. I'm so grateful for you coming on. You're a great friend, and you make things a lot more fun, and I just appreciate you. God bless you.
Thank you, and thank everyone.
All right. Another classic OMG moment. Fletch, how does that make you feel?
Dude, Jason's awesome, man. I'm glad he jumped on. I got to meet him last year at OMG Live, and it was kind of, with the timing of everything last year, it was kind of like, we talked about Cotton talked about, himself, and when David identified him, he's like, yeah, that guy, we want to make sure that we have him on our side, as opposed to, trying to compete against him. And it kind of reminded me of, with OMG Live last year was when you guys kind of announced that I was going to be, working with doing some of the training in office hours and stuff. And I got to meet Jason and a bunch of other great guys. I sat right next to Scott, and we talked about, like, holy crap, man, we can do all these cool things now. And, at the time, I was making like $80,000 a year or something like that. I thought I was doing great, But that was the weird thing. Like, I was sitting there thinking I was doing okay, and Scott was sitting there like, well, I'm doing okay, but I'm not really making any money yet. And I was sitting there right next to somebody else that was making like $40,000 a month, and they thought they were doing okay too. And I was like, just all a matter of perspective. And that's what's so nice about being in the community, because your perspective constantly changes with what people do and show you by example is possible. So it's just neat to get to see this all come in full circle, with Scott now able to spend time with his family, with Jason really killing it and, creating a life for not only himself but his friends and what he can do for them. And, James, I've talked on the phone with him a couple times, James Pemberton, and he's going to have some great stuff coming up this year too. So I'm just excited to get to see all this and be a part of it. And, anybody that I meet and, they tell me kind of that they're, oh, well, you can't really do that. I don't believe it, man, because what I've seen, what I've experienced, what I've personally done shows you can do a hell of a lot of stuff in a year and a half. You can totally change your life financially. You can, re-surround yourself with the right group of people and you can really create the life you want and really set the stage to not only do that for yourself but contribute in meaningful ways to others. So you talk about a celebration, a party. That's what that is for me. So I'm just happy to be a part of it.
No, this is a party for sure. This is a party for sure. Dave Keys. Dave, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm really sick, man. I'm going to try to say at least a few words.
Yeah. How old are you, Dave?
I am 57.
You're 57.
57.
You are 33 years older than Jason.
That's awesome, man.
And
Jason is awesome.
Jason is awesome.
I love hearing his story.
Me too. No, me too. When you were 24, if you had been making $27,000 a month, what would you have done?
I would have thought I was Bill Gates. I mean, when I was 24, Bill Gates was still a kid. When I was 24, I was in the Army, and I think I was making $890 a month plus BAQ. You know, it's just like there was no sense of this kind of money. There was no sense of this kind of money with inflation factored in. There's nothing. You know, it's just out of reach.
Yeah, we heard from Glenn Ingram earlier today, and we know that you and him are joining forces. You were really one of the people who helped usher in 2014. You helped OMG kick off 2014 in style. And you were one of the first people beating the drum about law of implication. You ripped in there, 5-figure per month earnings report, swagger and fun, and you I hear almost every day, I hear somebody, Dave Keys this, Dave Keys that, Dave Keys the other thing. And you have helped make 2014 so special. Not just for me, not just for David Mills, but for so many people. And then so many other people have made it special for you. You were telling me that Cotton Grammar has literally been a major source of inspiration for you. Now, you were very clear with me when you called me on the phone. You were on the fence about joining OMG. You called me up. You told me you wanted a chance to make your career work and to turn things around financially. Were we able to provide that for you?
Absolutely, absolutely, man. I'll tell you, we got stuff we're doing with Glenn right now is getting ready to just like rocket 2015. I got some names in the fire right now. I'll tell you, being sick is and this is a little bit of digression, but I thought if I get on, I'm going to say something about what I have not got from OMG. And here's what I have not gotten from OMG. I have not got a boss that's calling me up and going, how sick are you really? You know, what's wrong with you, man? When are you going to get your ass back into work? I don't have co-workers looking at me going, man, you're riding sick call, man. You're just like, you're out all the time, man. This month, this last 6 weeks, is when I left OMG Live, I came back home, I came down sick. I was sick for about 3 weeks. I finally started getting better. I went to Durango. I got sick again. I'm sick as a dog now. I'm going, but you know what? I'm still in 5 figures with me just like laying in the bed going, all right, I got to do a little bit of SEO for my clients. I gotta make this phone call and talk to this new client, bring them on board, get them started. And I'll tell you what, and nobody is like, you know, I got a couple of clients saying, you know, what's happening? I'm like, well, I'm sick, you know, so hang in there or get off, but I'm sick. And it's like, it's awesome, man. And 2015 is rock and roll.
Who could come up with this? Just a second, Dave. Who could come up with this? I just, like, where does this, OMG is so much fun. Who could make this up? I want to, like, got Dave Keys explaining why OMG is so great is because you can get sick and lie in bed and make 5 figures per month. Cotton, can you please? I blame you. I somehow think that this all goes back and is basically your fault.
It is Cotton's fault, man. Cotton gave me the confidence, and I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead, Cotton. Go ahead,
No. I'm like glad it gives people a little bit of inspiration to take control of the job. You have to understand, we have a trait, we have a skill that you, Greg, and David has designed for us that no one else on earth has.
That's right.
You know, you can't get a degree in it. You can't do anything. We're the commodity. The business needs us. That's the only philosophy. I mean, we're the top. I mean, no one goes to the top lawyer in the city. He's not driving out to people's houses asking if he can defend them. You know, if the top attorney in the city, they're not getting a phone call and says, "Hey, you're sick today." That's unacceptable. You know, you're going to take it. And you're going to go, oh, all right, we'll get better, and then let's get back to the case. And with that mentality, that's what we are. And, you know, people just seem to accept it. So why not continue to do it?
Because you've heard, Cotton, you've heard now from Dave Keys, from James, you've heard from Kerry. Person after person after person is saying that they are not groveling and begging for business. I blame you.
That's okay. I'll take the blame for that. But I'm happy to have OMGers not running scared. And you know what? That's why we left our own jobs. You know, scared that we didn't know if we were going to have our job the next day. Our kids got sick. You know, is it okay to call in and stay home with them? You know, can I get off early to see my kids? You know, recital. You know, my dad's in a hospital. Can I go visit him? These are the things that matter the most, and that's what OMG gives us. Is these moments. You know, Fletch is able to have the birth of another child and stay home, and he was sick and had to get over that from all the running around the hospital back and forth. Having a regular job, Fletch would have had to been crawling through all those attics again, and you know, it would have been miserable. And all we've always wanted, and the reason that I even wanted to be successful in OMG is to live the life I wanted to live, do what I've wanted to do, but still work my butt off at the same time. You know, and we've all been gracious enough and blessed to be involved in OMG to have these special moments. You know, where I can drive across the country with my dad and have him move with me. You know, just to hang out and just all the special moments that we've all had. And that's what makes this so special for all of us. And you know, that's why Dave can sit back and kick it up, and he's probably watching Netflix while he's sick. You know, and not like worried about his clients. Where else can you do that? I mean, you'd have a boss calling you saying, "Hey, look, you've used up all your sick days, and unlike, fortunately, if you miss a few more, we're going to have to let you go." That's fear is not the place to live, and OMG allows us not to live in fear.
You know, because Cotton, you've been fired from jobs, and you said no more. Like you wanted the chance to do it your own gosh darn way.
Mm-hmm.
And now you do it.
Yeah, you know, when you and I talked about that, I was fired because I broke records for sales doing consulting for companies for 5 months in a row, and month 6 and 7 remained stagnant. Well, there's only so much you can do. They'd be like, you know what, you're not breaking any more records, you're done. It's not the fact that I wasn't good enough. It's the fact that how people treat people. And to live in fear like that, you know, it's like, you know, am I going to be able to keep it, or, you know, am I going to be able to make any money next month, especially when there's nothing wrong with us. It's a comforting feeling to know at OMG that there's so much business out there, and there's so many businesses that need, you know, you can always go to page 2 and 3 and then look at all the businesses that are there that need our help. And, you know, there's more business than anyone could ever ask for. And there's always someone willing to listen if you have the right foot in the door, and that's what we're able to try to provide for everyone.
I love it. Dave Keys, before I let you go, you fired, you had one employee, you fired him because you really wanted to be your own one-man gang. And as a goodbye package, you helped him build his own OMG business. How much money did he make last month?
I think he made $7 or $8 grand.
You're a crappy boss. I think there are people like right now that be like, "Hey, would you fire me, Dave?"
Yeah, you're all fired, man. Jump on director, Scott.
All right. Thank you very much, Dave. I want to bring on one of my closest friends. Jamal, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Mike.
I've been working out.
You been working out? I can tell, man.
Can you really?
Yeah, you look good, man. You look good.
Are you flirting with me?
No.
All right, cool. Jamal, I think a lot of people were inspired. You know, I think about a week ago, I was talking to Bob and Brian, Bob Proctor, and you know, I secured the right to share because Bob, this is in Vegas. This goes back to August. It was August, right?
August.
No.
Yeah.
Was it August? No, maybe.
Vegas. Vegas was September.
September, like late September, right?
Late September, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Or no, maybe even early October.
Yeah?
I think so. Yeah, it must have been early October.
Okay.
I think it had to have been. I have a reason why I'm sure of it.
It was actually September because we all met for Becker in the second week of August, or October.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was the first week of October. It was the week before that. All right, anyways, September, October, whatever.
Yeah.
I introduced, so here's the progression. I'm talking to Bob Proctor, the guy from the Secret, the New York Times bestseller, The Secret, and it's awesome. Bob's an awesome man. Mm-hmm. And Bob, I wind up talking to him about our earnings reports compilation. He wants to see it, and I'll pull this up. I'll give you the experience of it. So I pulled it up on my iPhone because it was brand new then. Mm-hmm. And let's see, omgmachines.com, and then /earnings reports. And then, so he wants to see it, and I'm showing it to him, and here it is on my iPhone. And hopefully people, I think people can probably see that. And I start scrolling, and I'm scrolling, and I'm scrolling, and scrolling, and Bob has these like silver blue eyes. I mean, they are blue eyes. And they jumped out of his skull. I mean, they were just like, and he wanted to see him, because there's so many of them. Mm-hmm. And so Bob and I are talking. He gets so excited about it, and offhand, Jamal is staying a few feet away from. Now I've given my speech, and I came off the stage, and Jamal came up to me, and I remember Jamal from OMG Live Nashville, and so Bob is looking at the earnings reports compilation, and he's like, well, can I meet some of these people? I was like, well, Jamal is right over here, and he's making $60,000 a month. And, Bob just, silver hair, he just flips back, and he's a very passionate guy.
Yeah. Bob
is a very passionate guy. And so Bob makes a beeline. I mean, you've never seen an 80-year-old move faster. He's like, remember I was telling you about David's son, Chance? About he has all the energy and runs everywhere? Well, Bob, basically ran over. He didn't run. I mean, it's awesome, though. He has that much energy. Mm-hmm. I want to, man, when I'm 80, if I have that much energy, I'd give a press conference every day. Yeah. So Bob just bolts over to you, Jamal, and next thing you know, you guys are just, just talking and just going back and forth. And the one thing I heard Bob say, because he's so intense, right?
Yeah.
He's like, he's about to go and give a speech. He's like, I'm going to go talk about Jamal. And I'm thinking he's going to, mention you. But he just gets up there, and he basically gave, the world's first OMG earnings report. Because that's what it was like. It was like an hour and a half earnings report about Jamal. He talked about me a little bit, did some other stuff, but mostly he was just so inspired. And this is crazy because this is how the law of attraction works, and it's the law of laws, and it's the law of the universe, and like attracts like. You actually have been studying Bob Proctor before you even joined OMG.
That's what's so crazy. I was watching, The Secret my freshman year of college when I was 17, 18. And that was one of the roughest times in my life, It was crazy.
What was going on back then? What was
I mean, it was just freshman in college. I didn't get a scholarship for football coming out. That was a rough time for me, because I feel like I have all the talent in the world. For me not to get a scholarship, it just feel like a bunch of wasted talent. So I walked on my freshman year. That was real tough walking on. You always, no matter how talented you are, you're always gonna work harder when you walk on, no matter what, because they always go to scholarship guys first. So that was like, strike one against me right there. And then, I went to a losing program. It just was not good. So I was just, staying up on my mindset game, staying up on my self improvement with Bob Proctor and all of this, the secret, and a lot of attraction stuff. And I just, kept positive and kept moving forward, with football, with business, and everything. Kind of came to fruition once I graduated. Everything pretty much.
Going a little better now.
From there. Yeah, doing a little better now. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because Bob just came out with that book, Thoughts of Things.
Yeah.
And I was reading through it, and it all coincided because that's when I shared the video. And Bob was gracious enough, and it's right there at the top, omgmachines.com/earnings-reports, and you can just go into any of my emails. I'm sure it's in there somewhere. And so you can watch that video, and I highly recommend it. I would study it. And Bob's a world master at whatever it is that he does, but it's amazing. He's incredible, by the way. Bob is absolutely incredible. He's like really you want to talk about vibration.
Yeah.
He's like David Mills. He has that kind of, like when you're there, you just feel the force of it. But anyways, Bob, it's funny because I was reading that book because it just came out the day after Christmas, Jamal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's like page 134. He started talking about NFL football players who are Super Bowl champions who walked on.
Oh wow!
And it made me think of you, because what he said is they had to they needed a paradigm shift.
Yeah.
And I believe you found that with OMG. I think that you needed a chance when you went, because I know what it was like. I walked on when I was a wrestler in college. I walked on. I didn't get a scholarship either.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that.
And my coach, I didn't feel fairly treated. I'd win the wrestle-offs and still not be first team. It was bizarre.
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. It's crazy.
Yeah. And the thing is, and this goes back to what Cotton was saying, and before him, what James was saying, and what Kerry was saying, and what Dave Keith was saying. Because you live this life, and these other people are bossing you the F around.
Yeah.
And they're doing it because they can do it. And not everybody's that way, but the reality is that's the way of the world. It happens. And the only way to call your own shots is to call your own shots.
Yeah.
And so, that made me think about you. And I, Mel Eason wrote in. He had just joined Director's Cut, and he wrote in. He was talking about you. I shared that in the email. And he rewatched the Bob Proctor speech, and seeing him talk about you, and I just believe that was a big inspiration because that was the thing. We were in Vegas, and it was like it seemed like I don't know. You were there, and Grace Grace was there. Grace Lever and Adam Lever, and they're making $50,000 a month, and Dave was there. He's making $50,000 a month, and I don't know how much. Albert, I know he's making a bunch of money. Anyways, whatever. It's all these OMGers are there. They're making money hand over fist. You were there, and you found a way through OMG because you just wanted to that's what this event is about today. This is the OMG New Year online party. This is a Google Hangout. It's a Webby. It's a celebration. I got that bottle of champagne in the fridge. I'm about to pop it. And I talked to David Mills before this event, and he said, you know what this is about? This is about an overwhelming advantage, and what we mean by that, it's not that we do it for you. We don't. We don't do it for you. If you want done for you, head straight to McDonald's, Food, Folks, and Fun, or buy some scam product or something like that.
Yeah.
From Peru. But Jamal, you wanted what you did use the law of attraction. What you attracted was just a chance. That's what you wanted. You didn't want something handed to you.
Yeah.
You didn't, right?
No,
Did
I
you?
didn't. No, I didn't. I just wanted a fair shot, you know. It just goes back to the days when I was playing football. It's just like every day at practice, I would show up, you know, I would ball out, you know, interception after interception, play after play. But
Yeah.
it wasn't translate. It wasn't translating. I mean,
Yeah.
that's like you buying 50 PBNs and you get no rankings. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. But that doesn't happen. See, that's the whole thing.
That
is
doesn't
now,
happen.
Yeah, like because now you are calling the shots.
Exactly.
Now, like so what's it like? I mean, if you could talk to Jamal from the freshman year, that's 7 years ago, right? You're 24 now? Are you 24?
Yeah, just turned 25.
When did you turn 25?
In September, at the end.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. So 25, my fault. Getting old. All right, so 25. I'm joking. So you're 25 now. So 8 years ago, 7, 8 years ago, you're a freshman in college. If you were to talk to yourself, and you're probably so frustrated back then, and by the way, just so people know, Jamal is extremely talented. You run a 4.340.
Yeah.
That's very fast. Just so you guys know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very fast, very talented, very strong, and because you didn't get the break in college, you didn't get the break to go to the NFL, but now you're making more than a lot of NFL players do, and you aren't beating up your body doing it. And
That's
you don't have to kiss some coach's butt. You see players getting cut all the time where they get injured. You know, you see Dave Keys, he's on injured reserve. You know, still making his money. I would like for you to put the word out. Somebody's on the fence right now. If they're still on this event, what are we? My gosh. We're 4 hours, 38 minutes into this sucker.
Wow.
If they're still on the fence, what do they need to know?
I would say these guys probably need to know that they're in the right place. You know, person after person's came on and shared their story. You know, I don't know how many stories you need after this, you know. You know, you got young guys, you got older guys with experience, and you got pretty much everything in between. You know, so I would say that you're listening to the best minds in the world, and I just appreciate everything you've done, especially David Mills and Greg and Jimmy, and everybody that's really just been helping everyone out. I don't know where else you would find it. If anybody else can show me where you would find this, then you should go with that program, but you won't find it. So you're gonna end up coming back to OMG either way it goes. So I would say just take that leap of faith. You know, it can't be this many people just making things up. It just doesn't make sense. You know, so you know what's real. You know, within your heart. You know, so you just gotta go with what's real.
I love that, Jamal. I really, I'm just, I saw you at the very beginning of the event. I saw you flash on, and it just lit my heart up. You become one of my closest friends, and it just makes my heart soar seeing you continue to have success and continue to grow. And for me, I just want to give you my testimony. When I was sitting in the audience, all those people, and who Bob Proctor was talking about was an OMGer, and celebrating and savoring your success, savoring it.
Yeah.
You know, like he was eating the juiciest, tastiest, marinated Kobe beef steak. Like he went over, they have over at when we hit up Vegas again, we gotta go to Nobu. So at Nobu.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got a Nobu here in Dallas.
Do you really?
Yeah,
awesome.
It's really nice.
Let's do that. We gotta go out and hit it. We gotta do it up for my birthday. Maybe I'll come out.
Okay.
So all right. So Nobu, they have that Kobe that they have, that Kobe beef steak that just aged and marinated, and you just cut into it. It's so juicy, and it's just it just penetrates your sinuses and into your pleasure center of your brain, and you're just mouth watering, and your teeth. That's the pleasure that Bob was taking at your success. What was that like for you to watch Bob in front of hundreds of people in the audience there, thousands of people at home, and celebrating your success that way? What was that like for you, Jamal?
It was definitely inspiring. It was eye-opening. It was really surreal. You know, 'cause I was hoping that I wasn't really expecting that because I was just telling you, giving you a little update of what I was doing, what was going on with my business. I wasn't expecting him to, give a whole hour-long speech about it. So it was really mind-blowing because I had been studying them so long, using the law of attraction and kind of applying it, through my day-to-day life. And it was just bone-chilling just to see him up there talking. I was just like, is this real? Because I had been, struggling for so long. It just kind of took me back to everything that I was going through, and then everything I've pushed through, a whole year or a year and a half of cold calling, just everything every struggle, every failure I've pushed through, it just kind of all like released off my shoulders when he was up there speaking. It was pretty crazy. Yeah.
Your brother was in the audience. What was that like knowing that your brother got to share that with you?
That was really good for him to see. It was great because I don't think he kind of understands just yet what's going on. He's kind of young, kind of still into sports a lot, but it's really good for him to see, everything that I've been going through, and then for him to see my success now. I'm pretty sure he's pretty inspired by that too.
One of the things on that page, on that / earnings reports page, right below right below Bob's speech, picture of you and Bob talking. The right to the right of it, there's you in front of a fancy car. You just got yourself a Maserati.
Oh yeah, it's pretty cool. I don't like to talk about it too much, I just kind of keep it chill. But yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, that's a great and wonderful feeling. This has been a great way to bring things together. What I want to do at this point, Jamal, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you sticking it out and by the way, why would you sit around? Because you were on at the very beginning.
Yeah.
You've been the whole time. Why? Almost 5 hours.
Hey, I just want everybody to feel the real. It's OMG, baby. Sitting on the hill.
Love it. Let's get some last words. Fletch.
Hey, Mike. What's going on, man?
Give us the last word. You hear Jamal say that? How you feeling?
So good. I just sit here and smile with Jamal. He's got a background in football, which I had as well, and he's really good at conveying emotion through his story, and I get to kind of relive, putting a lot of frustration to bed with really, finding success and finding a place that you can call your own, and finding a place where you can call the shots and make your own way. And so I really appreciate him for sharing his story that way. It helps me kind of relive it and enjoy it. But as much as anything, it just another person that within the community here we've brought a new another chance to another way to create that life that they really want to have. So it just makes me happy. As much as anything, and not only that, Jamal's an awesome dude. We've hung out the last two OMG Live events. We had a great time, and it's just been a lot of fun. So,
yeah, that's a good feeling. Scott Schaffer, you still there? You hanging on?
Oh yeah, I'm still here. I gotta support my my homies. Jamal being one of them. Yeah, we're actually texting back and forth. I'm giving him some crap.
Scott, you give the final word. Why OMG? Why should people come and join us for Director's Cut?
To be honest, I think Jamal said it perfectly. Feel the real. I mean, it's true. This is legit. It's life-changing if you want it to be life-changing. And like you said, this isn't a done-for-you program. You're not going to give somebody, 20 grand, 30 grand, 40 grand, whatever it takes. Because I'd give somebody 100 grand if all of a sudden, they can create an income for me that's 30 grand a month. I don't know if anybody would, but this is it takes some action, and it takes just doing it and having a system for the system like Cotton. It's up to you where you go and where you take this. Whether it's 5 grand a month, 200 grand a month, who cares? It's all about your lifestyle, where you want to be, what you want to do, and what your passions are. And I don't remember who said it earlier, but your mindset grows as you grow with it. I remember thinking about 8 years ago When I first started learning about SEO and web design, I'm like, oh wow, yeah, I could build a website, one website a month for $5,000 per client. Man, that'd be awesome, making $5,000 a month. For one, I was a really crappy, I'll say crappy, web designer. I'm still crappy at it, so that would not have happened. But what's $5,000 a month now? You know, as you grow, you know your mindset grows. And Jamal, myself, and a few others, Jason Berkowitz, you know, is one of them. We talked just the other day about goals, and I think the smallest goal in the next year for each one of us is $200,000 a month, because we have that mindset and that mind frame now.
I blame Cotton.
It's all Cotton's fault.
Yeah, definitely Cotton's fault.
So yeah, feel the real.
Feel the real. OMG, feel the real. Joe Marfolio, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Mike.
Joe, put out the final word. Why should people join Director's Cut?
Man, it's just
You're like all shaded and dark.
I know I had to move my computer because my battery died. It went on too long.
Oh, that's funny. All right, great. All right, Shadow Man. Why should they join OMG?
Because there's going to be some amazing life-changing stuff in it, like there always is. And yeah, I remember when I first joined OMG. You know, when I first met you guys, right? I got that V book, and I actually returned it. And then you emailed me, right? and I couldn't believe you emailed me back on it, and it says, "Hey, man, do you really want to return this?" And I'm so glad that that I didn't. I kept going with it because in my progression in internet marketing, I always had, you know, I got clients, and I was able to kind of stay ahead of it. And right when I got in with OMG, I was starting to get behind because all the products I was getting and SEO was getting harder. It was when I was able to get with you guys, with Greg, and learn from what you guys were teaching, it helped propel my business. And many people I know are out there, and they may be struggling, or maybe they're just starting, or maybe they've been doing it for a while, and they're trying to break through a threshold. And the only way to really break through it is, or to help, is to be part of a community. And this community for 2 years now, almost 3 years, has helped me break through on so many different levels. Not only my client consulting, affiliate marketing, you know, product creation, all these other things. So it's not just joining a program; it's joining a community.
What, Jamal?
Laughing at Scott. We're texting back and forth.
Okay, all right. Dave Keys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Give us the final word. Why should they join OMG?
Director's Cut OMG is the way that you keep up and give yourself the advantage in your business. And we're in a race against, either we got to race that bear or we got to race the guy next to us. But sometimes it is the smallest incremental advantage, and this is far more than that. But the smallest advantage is going to give you the greatest ability to conquer your market. And I just got in Director's Cut today and started to look around. This was much like when I joined OMG last year, and I had to look around. And I said, my money is secure. The money I invested into this, it's already paid for. I know it's taken care of. The minute I looked at it, I said, oh man, I'm so glad I got in here in time. What's been described there by Jimmy Kelly, by Cotton, by everybody that's a part of this, you cannot go out and A-bomb this much value out of anything out there. So jump in there, get in Director's Cut. Do not wait. Do not pass go. Just get in there and get in Director's Cut right now.
Dave Keys, we are 4 hours and 51 minutes into our OMG New Year online party hangout, Webby. You are sick as a dog. Why are you still here?
I am here because there is value here. You cannot get this anywhere else. This community, like somebody just recently said, this community here enables you not just to know something, it enables you to create. It enables you to create more than you can create by yourself in your marketplace than anybody else can offer. That puts you ahead of the competition. That puts you out of reach of the bear. The bear is going to get your competition and not you.
Love it. I love it. Let me find out. James, are you still there? I don't know if James is still there or not.
Yeah, I'm here, Mike.
James, about the final word. Why should they get director's cut?
If you want to be supporting what you do and you want to be around a lot of great people to not necessarily follow in their exact footsteps, but to inspire yourself to reach new heights, then you're in the right place as far as I'm concerned. That's why I'm still sitting here after 5 hours. So.
Yeah, I want to point this out. Everyone on here, we've had, Fletch, how many people have we had on? Do you have a count? Do we have any idea how many people have been on this event? You're muted, Fletch.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we are still sitting at 250 people, Mike.
That's crazy. And how many people have we had come live?
I'd have to count. I made a list, but we had upwards of 30, I believe. Maybe 25. Yeah,
Gotta be a record.
right around there.
And you're telling me we still have 250 people watching us?
Yeah, I'm looking at, it shows 243 right this second. So
awesome.
Insane. Okay, that is great news. Interestingly enough, that does not actually count the people that are on this webinar because, or the people that you clean in your boxes, because if we were, then you'd be. Doesn't matter. Okay. Thank you for the last word, James. Let's get the last word from Jamal, and then we will close with Cotton. Jamal, the final word. Why should they jump in director's cut?
Final word. Jump in director's cut if you want an unfair advantage, completely above anything you can ever imagine. Jimmy Kelly, Greg Morrison, Russell Wright, Sue Bell. Enough said. Hop on board. Change your life today.
Awesome. All right. The man who I blame for everything. I blame the director's cut on him. I blame all these people who now cannot live without $200,000 a month. Cotton the Hammer Grammar. Cotton, my testimony to you. You have changed my life. You have become one of my dearest friends. You have inspired OMGers. You've inspired me, David, Greg, Jimmy, Russell, Sue, Jamal. You brought them to their feet at OMG Live Nashville. You've worn your heart on your sleeve. You stood up to the bullies. I don't know. I mean, you've shed light. You've been a mentor. You've been a student. You've expressed appreciation. You've just done so much for so many people. You know, Dwayne Berlin was on a little earlier, and I think he had to go. He gave a speech at OMG Live Nashville about gratitude and how he thinks that gratitude protects people. Put a little bit of an echo there. Coming from. All right, it's gone. Back. There we go. I'm grateful to you. This is my testimony to you. I'll put out the final word. I say people should buy Director's Cut because you cannot live without what Cotton the Hammer Grammar can show you. It's outrageous to me, the thought of not getting what Cotton can show you. It is outrageous to me not getting it. Cotton, one way of looking at him is he is like the Travis Sago of SEO client consulting, and I believe that SEO client consulting is the #1 opportunity in money getting in the world. Now, if you're hell-bent on affiliate marketing, absolutely, you got to get it because of Travis Sago. So one way or the other, you know, you're stuck. But Cotton, you meant so much to so many people, and you shine a light. You've worn your heart on your sleeve. I said this to David Mills earlier. I was so grateful to him that 6 months ago he reached out to you and asked you to come and join our family. Would have ripped my heart out of my chest to see you go. And I think I've told you that myself personally. I'm so glad that you're here. I want to give you the final word. We're here, and I'm going to go and get my bottle of champagne while you're talking, but I'm still in the room so I can hear everything you say. Even though I blame you for all these $200,000 expectations, $200,000 per month expectations everybody has. Well, I've got it at 9:56, so it looks like we are going to somehow get over the 5-hour mark. Cotton the Hammer Grammar, the floor is yours. Why should people join Director's Cut?
It's very humbling hearing all the stuff that's going on. It just really means a lot to me that I can help so many people. And my goal to just being successful is helping more people in 2015. And I found that the more people that I help, obviously, the more successful I can become as well. What I want to do is just talk to the people that aren't currently involved in OMG. If you're in OMG, this should be a no-brainer to you. You shouldn't have to listen to me. If you've been on this call now for 5 hours, and if you're in OMG, and if you don't see the value of being next to people like Dave Keys and Fletch, Scott, Mike, Greg, Jimmy, Sue, and them, then obviously you don't know OMG very well. It's for those of you that are not in OMG. And I'm going to tell you what OMG can do for you. OMG, I joined it a little less than a year ago in about 3 weeks, and it's ultimately changed my life. I was unemployed. I didn't know where I was going. I'd been tossed around from place to place. Just wanted to find where I could earn money myself. And over the last support of everyone in the community. And there's a Facebook group that you'll be able to join to where you won't have to do this alone. The number one reason.
The Facebook group doesn't come with Director's Cut, but they will get the chance to join with the.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Right.
Go ahead.
One of the things that I always wanted is to find someone that was currently doing it and doing it well. And with Director's Cut, I've been able to take the information from OMG, and I've been able to make myself $1.6 million over the last 11 months. And if you want a chance to learn what I've learned, and I've only given, and if this can even mean anything to you, I've given not even 0.5% of what I've done. It's just the giveaway stuff that I've went over with so far. I want to continue to give, and I want to help as many people as I can. Director's Cut is not only going to include what I feel some of the greatest futurist SEO minds in the world with Jimmy Kelly, Sue Bell, and Russell Wright, who have continued to predict the future of the internet and how rankings are going to go on Google and the state of the internet and how that's going to move for us. And they've always been right every time, even when people have laughed at them. I was laughed at by a lot of people when I was told that I was going to make the amount of money that I have. I've continued to push the barriers to where next year I have some lofty goals for myself. I'm not hitting them to make money. I'm hitting them so I can find a way to share that back to the community. Sure, the money's great. I mean, I'm not going to lie. But I want to continue pushing new boundaries so I can give back to OMG. So with that, if you're already in OMG, this is a no-brainer. If you've never been involved with us, this is a fantastic way for you to get involved in a pioneer product right here that is literally can be the best SEO, internet marketing program that you've ever been involved in. And it's obviously proof. How many other places have 300 or maybe more income reports, and I had over 30 plus people come on and talk about how this same program has changed their lives. So I can't implore you enough to get involved. You know, they like say that no decision is the strongest decision. If you're happy with your life right now, and if you're not involved in OMG in any capacity whatsoever, and if you're still on after 5 hours, it should be a pretty good sign that we're the ones you should go with. We're family waiting on you. You're not going to have to do this alone. That's the greatest part about OMG. So please join, and you know, I look forward to seeing each and every one of you in the inside.
It's incredible. We were actually, as I cue up the bottle of champagne, we're actually just joined at the last second here by Dwayne Berlin. Dwayne, are you there?
Hi, Mike. Yes, I am.
Dwayne, I mentioned you a few seconds ago. You must have heard your ears burning. Felt your ears burning. You talked at OMG Live Nashville about gratitude. You're very successful now. I don't know where you're at. Somewhere. What are you, like 5 figures a month? What are you doing? Is it going all right?
Yeah, we're doing great. Yeah, we just brought on a new client just recently. It's probably a 50 or 60,000 a year client.
Oh my gosh.
And, I have a couple more in the chute that look they're national clients. So it could be pretty interesting when that comes on board. I'm not doing the 20,000 a month quite yet, but actually I'm just really happy to be here. I'm thrilled to be on the call, and I'm really thrilled to be a part of OMG.
Well, you and your wife came to OMG Live Nashville, and you actually asked David Mills if you could say a few words about gratitude. And this has been a very grateful event, and I've got my bottle of champagne ready to go. It's got to be getting close to New Year's somewhere in the world. Is there somewhere in the world that's like far enough ahead of us that it's New Year's? It's got to be getting close. So tell me, put the word out, gratitude. What do you think about OMG, and why do you think that people should come and join us for Director's Cut?
Well, I think OMG is probably the best investment I've ever made as far as learning how to make money online and improve my business and improve our lifestyle overall. Right now, my wife and I are working on our dreams. Actually, we've got some plans that are just fantastic as far as we're concerned. She's been a psychologist in the past, and we've decided to rekindle that. So we've built a site about psychology and what she's been working on for about 30 years actually. And because of OMG now, we're building this product based on her knowledge of that, and about to launch that pretty soon. So that's really exciting for us. And as far as my local client consulting is concerned, I've done really well with that. Actually, when I joined OMG, I was pretty close to the edge of considering should I continue or not, and I just decided I'm going to jump in and spend the money and take that chance, and I'm really glad I did. And like Dave Keyes mentioned earlier, I felt my money was paid back pretty much as soon as I got in. I think, if I recall, I landed 2 clients the same month that I got into OMG, and I pretty much paid for it right there. So I got involved in Director's Cut a couple days ago, and I've been looking at that. Really impressed with what's inside of it. I'm just thrilled to be here. And you mentioned something about gratitude, and one thing I do want to say is that with Jamal, he's familiar with The Secret and the law of attraction and the law of implication and all those things that go along with just improving your life in general. That's something that my wife and I have been involved in for years, actually over a couple decades for myself. And so I've kind of had a fire into my butt for some reason to just get up and say something at the event. That's why I just jumped out of my seat and said, hey, I got to say something about it, because I felt that way. I felt so strongly about it. And yeah, I'm really grateful to be here. There's lots of things that we are grateful for every day. One thing I did want to say about that was it's really interesting to say, really good I think, to say words of gratitude out loud. And I just want to say it right now. I'm really glad to be here. Really grateful for everything that's going on here. And if anybody's still thinking about getting on board with the Director's Cut, you got to get on. It's a no-brainer. You got to do it. So
yeah. Thanks
again, Mike.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Dwayne. And we are just over the 5-hour mark. So what I'm going to do here is we're gonna do a champagne toast a little bit early. I don't know if anybody else has got some bubbly or anything like that on you. I know I could have. So this is a nice bottle of champagne. You saw all that wine that I'm not drunk, by the way. But let's fire this off. This is in celebration. You got one too? Oh, stout. All right, that's good. Anybody else? Anybody else got a brewski? Scott? I know Scott's got some alcohol. No. What do we got? Joe's good. Anybody? Anybody else? No. All right. I'll do it for all you. Oh, thanks, Cotton, for the smart water. That's great. I blame Cotton. All right. I'm gonna fire this off. I want to tell you,
Not much.
What's that?
Not much.
Not much? All right. I pray every single day for the success of OMGers. Drake once said, I drink every night because drinking every night because I drink to my accomplishments. I drink to your accomplishments, and that's, you know, we talked on this event about getting the chance, and what I got the chance to do is to enjoy your success. And so I'm going to fire off this. This is the OMG New Year online party. Hey, Tanya. Hey. Fire this off, and then we'll get this on camera. Hopefully it doesn't break anything or put my eye out or anything like that. All right. And I got a glass here. Do a New Year's toast to all of our new OMGers. We are right around 24 hours away from your last chance to join Director's Cut. It is a no-brainer. To you, maybe there's some like FCC commercials against this, or laws or something like that. But anyways, to you, to Cotton, to Fletch, David Mills, Greg Morrison, the guy who I call Original One Man Gang, Jimmy Kelly, Russell Sue, Joe Marfolio, Travis Sago. We didn't even get to talk about Travis Sago tonight. Don't get me started. Oh my Lord. Travis Sago is another reason you just got to get this. The fact that I roped him in, just nuts. Travis, Cotton Grammar of affiliate marketing. I'm so grateful for you all. Jamal, Jason, by the way, that was an all-new earnings report. No one's ever heard that before. World exclusive. Jason making $27,000 per month. First time anyone's ever heard of it. Yeah, we had James. We heard about his Christmas miracle. Dave Keeds on. With so many people on. Armando. Christine, Mary. Are you kidding me? What an event. Daryl Ferguson. Daryl's mind-breaking. $50,000 a month. He's 67 years old, set for life. Incredible. Individual after individual after individual. Joe Marfolio, street smart, outsourcing, set it and forget it affiliate marketing. Are you kidding me? We are your overwhelming advantage. If you are looking for your chance, if you're saying, you know, I don't need it handed to me on a silver plate, I'm willing to work for my money, but I need a chance. I need a real chance. That's what David Mills has created for you when he created Director's Cut, when he first reached out to Cotton, and even before then, when he started building the perfect bridge to Russell and Sue. We got lucky with Jimmy Kelly coming on board. This whole thing, this Director's Cut thing, it is such a game changer. And you got to get it. The reviews have been over the top. It is over the top. You've seen people sit around. You know, we got a couple hundred people still with us. 5 hours and 9 minutes into it. OMG is a city on a hill. It's a place where friends come together in Providence. I pray for OMGers to have wisdom and health, and I thank God. I thank Jesus for you, and I'm so grateful for this event, for this time that we've spent together. Fletch, special thank you to you, Fletch. Fletch has worked his butt off behind the scenes to coordinate 30-ish individuals that have come on and come live and joined us today. I want to thank you especially, Fletch. I was talking to Fletch. Fletch was a huge difference maker in 2014.
He's amazing.
He is amazing. Cotton, you literally still see Fletch as a coach.
Absolutely, yeah, and a brother from GLI.
All right, guys. I want to thank you. I want to thank you very much. I'm going to let Fletch close things out because he's the one with the power of this webinar. Thank you, and God bless you.
Take care, everybody. We will see you again on the inside. Take care, and thanks a lot.
All right, take care, everybody.
See you later.